The potential launch market, satellite market itself was in the order of about $300 billion. It is a large money. I'm not saying that you will get all the $300 billion, but if it is 50% or 25%, it's still a huge money, number one. And why I say this money will come to us, because ours is a reliable system. I told you earlier that the Vikas engine has never failed. Now, A, you are reliable, and B, your cost is 1/3 of others' cost. So it's a political market. A country which likes you will come to you automatically, and a country which is neutral will come to you because of the cost, and a country who doesn't like you will never come to you, and you don't bother about it.
Okay.
So, but the point I am making is we would have made the cryogenic system much earlier.
And that's exactly what we need to do too.
Please confirm my...
First, we make our Vikas engine completely indigenous.
Voice.
And then,
Is it more?
doesn't matter what it takes, we make our cryogenic engine completely indigenous.
Then from there on, as you know very well, we have not planned for interplanetary travels, because Professor Dhawan made it very clear that he will do the planning only up to the launch vehicles for satellites.
Great.
He wanted the next generation to take care of that. Now that planning would have started.
Who would believe this was once the greatest nation in the world for science and technology? Look at us now. We keep shooting ourselves in the foot with this "what is in it for me" attitude.
Someone rightly said, this nation never lost to its invaders. We defeated ourselves with our own swords and handed the nation over to them on a platter. And this grand tradition continues even now.
See, what you saw, Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan, are only time pass kind of projects. You know, we had the system, so why not we try that? And we successfully did that, Mangalyaan. We were only experimenting it. How the payload was peanut. It is, I think it's about 15 kg or so. So the Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan things would have gone, and then eventually we would have moved closer to Gaganyaan. What we are talking about would have been realized. Then you will be competing with, I don't know, you see around you, you have an Elon Musk, you have other people who are conducting space tourism, you are conducting so many things, and you know, we would have become a powerful space country. From there onwards, how it will grow up is something which is to be seen, because we didn't plan it that way. But I'm sure you will not be in this state of affairs what you are today. You would have achieved a very high carrying capability, business-wise, commercially, plus you would have also started the routing for the space travel, what you are talking about.
Okay, so hello everyone, we'll start now. I saw some chat. Is it okay that can you keep this chat? I will take it later, okay? Or what I can do, let me copy your chat, okay? Because
%79% of the people working in the job, they are
I will
not
just
happy.
take your questions.
This is
I
as per one of the Gallup
discuss.
survey. But then my question to you is, why?
So till now, we are today also we are going to understand the access is modifier only, like you know,
Security.
public, default,
Because
private,
you thought
final,
there is
this
no
and that.
choice.
Okay,
Because you
like
think
how
that
we have learned
this
last
is the
time.
only
But
way.
today,
To
actually
start a
last
business,
time we
you
have
need a
one.
lot of money.
Okay,
You know
so
what?
access
It is
modifier
not true.
we have learned
We
for the
live in
class
such
level.
a beautiful
Okay,
times
and then
that you
we
can
have
start
learned
a
for the
business
method level,
with just a
right?
cell phone,
Class level
internet,
and method
maybe
level
just a
that
laptop.
we have
And
completed.
of course,
Now,
little bit of
we are going
passion
to
and
learn the
process.
same access modifier.
You see,
Access
when I
modifier
started my
remains
journey,
same.
I
It's
was
just
working a
that we are
job. I worked
applying
there for
into the
16
different
years.
places.
I had no
Earlier
clue
we
what
are
to do.
applying on the
You wonder
class,
who is
like
this weird
private
guy?
class, public
My name is
class,
Dave
default
Reddy,
class,
and I worked in
static
a
class,
job
final class.
not knowing what to do, and
Then
I
we
thought
have
this is my
learned
destiny.
method. Now
Fast forward,
we are going to learn the
everything has
variable.
changed in my life.
So
I run a
how
business, I
access
can travel the
modifier
world, make
behave
a lot of money,
when it
spend my
attached
time
with
with
the
amazing
variable,
celebrities
right?
and big
So the
people.
access modifier remains same.
But you see,
Nature
it is
is
not about me.
different.
It is about
Earlier
you.
we are applying on class,
If you're
method.
somebody
Now
looking to
we are
find a
applying
way
on
to
variable.
change your life,
As simple as
join
it
the
is.
webinar.
Okay.
This
So
is
no
where I'm going to
confusion
share
in
with you
that,
what are
right?
the upcoming
Guys,
opportunities
please take
in
your
India,
questions.
how you can start your business
I
without
will
any
answer
money.
your question.
What are the
Let me
ways
first
you
start.
can find your passion,
So
convert
you
that into
can
real
just
business?
copy your question
and
yourself.
why is this the right time?
Okay, when I will
All
ask
that
you
in the
this
webinar.
question.
If you're joining right now, there will be thousands of people joining in.
Okay,
I'll
I
also
think
give you a
you're good.
bonus
Okay,
today.
thanks.
So check
So
out the
today
link,
session
join the
7.
webinar, and I urge you not
Let
to
me
do
create
something
the
that you're
new
not happy
Java
about.
project.
Click the link. I'll see you in the
I am creating one package called, okay, we'll create package later. So what we'll do, since I'm just closing the chat, okay? So since we are learning the variable, okay? So we will be having the variable as a public. Public word, I told you, right? Only if the default word will come, default and protected. That time only you need to take more precautions to give the answer. Other than that, if you close your eye, you will give answer. Answer becomes correct. Okay? So when the word default and protected will come, that time you need to take the extra care in order to give the answer.
That even NASA wanted to get
So
their
public.
hands on.
Public means if you define any variable as a public, you can
In
access that
1994,
variable
he
anywhere.
successfully
What do you mean
thrust
by
India
anywhere?
to the
You can access
PSLV era.
within a class, okay? You can access within a package, you can access outside of the package.
Days later,
That's all.
Nambi
Public is
Narayanan
public.
was branded a
You
spy
can access the
and put
variable
behind
in
bars.
all the levels.
Scientists.
Within a
We're
class,
just getting
outside
started.
of the class, within a package,
Just as
outside
India
of
was
the
at the
package.
precipice
As
of
it is
making it in the space race.
Default is
A
little
well-timed
tricky.
cocktail of political
Default is saying that
motivations,
if
honey
member
trapping
declare as a
claims,
default,
and a global
then we can
conspiracy
access that member
derailed it
only
all.
within the current package, and we cannot access from outside of the package. And default access is also known as package level access. If they will ask what is the package level access, it means they are asking what is the default variable. We are not talking about the variable. That is reason we are more considering on variable. We already learned about the classes and
Nambi
methods.
Narayanan
Now
was
we are
later
learning on
acquitted
variable.
and vindicated.
Right? So now we are only talking on the variable. If your variable is default, means that the variable will be accessible
But his
within a
fight for
package.
justice is far from
Outside of the
over.
package, you won't be able
This
to
is
access.
the story the
That
nation
is the
needs
reason
to know.
this variable
or the
is
nation
called
wants to know.
default package level variable. Package level variable. What do you mean by package level
Ladies and
variable?
gentlemen, welcome.
Package
It has
level
been quite a
variable is
while
nothing
since
but
I
the
recorded the
default
last
variable
episode of The
only.
Nation Wants to
And
Know.
what is the default variable?
We get
A
so busy
variable
with the day's
which
news
you
agenda
can
that we
access
hardly get the
within
time
a
to step back
package
and have
only.
these
You
longer
cannot
conversations.
access outside of the
And today
package.
it's a complete pleasure and
There is
privilege to
no
restart
more
The Nation Wants to
coding,
Know
but anyhow,
for a
I
new
will
edition
code it.
with two
Form
guests.
dot
One of my guests is someone who I'm a long-standing fan of. He's a person from my generation. I identify closely with him. He's made us laugh,
Simply
amused
learn
us, entertained
dot
us. His smile
what
has
we are
many,
learning
many
with
fans
this.
all over the country swooning over him still. And that is none other than R. Madhavan, the very, very acclaimed
Now I am
actor
creating
and now,
one class.
if I may say so, filmmaker.
class means
Uh,
default example.
Fantastic human being, interesting person in his own right. So thank you, Madhavan, for joining me today.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
It's truly an honor.
And my chief
Here,
guest, if I
am
may say so,
creating one variable,
on this
default
episode
variable, default variable.
is someone whose life I have followed
String,
through the media, through writings, through narrations of controversies, through a book, by interviewing him earlier on a couple of other occasions where I've marveled at him, and now through this major motion picture called Rocketry, which has been produced, which has been made by Madhavan, and the person who's the chief guest on this episode is none other than someone I love and admire deeply and personally, Nambi Narayanan. Thank you very much. How do I introduce Nambi Narayanan? Just that I can say he's the most understated man. His contribution to the country's contemporary history is unmatched. No number of awards would really be enough to be showered on him
here
to
I am
acknowledge
just
what his
keeping my
contribution to
main
India's
method.
space
I
program
have
has
just
been.
created the two.
And somewhere ironically, viewers,
I'm just keeping here main
Nambi
method.
sir
And main
is
method
someone
I'm creating the
whose
object
life's
of
twists and turns
the
and
first example.
the great difficulties he's been through, the
Or to give the
incarceration he
object
has been
name,
through,
object name should be
has been held so silently and with so much grace that when the entire truth comes out in a movie like this, we all step back and we actually pinch ourselves and we
first
ask,
letter is small.
did it really happen?
Equal to
Did we allow it
new
to happen? Why are we
default
getting to know
example.
about it so late?
Okay.
And most importantly,
This
what
default
if it didn't
example,
happen, viewers?
if I will
What
call
if Nambi
username,
Narayanan
right?
had not been labeled a spy? What if Nambi Narayanan had not been incarcerated, put in jail, his career put on the line? What if Nambi Narayanan's entire work in the development of a cryogenic engine for India had actually put India where it belongs or should have been in the global space program 20, 25, 30 years back? What if, ladies and gentlemen, where would India have been? So these are some of the questions I hope to look at today. And I am deeply privileged by sharing the stage once again with you today. So,
Thank you.
and I'm grateful to Madhavan for making this film. So Madhavan, I'll start by saying this. I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning
I am
yesterday
what I have to, I have just
after my
created
show
the
to
object of-
prepare for this
and with
interview and watch the
object
film.
I have called the
Thank you.
username.
Well done, Madhav.
Username is here.
Well done.
Username
I'm
I
very
have called,
flattered that
and
of
username
all
I
the
have
things that
stored
you
into
said,
the
but
username and
just
I'm
to make
creating
sure that our
username.
viewers don't
So I'm able
misunderstand
to
us,
access.
I want to
And this is
confirm
the
that I
default.
sent
I am
you a
default
screener
viewer.
and you watched it
Now what
Yes.
I'm
on
doing,
that screener and not on a
I am
on a pirated
just
video.
creating one more
So
package
let's both of us get arrested right
saying
now.
that from doc.
No, it so happened that I told you
Yes.
that Madhavan, I feel underprepared if I don't watch it, and you were kind enough to send me a
screener. that's called, yeah.
encrypted video file on which I saw it. So we've not broken any rules.
That is right.
Table
Well
one.
done, Madhavan.
Thank
Well
you, sir.
done.
Thank you.
I want to start with you, Nambi sir.
Last is
What does this film mean to you? A film on you,
outside
a biopic in that sense. But
package.
so much has happened.
Simply I'm giving some class.
So much is written about your life. What does this
Now
film mean to you?
here,
This film means a lot. A lot in the sense it brings out my real contribution to the country. What I have done,
for your user
starting from a small 600 kg toy rocket in liquid
Now what I will do,
to
I will create the outside
a
package
60
of
tonner,
the- yeah, with main
which is called as Vikas.
I will create the outside
That story,
object.
that contribution over the period of 19 years is very well brought out in this film systematically, step by step.
This
It is
should
not
be
from a
small,
600 kg I jump
center
to
of ready.
60 ton,
I'm
600
just commenting
kg,
this
310,
one. This I don't
and then
use
some
now.
joint development in, it's a story which is worth watching for you to understand how difficult
We
it is
have- we got
technically
to know how
to make this
So I
engine.
just kept outside
And
of the
incidentally,
package.
as you know,
This
that this
one,
engine
I
has
will
never
put
failed.
it.
53
Now,
times
this
it has been
variable
launched
outside of
successfully,
package, I want
and not
to
even a
call-
single failure to ISRO's
I want to call
own
you see,
missions,
right? I am not
including
getting-
Chandra and
I am
Mangalyaan
not getting the
and various PSLV
variable.
missions.
Manually, if at all,
So this story means a lot, and it brings out exactly what my
to this one.
contributions are.
And if
And
you see
also,
here, it will say that
it tells us how
this is
I
there saying
suffered
that
both
the
in-house
outside package
as well as
is
outside.
not visible. Not
to
visible means
achieve
it is
this
not
goal.
able to access. Why it is not able
And
to access?
that
Because
is in a small
outside
scale,
the
if I may
package is
say.
available
It brings
to
out the
variable
sufferings
one, okay?
one goes
That
through
is it
in the
is not
process.
accessible.
So that's it. I wanted
Earlier,
people to know
when
it,
it was-
and people are
if I am
going to know
comment
about
this
it.
one,
In a way, I think,
It was
Madhavan,
within
that if
same
Nambi
package,
sir
that is
had,
the reason I am able to access.
if I look at it, the fullness of it, I think he
That
was
is the
incarcerated
package
for the
available.
work that he
Now
was
opening
doing.
the chat.
I think people wanted to fix him. He got caught in political intrigue, he got caught in conspiracies. But did he pay a price for doing what he was doing?
See, check
He
your
was trying to
track
develop
tracking.
a space engine, I'm putting it in layman terms, which would have placed India in a different orbit in the space race.
Is everyone
Did he
getting?
pay the price
My
for that?
voice has some
He
problem.
paid.
or-
Not only him, I think the country
But
paid
you all-
along with him.
in our
My
own
voice is correct
naivety,
or
not
not correct?
realizing the kind of intellectual assets that we had, not supporting our technocrats, not
audible clearly or
protecting
not?
our scientists, be it
Otherwise,
from
it
ISRO
will
or from
off
BARC
my
or from the
end.
atomic energy. Random deaths happening over a period of last 10 years, and bodies of scientists being found on the railway tracks. People who would be considered as a national asset in other countries and protected with, the best guards that they have. Us not knowing that, not celebrating that, not acknowledging that, and we will continue to shoot ourselves in the feet every day. And many might ask, what is the point of spending so much money on rocket science or interplanetary travel when there are so many people suffering from hunger and diseases around the world?
I will ask you first.
But for those, my only line is that everything from road safety to helping underdeveloped children survive, from the internet to any medication that you have, arthroscopy, everything is a result of development of interplanetary travel as well as space research, including our internet. And that is why it is so important that we protect our intellectual capitals. And Mr. Nambinarayan paid a huge price. I mean, the only reason I was provoked to make this film is when I went to meet him.
Yeah, I have demonstrated.
When was that?
I
It
will
was
come
in
there
late
later,
2016,
but since I have already
and
explained
while I
to
was
public
talking to
and
him,
there is nothing in the
he was
public means
agitated.
you can
He was
access from
angsty. He had.
Where did you meet him?
I met him.
You can
I
access
actually.
within a package
You went to meet him?
I went to meet him in
outside of the
Trivandrum.
What made you go to meet him?
One of my directors at that time, Mr. Anant Mahadevan, told me in as many words that there's a spy case story in ISRO, good-looking scientist having an affair with a Maldivian woman, and then he was arrested and almost killed, and then he was released and they found that he was innocent. So my question to him was he really innocent, or was there a story that we can work on? And he said, yeah, most probably he's innocent. That's all anybody ever knew about Nambinarayan in 2016. When I went to meet him, and I saw him,
please everyone say.
Arnab, I knew immediately that I was missing something huge. I was missing a large picture because this man's demure, his aura was saying a lot more than what he was talking about even. He was talking about the case, and like I was saying, angsty, angry, tears in his eyes, emotional, and saying this is how a horrible and concocted case this is, and this is the movie. And he assumed that I was going to make a movie on the case. And I asked him, I said, Nambi sir, you've been proved innocent and vindicated almost 15 years ago. Why are you so angsty about it? Why are you so emotional about it? And he just looked at me and said, you know it. I know it. The court knows it. We'll put my name on the Google and see what comes out. And sure enough, it says Nambinarayan of the ISRO spy case fame. And even now, even till the day before the film came out, people still believe that he might have had some involvement with the spy case, or that his family would have been involved in some way or the other. And then I said, this is rubbish. That made me feel that this was wrong. So let's make a film on this spy case. And that's how I started, Arnab. Only 7 months later, when I went back to him, he saw the script, he said, very good. And then he said, but this part is wrong because I went to Princeton to study stability theorem under Krakow when this happened. I said, when did you go to Princeton? Why would you, are you talking about Luigi Krakow, who's considered to be the father of the moon mission and everything? Is that the guy you're talking about? He said, yeah. I did my thesis under him in 10 months.
So if I will run.
Good morning. So my name is Nambinarayan. I'm from India. I'm here on a full scholarship for the solid fuel program, but I want to study desperately liquid fuels under you. Sir, I've read all your papers, especially the theory on the relation between thermodynamics and fluid kinematics, and what a lovely piece of work, sir. Sir, I've sent you many applications, but I can understand why you didn't reply to me.
Are you serious? How did you find me? Who gave you my address?
Russian.
I am my name as a public from out.
You're wasting your time. My hands are full. What you're asking for is impossible. Goodbye.
Being a science fan, that blew my head because nobody does their thesis under Professor Krakow. He takes 10 years to pass people up. And I was under the impression that maybe Nambi sir has become delusional. I don't know what he's talking about at that point in time. No, in all honesty. And that's when he started talking about his other life. Princeton, the adventurers in Scotland, in France, 52 scientists pretending not to know how to speak French, learning how to build the liquid fuel engine to USSR at that time, and how they smuggled engines from right under the nose of the Kremlin as well as the US. And it was a baffling story. And I told him, I said, when were you planning to tell me this? I've been spending 7 months trying to write this script. Why would you not talk about it? Why would that not be mentioned in your book? Why would there not be any mention of it in the internet? And he says, what is there to talk about? I mean, they paid me and my salary, I did my job. And that's the way it struck me that there were two types of patriots in this country. One that actually go out bearing their chest in a hail of bullets and give their lives for the country, and their contributions, absolutely have to be acknowledged and praised and sung about. And I'm sorry, but others like him, who know very well that they'll never be acknowledged or sung, their lives are in danger on an everyday basis. But yet, they go out and do the service for the country like nobody. So the price that he's paid for it, I don't think any sane man would have been alive today had he paid that price.
Broken, beaten, soiled clothes, bladder not in my control, career in shambles, family in shame, and on top of it all, disgraced and branded as a traitor.
First one is everyone clear, right?
But you know what?
Second one.
You deserve to see me like this, and rightfully so. For all that I've done to you, Mr. Omi.
You know, you're absolutely correct, because when I was in all these interactions that I've had with Nambi sir, it's always been about the spy case.
Package level is
and my essential belief this man is completely innocent. And the only narrative that is built around you, Nambi sir, is that of the colossal injustice that you went through.
I was trying to create.
But that is it. That is what it has been till now.
Right?
In fact, for anyone who has not read your book or known in detail about you, what he's saying is correct. Many people would not even know about what you've done before 1994, before the spy case actually came to light. So I think that's amazing. Why have you underplayed it?
More, I need more response.
Why? Okay, let me put it to you differently.
I am doing.
When you were arrested,
30 minutes of the class,
and when everything happened after that, in your family, what it went through, and which is all depicted in the movie, why did you never scream from the rooftops talking about your own professional background, what you had done for the country, your achievements, your service for the country? Because if there was one thing which actually would have left you unblemished, it is what you had done for the country. The worst thing that can happen is a person with your record being called a spy. Why did you never play up your own life story yourself, Nambi sir? Why didn't you do that?
Arnab, the allegation is that I have sold rocket secrets. Assuming that I keep telling that whatever I have done for this country doesn't mean that allegation is true or untrue. My job at that time, till that time, I was getting paid for the job, and then I had a dream. I had a dream of making this country as a superpower, space power. I never thought that it is necessary for me to boast around and talk about it, etc.
Private.
And there are certain areas where it is not necessary, it is not wise to talk about many things what you have achieved, because I don't want the entire world to know what we are doing in that. That is one part of it. But the other part is, now I am being told that I am charge sheeted saying that I have done this crime. So at that time, in my presence, in front of me, it is necessary to prove that I am innocent. So I kept on talking about that. I didn't do this crime. I have not met these ladies. I don't know anything what you are talking about. And my mind was telling me that I have to prove that I am innocent, which I was working on. It never occurred to me that by saying that I have contributed this much to the nation, etc., will help me out in that sense. That's the reason why I was not screaming.
Why did you think so? Because, okay, what if the world didn't know? Your detractors, your critics did not know about your background and the fact that you had put your own life at risk, that you had taken tremendous challenges, you had given up many opportunities, and people accusing you of taking a bribe to spy on your own country would perhaps have not been able to speak back had they known that you had given up all financial opportunities in life to serve your country. You had enough material out there. Why did you never use that material to defend yourself?
You see, the point is certain aspects of the cryogenic contract with the Russians. It was to be scrapped based on the US direction. And then the associated activities with that, which was done with the knowledge of some of the very top officials of ISRO. I felt, and it is mandatory, and I also think even now I am right, not to talk about this in public. It is not necessary. Why should I talk about it? What is necessary is to bring that technology to the country and then make the country powerful and then meet my goal, namely that space power. So honestly, even today, I never feel bad for not talking about it. Why should I talk about it? What do I gain by that? By talking about it, do you think that I will prove I am innocent? But I have to prove my innocence through the other methods. I have not seen this. I have not seen these girls or ladies who are talking about. So that is how it went through. It is also, this is known to the chairman of the organization and to the topmost people of the organization in the country. So there is nothing for me to talk about. In spite of that, this is happening to me. So to whom should I go and tell that I have done this much? And why are you telling me that I have done this crime? To whom? To public? I don't think so. With people who mattered, they knew what is what. Wow. You see, this is most important for me.
So you have to write man method, as simple as it is.
The people who mattered knew.
Yes.
But how many stood by you?
In the beginning, yes, nobody stood by me.
So why? Why is it? And the question which comes to my mind, and many viewers of this movie will ask themselves, that when one of India's best minds in the world of space, an area where we still don't have, we have not harnessed that kind of brain power yet, when one of the greatest or perhaps the greatest mind in that area who's experimenting in an area which can be completely transformative for the future of this country is made to go through this, why is he lonely? When you by your own admission are saying that the biggest people, the most powerful people, the knowledgeable people, the people in the sector knew your background and therefore knew your innocence, why were you lonely? Why is it, why were you left on your own, even if it for a day or a month, I don't know how many months, but why?
I'll try to answer that question. Take for example, during the year 1994, we never had the cryogenic technology. The cryogenic technology comes 10 years later. But the allegation is I have sold the cryogenic technology. Now the cryogenic technology is not there with us, is known
Question number
to
3,
all.
have you understood or not?
Everybody. Number 2,
Please everyone.
they say that this cryogenic technology is used to make missiles. Even today, there is not even a single missile in the world using the cryogenic technology.
You cannot access out of the class.
Now, these are two facts I just presented for your information.
I have tried to access, right?
Now tell me, forget about this case. These are the two allegations.
Within a class.
Now tell me why this, you think that this allegation, these truths are not known to the people concerned,
We'll try to access here.
including my chairman, sir? They know. But then the question is why they didn't answer. I think you should find the answer from them, not from me. But I can try to tell them why they should. It was a shock for them. They did not know. See, in ISRO, we are a different community. This community minds its own business. Now, all of a sudden something comes like this, they were all wonderstruck. But why I say this is after some time, after 2 years, the people like Professor Sadish Dhawan, Professor U.R. Rao, Yashpal, University Grants Commission Chairman, Chandra, Professor Chandrasekhar, and Rodam Narasimha, all these people came out with a open letter. In that open letter, they categorically said what we are talking about.
Which year was this?
That is 1994, this case occurred. This was 1996 or 97. They came out with a open letter published all over the press. Now my question to you is, can I say my people didn't react to this? The point I can make maximum is they didn't react in the proper
You
time.
have to have the creator.
They didn't say this in the proper time. But then still your question is valid. Even for a day, they say, let me not ask any other favor from them. I am not asking any favor from anybody. For that matter, I don't want their support at all. My point is that, is it not true that we didn't have the cryogenic technology? Is it not their duty bound to say this loud and clear? We didn't have this technology, how the hell we can sell this technology?
That's the point. See, so Madhavan, that's precisely the point.
But
when the clarification is given, it comes 2 years late. Now there are two ways we can look at it. We can look at it in terms of the impact that it has had on Nambi sir and his family personally, which is documented in your film.
You don't mix the class.
A person who's then 53 or 54 years old in his prime is going to become the chairman, is going to lead ISRO and wants to accelerate it at the peak of his career, as he says himself in his book. All comes tumbling down. My concern, if you don't mind my saying, is not as much about Nambi Narayan at this point as it is about the space program. If when he was arrested, if the next day the people you knew, or people at ISRO, or India's space scientists, or the government which knew, had issued a one-line statement that this technology he is accused of selling does not exist with us, then the case would have been over and our space efforts would not have been set back by 20 years.
In the same class. Can we access?
That's exactly the point. I mean, how much fear is good fear? How much being cautious is good enough for anybody? I mean, you have the greatest of minds working in the greatest of the departments, and from everybody, who has worked with him, from Dr. Kalam to U.R. Rao, to everybody, they might have been taken aback, but a delayed statement, simple as statement saying India does not have a cryogenic technology that is worth selling to any country in the world is enough to have killed the case. It was enough to have him vindicated, was enough to put the whole program back in track.
Why didn't that happen?
I just wish I knew. I really wish I knew. I mean, how many conspiracy theories can we pull out of that particular fact? Tell me.
Many.
And so, and how many of them were keen to hold back ISRO's progress? The key thing is, everybody knew how key Nambi Narayan sir's contribution was to all the departments that he was functioning at that point of time. I think the mistake that ISRO might have made is put all that responsibility on one man. But fortunately or unfortunately, he's the genius who knew how to handle that.
You can't blame him for his talent.
Exactly.
क्योंकि मेरे सामने जो देख रहा हूँ उसे देखकर मेरा खून खोल रहा है. Nambi Narayan, project director of cryogenic, project director of second stage, project director of third stage, associate project director of TSL.
And so, like we say in the film, he was in charge of many departments, and it was the lowest hanging fruit, easiest to just knock off, and then everything comes to a crashing halt. And like he says in his own words, from then till today, we haven't built an engine that can lift 1 gram more.
Yes, I will pass.
It was the easiest thing to do. So I don't know why it took. I mean, Arnab, I have the greatest amount of respect for you, for all that you've been through, almost as much as Nambi sir. It just takes a few people with integrity to step forward and say, this is what the fact is. And a lot of things will be put back in place, but it doesn't happen. And I think as a nation, we have to question ourselves deeply to know where we are heading, before we learn to keep quiet all the time.
No, this silence is baffling.
Your question
silence is baffling. It was not about a company's interest or an individual's interest. It was about the nation's interest. And it was a systematic persecution. It was not only you, it was everyone who was working with you in your department. It was the cryogenic program. Now, what I want you to tell the viewers, Nambi sir, if this had not happened in 94.
So, two things I have answered. First thing is that if
you described the day when you were arrested,
okay, which is private,
you were completely taken
private
back.
Also, no matter private.
If that day
you
had
can able
not
to
happened,
access in how many method you wanted to write. You can
where
access.
Would we be?
But if your method inside the method, if your variable
in the
inside
world of
the
space,
method,
as
then
a
the
country,
variable scope is
if that had
method
just
only.
not
the variable
happened.
stoppage within
If
a
you
method,
would ask
not
yourself today,
entire class.
we're recording this today 22, that was one bad dream. If it had not happened, you had continued, where would you have taken the program and where would the country have been? In as many layman terms, if you can explain this for the wider audience.
Tell me, clear or not clear?
It's only probability. The probability
Clear or not
wise, we would have made the cryogenic technology perfect as originally planned. Originally, our planning was
But
cryogenic, we should have it by
you
the
are
year
asking with
2000. 1999 or 2000. That was our planning. Of course, this problem started in 94, 5 years earlier. If the Russian contract would have gone through, we would have got the cryogenic technology without any difficulty.
Local variable.
But even when the Russian contract broke, if this November 30th episode has not taken place, I feel I would have continued the work on the cryogenic and we would have met the schedule.
Till now, any question?
Maybe 1 year
Any
delay
question
could
that
be.
I have not answered or
Which means what? Which means you have a higher payload carrying capability.
If your question is to do
Which
this,
means
we are
that
good.
you could compete in the international market for launching satellites.
Any
At
more
that
questions,
time,
please?
you must remember that the potential
If we create the
launch
default
market,
variable in
satellite
method,
market itself
so we
was
can
in the
access
order of
our-
about
no.
$300
Method means
billion.
method. Method I have already
It is
explained you.
a large money.
Method means
I'm not
scope is
saying
within a
that
method
you will
only.
get all the $300
Scope is
billion,
within a method
but
only.
if it is 50%,
Everyone is
or
clear,
25%,
right? So,
it's still a
now
huge
I'm
money.
moving
Number one.
forward.
And why I say this money will come to us because ours is a reliable system.
Protected. As I already
I told you earlier
when
that
the two words will
because
come,
engine has
okay,
never failed.
One is the default and another
Now,
one is the
A,
protected.
you are
need
reliable,
to be
and B,
very,
your cost is
very
1/3
sure
of
that
others' cost.
something is going to happen wrong.
So it's a
Okay?
political
It is
market.
Not as easy.
A country which likes you will come to you automatically, and a country which is neutral will come to you because of the cost, and a country who doesn't like you will never come to you and you don't bother about it.
Protected means
So,
important.
but the point I am making is we would have made the cryogenic system much
If a
earlier.
member
And
declared
that's
as a
exactly
protected,
what we need to do too.
okay, then we can
First,
access
we make
that
our Vikas
member
engine completely
within a
indigenous.
current
And then
package anywhere.
Doesn't matter what
In
it
a current
takes.
package anywhere.
We make our
Means
cryogenic
package
engine
level, no
completely
problem.
indigenous.
Means package
Then
level,
from
no problem.
there
If
on,
your variable declared
As
a
you know very well,
protected,
we have
package
not
level, no
planned
problem.
for
You can access
interplanetary
within a
travels
package
because Professor
anywhere.
Dhawan
Same class,
made it
different
very
class.
clear
Same
that
class,
he will
different class.
do
If I am
the planning
see,
only up
simple
to the
thing.
launch vehicles
See,
for
understand
satellites.
the one thing here.
He wanted the next generation
One thing
to
very
take care of that. Now that planning would have started.
If I am giving you, if I am
Who would
giving
believe
you
this was once the greatest
my
nation in the world for science and technology?
house key, if I
Look
am
at us
giving
now.
you my house
We keep
key,
shooting ourselves in the
it
foot
means
with
that-
this. What is in it for
it
me?
means
Act?
that I am
Someone rightly said, this
Giving
nation never
you
lost to its invaders. We defeated
giving
ourselves
you
with our own swords and
all
handed
the
the nation over to them on a platter.
room.
And this grand tradition
Access.
continues even now.
See, what you saw, Chandrayaan and Mangalyan, are only time pass kind of projects. You know, we had the
Right?
system,
If
so
I'm
why
giving
not
you
we try that?
my
And
house
we
key,
successfully
it
did
means
that,
I am giving
Mangalyan.
you room access
Yeah, we
also
were
for
only
that
experimenting
entire
it.
house.
How
Don't say that,
the payload
okay,
was
you
peanut.
give
It
me
is,
the house access
I
and
think
you
it's
go
about
with that
15
room.
kg or so.
No, that is not the case.
So the
Technically, you understand
Chandrayaan,
that.
Mangalyan things would
Similar
have
fashion,
gone,
If I am
and
giving
then
you house access,
eventually we would
if
have
I am giving you
moved
my house
closer
access,
to
which means that I am
Gaganyaan,
giving
what we
you
are talking about,
all
would
the
have been
room access to
realized.
you.
Then you will be
If-
competing
repeating
with,
again,
I
if
don't know,
I
you
am
will see
giving
around
you
you,
my
you
house
have an
access,
Elon Musk,
which means
you
that
have
I am giving
other
you
people
my
who
room
are
access to you.
conducting space
Right, all the
tourism,
room access,
you are
4,
conducting
5, 6, 7,
so many
how
things,
many
and
rooms
you know,
are available in the house?
we would have become
You
a
are able to
powerful
access my
space
house,
country.
my
From there
room.
onwards, how
Same
it
way,
will grow up
consider
is something
house
which,
is a
which is to be seen. Because we
package.
didn't plan it that way, but I'm
If
sure
the variable is
you will not be
accessible
in this
within a package,
set of
which
affairs
means that
what
I am
you are
telling
today.
you that
You would
here
have achieved
it is
a
also
very high
available
carrying
within all
capability,
class also.
business-wise, commercially.
Default. This is
Plus,
very
you would have
clear
also
understanding.
started
If
the
something is
routing
accessible
for
within
the
a package,
space
which means that
travel,
all the
what
class,
you are talking
all the
about.
class available
Doesn't
into
it
the same
frighten you,
package
Madhavan, that
are
it's so
accessible.
easy to destroy a country's vision by targeting an individual.
That I am giving
In this case,
all the
obviously there must have been an international
that
conspiracy
house
angle to this.
to you also.
It's not just about the market, I think. I think the market is one part of it. It's also the question of where India can be. Somebody who's looked at space and who's considered India broadly would have analyzed, do you think, in 1994 that if we can stop this project, we can stop this project by stopping this man, because so much is vested in him. The talent, the human talent, the vision, the capacity is vested in him. Stop him, then we can stop India's progress. Do you think someone would have thought that far in 94?
It's a no-brainer. Absolutely. What I'm trying to say is, let me put what Nambi sir was trying to say in layman's terms. Every country at that time, so what I'm saying is, the vulnerability of such a situation is actually baffling for me, and it's very frightening. That you can take one individual, knock him off, and put a progress, and people don't understand what this progress means to us today as we stand. Every country wanted to become, mobile, have a mobile, mobile connectivity in their country, satellite, weather satellites, watchdog satellites, geostationary satellites that can monitor your presence, everything. So they had the technology to get the satellites. What they didn't have is the Uber to take it to space. And there were very few countries who were offering it. That's the reason they took down Nambi sir, because America and France had that ability. No other person was offering them. The other person who just come out of the blue was ISRO. And they had the ability to offer the same Uber service to all the countries. We would have made tons of money. Now, why is tons of money so important for us? All that is rocket research oriented costs a lot of money. ISRO would have been self-sufficient. They wouldn't have to depend on the government for money, which is what is our biggest problem right now. They would have been able to generate their own funds for their own research, which didn't happen. That was the first and the biggest, setback for ISRO. The second thing is, the technology by itself was coming from stalwarts from this country who were like towers in terms of what they're capable of achieving with limited resources. We've said this in this film as well, that, where the NASA scientist tells them that, with your brain power and our facility, why would you have not chosen mankind over your country? If you had joined NASA, you would have done well for mankind, because you would have taken it forward. And, you chose India over mankind. Why would you do that? And then he smiles at him and he says, yeah, of course, because for patriotism, they have your photograph in the Oxford Dictionary. That's what he meant.
Yeah.
And so this progress, it's so easy to cut this progress. When today you talk about vulnerability, we couldn't be in a more vulnerable situation than ever before, because, Arnab, I honestly believe in the years to come, very much faster than you and I believe, space is going to become a very integral part of our lives. You and I would have to travel to space. It is not a far-off dream. And, as we speak, the amount of attempts that are being made to colonize Moon, Mars, and it's not just wishful thinking or science fiction stories. I'm privy to the fact that these plans are in place, how to access androids, all these things. And India is in the best position in the world. Nambi sir will tell you, our launch pad in Sriharikota has 30% efficiency compared to the rest of the launch pads around the world. Only a rocket scientist anybody knows about will understand the implication of a 30% advantage from a place like Sriharikota. And that Sriharikota remains empty, where they should be having, in his opinion, 5 launches a week.
No, absolutely there is. I've just been thinking while you were detailing all of this is the consequences of what happened at that time, and the story is incredible. You must be looking back at this very often and asking yourself, what if this does not happen? What if this did not happen? But I think what also I think someone's keeping. I'm open to conspiracy theories on this one, because if you look at your life, somebody would have been mapping you. Some enemy of India would have been mapping you and saying, or some competitor of yours. I wouldn't use the word enemy. And saying, here's a person, he's unpredictable, he's a big risk taker. He's left the job in NASA, he's completed his PhD under Croco in 10 months. He's a complete and absolute outlier. He's desperate. Because the way we saw you in that movie and in your book develop this Vikas engine is an act of absolute crazy desperation. You were desperate to win to the point to which you actually you undermined a colleague's personal tragedy to make sure that the project is on track. You were desperate, which is why you went to Russia, did that James Bond kind of experiment to take the cryogenic engine out, You were desperate to accelerate India's already delayed space program. So I think somebody must have seen that desperation. What are you desperate?
I just want to correct you on one or two issues. I didn't do my PhD under Professor Kroko in 10 months. It was a thesis master's degree in 10 months. That is number one.
Okay.
Number two, you mentioned that by targeting me, they were trying to do something. Actually, they were targeting a project. Now you happen to be in that project, and so you happen to become the victim of the whole thing. What I look at is that I used to think loudly when people used to say that ISRO spends so much of money and they are not doing. I used to think that ISRO should generate its own revenue by doing the proper business. In fact, I was instrumental in many places for doing this approach. Because what is wrong? We are not doing anything wrong. And that way we wanted to achieve in the year 2020. Not 2001 and 2002, we would reach a stage where we will be able to generate our own money.
I am not able to access because
now,
it is saying not visible.
The question is when here you become a commercial entrepreneur.
Outside of the package,
now you are not being looked at as a military or that kind of a thing. If you come to business, I won't be able to stand by your side because of the fact that I will be charging my cost is more. So that is the reason why the project was started. This is what.
No, I agree with you, but isn't there an element of desperation in you in all of this, that you were really desperate to accelerate the process?
Actually, I was desperate, but not because of anything else, but because of the constraint which was brought in by scrapping the contract with the Russians. Otherwise, I was okay. But when this contract is going to be scrapped, please believe me, I didn't do anything illegal. I wanted to do something legal. Legally, the contract provides advancing the payment and advancing the supply. All we did was only that.
Этот парень, он хороший, умный. Мы не можем подвести его.
As soon as I have
А в Кремле хотят знать, сможем мы это сделать или нет.
Как прикажете это сделать?
I am able to access.
Nambi, do you have an idea how we can work it out?
To access this one,
yes,
I need to call.
We actually do.
People who were concerned about it probably did not think of that idea. They were agitated. They were probably, they were not happy. So I am only seeing the picture in a different way. I see a picture that there is a competition. You are likely to be a competitor. The competitor has to be struck down.
Yeah, you have this habit of placing things in a very matter-of-fact way, which which Madhavan would probably agree is attempted. We would consider underplaying, but maybe that's your approach to things in life, and that's what makes you unique. But not every scientist or space scientist or a rocket scientist would carry out the kind of James Bond mission that you did. And there's that scene from the film where I was rubbing my eyes and saying, if this is reality, then I can't believe this actually happened. Where and I'll play some clips right now as we are talking about this part where you actually take you close a deal. When the Soviet Union is crumbling, when the USSR is crumbling, you do this last-minute, late-night deal. I don't know how much fictionalization there is in that, but that's completely accurate. You carry out a deal with the Russians to give you a particular cryogenic engine, and where they tell you that we can give you the engine, but we cannot take the responsibility of shipping it. And then you are on the phone call with your bosses or your colleagues in ISRO and trying to find a way for you yourself to get this engine shipped on a private airline out of Russia to Indian soil, and you actually get that plane to take off at around the time when you are going to be arrested if you don't take off on time, and then you fly that engine to Pakistan, to Karachi by stealth, and then bring that engine to India.
I think we should fly to Karachi.
This one is the
refuel and then fly to Trivandrum.
Karachi.
The Americans would never imagine that we would take rocket parts to a hostile enemy nation, and the Pakistanis would never search the Russian aircraft. Brilliant strategy.
So my question to you is, can you relive that moment for me? Can you relive that? Can you relive that experience of flying that engine out? What happened? Tell me about that.
Yeah. Actually, as I told you earlier,
protected example.
I didn't do anything illegal. I'm even now telling. What I did was,
so this is the
as per the contract, I have a provision to advance my payment, and they have a provision to supply the material.
They, as in the Russians.
Yes, they have given.
Yeah.
Now the question is, they were afraid of many things, so they didn't want to, because this is under negotiation. They want to redraft the contract. Actually, they wanted to scrap the contract, where I used my, shall I say, intelligence in saying that, after all, the Americans are objecting to the fact that you are giving me the technology, right? So don't give the technology. You don't have to scrap the contract. Now instead you just give me hardware. You just give me engines. No technology is given.
Which one?
Then they said it looks nice. So you check with Americans. They checked with Americans. They said fine. So the technology is not transferred. Now that is the loophole with which we started working on it. And then eventually we got the materials which are within the contract. The contract is not redrafted, not scrapped.
I am able to call the parent.
But at that time we could not get our own airlines to carry this material. So
India refused.
Air India refused.
Yeah, and because they were worried whether their aircraft will be allowed to land in New York and things like that, because it happened earlier in a different occasion.
My next question.
So I said fine, and this guy Uran Aviation was willing to do it for the same price.
Here I have.
So this is the whole truth behind it, and they have taken in some manner to, maybe shall I say, a little more increasing the tendency or
that's it.
But that Karachi part of it is only to, anyway they have to refuel somewhere.
Yes,
now they felt that, we felt that it is better that if you refuel at Karachi, nobody will believe that this material is coming through Karachi. That is only the little logic part of it.
So where did the plane fly off from with the cryogenic engine?
It went to Karachi, got it
from where? From Russia?
Then from Moscow.
Here I have
from Moscow.
And those guys were interested in not, because they wanted to make sure that this is a legal material. They didn't want to. Then it came to Trivandrum directly. And then from Trivandrum, it didn't come to Delhi. It came from...
What were you going to do with these engines?
Actually, it is not only the engines. The engines and the parts and the materials and the documents, everything was there in those three consignments.
So effectively, you got a technology transfer.
In a way, yes. But what...
You can be candid with me. Now it's been 28 years.
No, but I'm saying, I would have, if I were to continue with that, yes, you are right. Now the point I am saying, what makes me agitated is that I was removed from there. When you are arrested, you can't enter into that territory. Now when you were physically removed,
with the help of child,
and you can't do a damn, what do you do? But by the time 1.5 years passed, I got engaged in the other work rather than this work. And also it is difficult to store everything in your brain for more than that. You imagine the attitude with which you are subjected to. And you think that they expect me to remember the cryogenic technology in my mind at that time when my wife and myself were removed from an auto rickshaw.
Don't ask any question now.
So this is a very beautiful drama, beautifully knitted. All drafted. So I was forced to engage myself in something. I was removed from the scene.
So it was a well-crafted plan.
I think so. But I don't know. Maybe it is only later it looks to me. Originally, I thought that I am being removed. See, the whole thing is, it's not coming to my mind immediately. Once I started thinking after winning the case in the 96, then I thought, who could have done this? Why they should do it? Then slowly I did my own investigation.
So here,
actually, in the process, I learned quite a bit, and even now I can tell you in my own way that who are all the people behind it, who could have gone, what could have happened. But these are, I would say, probability, but it is going to, according to me, it is accurate. For example, when there is a Los Angeles Times reports that the Russian Senators Committee chairman wanted the cryogenic contract to be scrapped, why should I disbelieve in that?
I'm only saying
I believe that it has happened. That is a starting point. And then you issue notices to the Russians, and Russians were afraid. I have seen with my own eyes the letter written by them, though they didn't allow me to take a copy of it. So from that point onwards, it was very clear to me that this is where it starts. But then how the hell they can come and arrest me? They can't. Because their color and their everything is different. So there is somebody who is associating themselves with them. Now, then who could be that somebody? In that process, Arnab, it is a difficult process, and I think I am waiting for the Jains Committee's final trial, and they are given almost all the materials to conduct the trial properly, how they will conduct it and what it will happen.
I may be too old, too weak and too senile to spend all that money. But I want every single pie of that compensation. Because unless I get that money, there will always be a sword of suspicion hanging over my family that we were a family of traitors.
Now, I will
and
make
after
the
sacrificing
statement,
all this, I will
what
not
I am
have
making
that.
the statement, please listen very carefully, okay? Till now, I have not explained you protected.
I'm not just fighting this for myself.
Now, my statement
How many
is that
people like me?
I have created.
I'm fighting for all those fools who've been victims of their own patriotism, and I will fight till my last
breath.
breath.
Same class I have extended.
I'll fight.
Okay? So since I have extended, so then I got the relationship of parent and child. Child in class means which got extended, and parent class means where it got extended. Child class means which got extended. Parent class means where it got extended. With the
At
help
least
of
to me,
child
they
class
were
object, I am able to
not
call
during the period
parent
of
class
this
variable. With the help of
spy
child
case,
class, I
but
am able
earlier,
to parent class
when the
variable.
contract was being scrapped and when we were trying to do something. I can't do it without the approval of people. I can't carry. So for
now
that part, when I asked, I got full support from
Since I have
them.
extended, so I got
Now,
the
if that
parent,
somebody
child,
is
parent,
against
child,
the interest
child
of the
relationship.
nation, I felt that he could not have given me that approval. He could have easily, in fact, that was an easiest thing for him to achieve what he wanted. So this is my assumption using my own experience, my own exposure to the entire case. Now you could be correct. I am not going to rule out. Maybe not the topmost man, maybe somebody else in the vicinity of or something. I don't know. But as I said earlier, anything can happen.
I have created the two-class.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Now,
one thing became very clear, that somebody is after making us to say that we have done this crime. That somebody is an Indian. Maybe it is under the instructions or as a favor to somebody else from abroad, which we are yet to understand. Now, who is that Indian is the question mark.
public means you can access anywhere, no question on that. Question on protected. Question on protected. Question on protected. Protected space, but outside the package, only the child class. I'm in the two packages.
94 the case happened, 96 I was cleared by the CJM court, 98 I was cleared by the Supreme Court. Afterwards, till 2018, I was fighting the case, primarily an attempt to punish those people who have done this crime.
This man has fought a case on his own with no help, and he has fought the case right up to the Supreme Court. He has slept on the staircase of the Supreme Court. He has fought when the lawyers have left him. He has argued his own case, so much so that the Indian government for the very first time has the constitution pay him.
When you call the child class. When you call the child class. Okay?
top stories
Now,
from across the nation.
since I have told protected, please tell me any doubt
The Prime Minister, along with officials of the Uttar Pradesh government as well as the central
tell me any
cabinet,
doubt
inaugurated the Bundelkhand Expressway. The 296
What is the protected? Protected you can call within a package, no problem. But how to call outside of the package? If you want to call outside of the package, you need to extend that class. After extending, you need to create the object of child class, and then with the help of child class, you can able to access.
culture, alluring to freebies and subsidies used by previous governments in order to win votes of the people and do the bare minimum during their terms.
I am asking to you only. Why we created the object within a class? You just give me the answer.
That
why
we will wait for.
Why I shouldn't be created?
But viewers, if I can just share with you this, that I feel this is an unfinished movie in that sense, because one part of the story is still to be told.
As I already told you, right?
And I'll put it simply, and maybe Madhavan can express it better than me.
Right?
My view, and why it is important that we read about this story and we watch this film and we get into it in detail,
within a class or outside of class.
Because one has to understand.
My question to you: why
we are at the 75th year of our independence, about the conspiracies that have happened against our country, and space is one of those areas. And in the fullness of things, we never actually look at these aspects in detail. That was has India ever been the target of a sustained global conspiracy?
Please, everyone.
Now consider one thing.
Give this
the senator who is referred to by Lambi sir right now, as he spoke about the US Senators Committee Chairman in 1992, who was opposed to the transfer of that cryogenic technology to India by Russia, was none other than the US President Joe Biden. So 30 years later, this is one aspect which we are just sharing here. Now, American politicians like Joe Biden and others would always look at American interest, American space interest, American sovereign interest. But we must not discount the possibility that to defend their interest, they can attack ours.
Why have Americans ever played fair?
And I think that becomes the central theme here, which is why it's not just about the conspiracy behind this and your personal trauma. It is, I think there should be a national awakening on this. Because whenever we talk about these conspiracies against the country, India at the intersection of global games, there are a lot of people who poo-poo the idea and sort of shrug it away. Does that not stay in your mind, Madhav?
No, it's irritating.
Line number 4.
And if truth be told, I'm in admiration of the US when they do something like this. You know, you need to have that sort of nationalism in you. Forget about taking care of yourselves, which they do. They keep an eye on the entire world to make sure nobody else beats them. They take care of their assets like they're gold. They go around the world and get talent from around the world and make them their own.
Any interview
We're so lackadaisical on that aspect. We're so belief that everything will be taken care of ourselves and we're fine. India has never gone aggressive on those fronts. We've never gone and harnessed somebody else's technology or stopped somebody else's progress. I think it's about time that even if we don't do that aggression, at least we learn from the Americans and other people on how to take care of your own. And I'm in awe of these people.
Work for inheritance.
I mean, as a government, as an organization, as a country, the way they take care of their own.
Yes,
and I think we should learn from that.
Right, yes. Absolutely, you are doing the extent.
And we should also somewhere, I think,
doing the extent keywords, which is inheritance.
Think about what you went through.
So this is clear. This is the clear.
Because while it seems shocking, and while I'm sure it's left a great scar on you and your family.
Now, your second
I think people of this country must know that one of India's greatest space scientists was subject to third-degree torture.
Because for your
and you know, when I was watching those scenes, I felt angry.
Right, inheritance here, right?
If you don't mind.
So you will get answer there.
Purely if you don't mind. I want you to tell me what happened on that day of your arrest and after, and what you went through personally. And whatever you can, Nambi sir, what impact it had on you personally.
Okay, child class.
It is difficult to narrate what happened on that day.
Who asked this question?
But globally, I can tell you that there was a physical torture which is shown in the movie, and much more than that.
To share variables in the same package
more or less
outside.
forced to stand without water, without a seat to sit for close to 30 hours. Why I say I didn't have the track of time, but I know that it is close to 30 hours. Then
you have given
I fell down.
My question, right?
And in fact, they asked me that you know, in their own language, they asked me all kinds of names, and then they said, so you don't deserve a seat. Then I asked for water, they passed water on my face and things like that. So I asked them. Sometime one fellow, with an old fellow who came to me, he came to me and then said, Nabi Sahab, please don't mistake us. You come on, bring a chair. And then somebody brought a chair and he asked me to sit down. I said, no, I won't sit. Why you won't sit? I said, you call me a traitor.
What is this?
A traitor doesn't deserve a seat. Are you accepting you are a traitor? No, I am not accepting. You told me you are a traitor. Unless you withdraw that, I am not willing to sit. How long you will stand like this? I said, as long as my physique permits me, I will stand like this. Are you on a satyagraha? He asked me. It's the first time it occurred to me that this is what is satyagraha. Okay. So I believed I didn't believe in satyagraha, but if this is satyagraha and if this is going to create some kind of a change in their mind, I started liking it.
Yes.
But anyway, I fell down. When I fell down, I was semi-conscious. So they were trying to lift me and then put it on a cart. And then they were trying to talk to each other, saying that, you see the other 5 guys sitting there, no, we are the people who are going to face the music, we will be in trouble, etc., etc. They were blaming each other, somebody else sitting and controlling and directing them to do this.
Till now? I am saying default is
okay, then this is what happened on that 30th and 31st of December.
And
by the time these guys came, CBI, they were supposed to hand over the case to CBI. I didn't keep track of time, light, because it was a closed room. And they were trying to take videograph of whatever I am talking. And then later, which I understood, they produced the videos of people who were my colleagues who were arrested along with me, and some of them have accepted that they have done the crime. Then my video they couldn't give any because I didn't accept any crime I have done. But they were forced actually, and they were also maybe same third degree methods were applied on them. But one thing became very clear, that somebody is after making us to say that we have done this crime.
Finally simple.
Okay.
Here nothing, no
that somebody is an Indian.
Nothing like that. Okay.
That much is also clear.
Very simple.
Maybe it is under the instructions or as a favor to somebody else from abroad, which we are yet to understand. Now, who is that Indian is the question mark. Now, it could be a person from IB, it could be a person from the Kerala police. Or somebody who is directing them, could be somebody else also, we don't know. But we have reasons to believe how things are going in that mode. For example, when they come to know the flight was coming through Karachi, which was considered to be some kind of a secret matter.
I think we should fly to Karachi, refuel, and then fly to Trivandrum.
Karachi? The Americans would never imagine that we would take rocket parts to a hostile enemy nation, and the Pakistanis would never search the Russian aircraft.
That makes it very clear that they were told that the flight is going. And who could have been it? It could have been. It is not the Prime Minister or Chairman ISRO. It is somebody else. These are the kind of informations you have. With this, you have to complete the cycle of investigation.
No, so we've not joined the dots yet. If a local policeman gets to know that a cryogenic engine that is coming from Russia, first of all coming from Russia via Karachi to India, that would be very classified information. It will only be information that is available at the highest level in very secret quarters, am I correct? Very few people in India would know about it.
Yeah, sure. Now, these are things to be completed. Maybe they have completed. You see, the Jain's Commission, which it went through.
No, but who would know about this? Who would know?
See, you are now talking about 18 people who are supposed to be suspected to be the accused. Now they have been interrogated or being done. That work is right now going on. Some of them may confess, some of them may tell who told them and why they... I don't know what they have told.
No, when we are talking about the element of conspiracy, my question is that classified information about India's space program at that point of time, which is available to you and only maybe very few people in your small cohort, that information may have been available to a foreign power that was keeping track of India's space progress.
True.
So maybe the American intelligence agencies would know about it.
Sure. See, the point here is, as Madhavan was telling, America has not done a crime in respect to Indian angle. They have done and tried to protect their interest. They wanted no competitor for that particular technology. It is, in fact, it is their job.
This is simple.
It is our job to see that we do this and then get this done. Now, here we have some people who were working against our own interest
in India.
In India.
And they are the real traitors.
They are the real traitors. You are right.
And who are they?
No, the only thing is I can only say with some probability theory that somebody from IB, somebody from Kerala police, we don't know. This can be brought out by interrogating them properly.
By default, I mean, it is
somebody from the IB.
Sorry. This is the public
it could be
variable,
from IB.
and
It
if
could
I
be
will
from.
execute this one, still you will get output.
You see
if it was somebody from the intelligence
instead of
bureau,
public,
that somebody could not have done it without some approval politically.
I want to find out.
But this was too high profile
Now,
a case.
if you see right,
it was all over.
error here.
The state government was falling over it.
When earlier it was not the nothing here, it was not giving
whether
the
he can
but
be
as
connected
soon as I
to the topmost in the country.
Final here,
that's it.
I don't know.
getting
Honestly, I don't
An
know.
error it is saying
personally,
that,
if you ask me,
please initialize
personally,
me. Please initialize me. Without
none of our politicians
I will not accept your final.
would do a crime of this nature.
Why do you say that?
Because they will be suddenly aware that they will be caught.
No Java.
On the other hand, they may be corrupt. They may
caught
be
in what?
Caught by law. Caught by, for example, let me ask you one question. Have you ever come across any of our politicians on conspiracy theory like this?
I just went for.
Would they talk to us on this? They wouldn't.
I just went to
have you ever found out somebody who charged for conspiracy theory like this?
So there is a case.
I just went to buy one bike.
And I investigated this earlier. It was called the Purulia arms dropping case, and I was very involved in investigating it. And there was an individual called Peter Bleach, and there's an individual called Kim Devi.
I am telling
and as I started finding out more details about this case, Peter Bleach was a sort of a double agent weapons dealer.
Final price.
And Kim Devi was the surreptitious character who was, I think, been arrested earlier. And India is trying to get him extradited here. But the problem, so that was a conspiracy, and I have never been able to understand, Madhavan, that how could a plane carrying weapons fly into Indian airspace, drop the weapons in a state that was ruled by a Marxist government, where the weapons would have been used against the sovereign interests of the country itself. But later, as I investigated the case, I found out that this could not have happened without complicity at the highest political level within the country, including in the escape of some of these people. Politicians were involved. So both at the highest level and at the state level, etc., there was a complicity of politicians. So in answer to your question, I have that case proves to me
which is
that sometimes politicians in India can act against India's nationals.
Okay, from my side, 5K is the final
I don't know, but let me tell you, I happen to have some discussions with the topmost people.
This is final price, but I am not telling him the price. Doesn't make any
At least to me, they were not during the period of this spy case, but earlier. When the contract was being scrapped and when we were trying to do something. I can't do it without the approval of people. I can't carry it. So for that part, when I asked, I got full support
whoever around me, they will think
now,
that
if
I am
that
mad.
somebody is against the interest of the nation,
So
I felt that he could not have given me that approval. He could have easily, in fact, that was the easiest thing for him to achieve what he wanted.
I am telling.
So this is my assumption. My assumption using my own experience, my own exposure to the entire case. Now you could be correct. I am not going to rule out. Maybe not the topmost man. Maybe somebody else in the
Right?
in the
I am not
vicinity
telling.
of.
How does it
I don't know,
make
but
sense?
as I
So
said
have to
earlier,
make
anything
sense,
can
right?
happen.
So I need to initialize the
But
variable.
here I
Who
am.
is the topmost person who you are referring to?
I was talking about the Prime Minister.
Final variable is
The
clear
then
or
Prime
not?
Minister was P.V. Narasimha.
Yeah, P.V.
Then you
Narasimha
very
Rao.
clear.
You had spoken to him.
Yes.
Final
Personally.
means
Yes.
I am telling
At
day in
the
a
time
week.
when you were
But I am
bringing
not
this
telling that how
cryogenic
many day
engine
in a week.
from
I am telling,
Russia
I want
to India via
I
Karachi.
am telling that.
No, but we were doing everything
this is my
legally.
final
No,
price,
you
but
were.
I am
But
not telling that
the
what
Prime
is the
Minister
price.
of India was
How
in
does
the
it
know.
make any sense?
He was in the
Same
know.
way, I
Because
am
without
telling
political
day in a
approval, it
week.
can't happen.
No,
Day in a week is the final.
he
Day in a
asked me
week
the
is
questions
final.
whether
But I am
anything
not
is illegal,
telling
whether
that how
anything.
many day in a
I
week,
said nothing is
how
illegal,
many
everything
day
is
in a
legal.
week. And
Then he said,
It was a
quiet.
phone conversation.
One day in a week.
Or a
Pardon?
meeting. It was a meeting or a phone
It was a
call?
meeting in his own. Actually, Chairman ISRO was also there.
Chairman
Please
ISRO was
everyone
also
clear,
there.
not clear. This is
So
the
we didn't do anything illegal. We were doing
Please
legal, but we
everyone.
wanted to get the approval for processing purposes. For example, when there is an Air
audible
India
or
who
not?
can bring in this
I'm
material,
asking
why
everyone
I
is
went
clear
to
or not. If I'll ask
Oral
you what is the
Aviation, I
final
have to
variable,
explain.
are you able to
So
give me the
I
answer or
told
not?
that
What
this
is
fellow
the
doesn't
final
want,
variable?
and I have no time
What is
to
the
do
final
that. All I
variable?
want to do is
Until
faster.
unless I will not repeat
So
it.
I have to go for Oral Aviation, and then for which is a purchase violation. It is not, you can't explain it. So I told, he said, yes, I approve it of.
No, so question comes here, and this is the question which comes in my mind is if the Prime Minister of India at that time, P.V. Narasimha Rao,
Now my
has met
question
you
is that
along with the Chairman of ISRO and knows what he is doing and knows the service
What
that
to
this does
use?
to India's space industry,
final in
then the Prime Minister sees you arrested a year later
this
or
question I
within
did
the
not ask for
year,
any
year and
other
a half
because
later,
others
sees
does
what
not
you're
matter,
going
but
through,
Here it matters. Where to use
knows
final?
the charges against you are false.
What
A message from a Prime Minister, he would get a report that this technology does not exist, the charges against you are fabricated.
that
No,
means
what?
that
The
we have
state
to
government that
utilize
is going
variable
against you, going
while
after
using-
you,
Correct. Yeah, correct.
State
is
government-
also a Congress government.
Yes, correct.
And it's a Congress government in Delhi.
Okay.
Then
Now-
why did the Prime Minister not intervene?
Please wait for
What he could
now
have
my
done
question
according
is
to
that
you.
where
According
use
to
the
me?
final
Yeah.
variable? I'm not asking
According
you to
to me?
give the
Yeah.
answer.
According
Even
to
I'm
me,
not
the Prime
given
Minister
the
could have
way.
done things directly and
Now,
indirectly.
second question.
Directly, which
See,
politician
if I
would
will
not
ask
do
where to
because he
use
was
the
a
private,
politician,
where
he
to
could
use
have
public,
stepped in
that is
himself,
fine.
issued a
That is not
statement,
make much
and
sense to you.
or he could have done it
Can you
indirectly
evaluate?
through
But the final
ISRO.
have some extra,
He could have
you
told
know,
the Space Department and
extra
ISRO, which
attention.
comes under him,
Where to use final
directly through the
variable,
Prime Minister's office that please give a clarification that this technology does not exist and therefore
Where to use the
technically
final? I'm
the charges
explaining
against
six
him are
number, I'm
false.
not
You would have been
asking you question.
exonerated
I
in a
am
day. You would not have been
explaining
tortured.
you. Okay, I'm
You would
not
have come out a
asking you.
hero on
Okay,
within
not
the
give
next
answer.
1 week. And the
So,
Prime
where
Minister
to use
would
the
also
final
have
bit?
known that if this person is pulled out of the program and removed for a year and a half, the Prime
My
Minister would
voice
have
is
known
coming like
the
robot.
impact that would have had,
I am very
Nambi
sure
sir,
that I
on
am
the program which you had described to him for.
Devil, like,
So the
second-
Prime Minister knew, so am I wrong in my assessment?
No, the second part,
okay, I am not
he may
sure.
or he may not be aware.
Okay.
Namely that
Okay.
if you
Where
pull
to
me
use
out,
the-
the whole program will collapse.
he's not a scientist,
Where
he
to
may not
use
be
the
but
final variable? Simple question.
He, according to me, he would have thought, this has happened. Now, what can be done? Now, he cannot directly interfere or he cannot. There was a request from the government, state government, to hand over the case to CBI, and then CBI, the case was handed over in 3 days' time, something very fast. 30th November I was arrested, 5th of December the case is with the CBI.
So
now,
if I
a
will ask
reliable
you-
agency, and it is out of the hands of some
Please
people
see
who are
my,
fabricating it.
yes,
But somebody is arrested, yes. I know that he is
But
an
the charge
innocent.
against you exists.
No,
stays.
it is.
equal to
But
7.
let us see the
there
court
any
is there, and then the
chance
materials.
is there
No,
any
I am only
chance
trying not to
that
defend
the
anybody.
day in a week
I am
becomes
only rationally thinking because I am
Is
the
there any
agitated
chance that
fellow.
they-
Yeah.
If I would have suspected
Same
him, then I would not be talking like this to you.
month in a
I would be saying, yes, I also
year equal
suspect
to
him.
12.
But I
Is
feel
there any chance
this
that
is somebody
that
else.
month becomes 30?
Now, that somebody else for not only one reason. There are many
Same
reasons
way
for
there
this.
are in world,
We
there are
have to,
multiple
for
examples.
example, if
That
somebody is
which
asking
very
me
understood that
why
cannot
you
be
went to
changed,
Karachi,
that is
then I
very
look at
understood.
him. Then I say,
whichever
who
the
is his
variable
boss?
you think
Then
that
later when he
cannot
comes
be
and
changed.
talks, see, I
Whichever
did
the
for the
variable you
27
think
years,
that cannot be changed.
not
That
just just kept
variable
quiet.
is declared
I
as a
went
final.
and met
That
people,
variable you should be
many
declaring
people,
as a final.
including you.
Now if I'll ask
I have
you where
met
to
press
use the
people,
final
I have met
variable
media
means
people, I have met police
where you
people, I
feel
have met
that the
retired
value of
IPS
the
officers,
variable
retired
cannot
IB
be a
officers.
change,
So many people I have
English
met,
what? Final
including
English,
some
just
politicians.
understand as English. Very
Only to
English.
understand
No
what went wrong. So
this is my final price.
I am not in a
This
position
cannot
to
be
agree
said.
to what you
So
say.
wherever you
But
feel
there is a
that
possibility.
the
What you
variable
say
name
could happen.
variable
The way
value,
okay,
wherever
so
you feel that variable value
maybe
cannot be
and
changed.
maybe Madhavan,
Right?
a scientist
That
in
time
this
you need
country
to
is
declare that
collateral
variable
damage.
as a final. As simple
Maybe
as it is.
maybe the lesson out
Now
of this
please
is
confirm
that
6 number. Have you understood now? 9 number 6.
easy meat. We defend all interest, including
Where to use
political
the
interest.
final
We don't
variable?
defend our own
Wherever you
scientific
feel
interest.
that you
The
are
scientific
declaring
community at that
constant,
point
you
of
need
time,
to
for 2 years
use
later
the
they came
final
out.
variable.
But for that point of
What-
time, they were
and
quiet.
What is the final variable? Final variable must
I
be
don't think the
initialized.
India scientist
Final
community,
variable
the
must
intelligence
be
bureau,
initialized. Otherwise you
the
are-
state
otherwise
government,
you are-
even the central
otherwise
government at that
you are
point of time could
giving-
have been
otherwise you
quiet
are-
without all. There have been some
car owner,
understanding
you are
between all of
giving
them
the
that oh, it's
final
okay,
price
it's
without-
unfortunate, but Nambi Narayan is collateral
Clear,
damage.
Thank you.
Blame it on him.
Static is simple.
You know,
I have, even though I have
and let it be.
but
That's the way I look at
this
it.
is clear.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Now that you've crossed these
Static
points,
means-
and it makes me think.
Static
I mean, if the highest echelons of the government as well were in touch and know about what Nambi Narayan sir was doing, then why keep quiet for so long? Why just let the case carry on? There could be two reasons. One is maybe they didn't understand the implications of implicating somebody like Nambi sir and the impact of that on the ISRO and the space research.
Possible.
Maybe just thought it's collateral damage, he'll
Possible.
come out of it, what's it, just 50 days in the jail. But unknown to them and known to somebody else smarter than us was the fact that there was an entire program being derailed. But the more I listen to you, I think it begs people to think a lot harder and why so many people kept so quiet for so long.
Just see this
You know,
line
when we
very
started
clearly,
our
no?
channel, Madhavan, there
keep your
was a
eyes
massive
very
protest
clearly.
around a
Don't
nuclear
blink
reactor.
your eyes here. Otherwise you will not get what I'm trying.
And it had been
Please
played up
see
in
my
the
line
Western
number
media
4
as
very
people of
clearly.
India
You need to
rise
see, don't have to
in
listen me.
protest
Very
against the
clearly you
nuclear
need to
reactor, and these
line
visuals
number
were played
4.
up in the foreign
Okay?
media.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
I'm not
telling
just
you again.
mentioning, but you know,
Just
and
see
it later
line
came
number
out
4.
that there were
Everyone
commercial
seeing line
interests
number
involved, that we were
Sure.
buying
In
a
this line number 4,
particular.
you just focus your
I mean,
eye
I don't
on
know
my
the
name.
scientific terminology,
Please
but we were buying the
focus your
technology
eye on
from
my name. How it
one
is
particular
look like.
area. I think it
Please
was the French in that
focus
case,
your
and
eye on my name.
we were
How
not
it
buying
is
the
look like.
technology from
Please
someone
focus
else who
your
was
eye
a
on my
Japanese
name.
who
Only
had
my
been
name,
bought
very
over by
clearly.
an American company.
Very
There were
clearly
American
see my
corporate
name, how
interests
it is
involved, and all of this was talked about. But eventually,
Everyone seen, right?
our
Everyone
channel had
seen?
carried
Now
out a
I'm
sting
going to
operation and done a detail where we actually.
I-
We're compelled to do these things sometimes, sting operations. Not that we like to do it, but it was done
Now
because
you see my name.
it ended up
Do you
exposing
feel any differences?
how
Earlier it was,
some
now it was
activists
italic, right?
had been quote
Italic.
unquote
Earlier it was
paid
non-italic.
directly or indirectly elsewhere
Clear,
through
right?
American interests,
Yeah,
and who in
content.
turn
It went italic.
had paid
So
the
static
people to
variable
protest.
is italic. Okay.
And so then
if you're any variable as
it
static,
makes us
you
think
can
whether there
directly
are people
understand that
in
variable
our
is
country
static.
who are willing to sell out,
If your
you know,
variable
to
is
foreign
italic,
powers,
right,
to compromise our
italic,
sovereign
you can
interest.
understand.
It's a simple thing. I was
if
shocked
I will,
when
you
the
know,
COVID thing happened.
cover
for
this
instance.
part also,
Yes.
I was
if
abroad
I
at that
cover this part
you know,
also,
one time
you
between
need
the
to
things,
very sure that
and there was
this
this
is the static
large
variable.
spike in the
Not
number
for
of
the
deaths, Arnav. Okay,
Clear,
and I
right?
saw this foreign media, and from visuals from our country.
Wait, what is the
Well,
benefit?
let us say in America,
You
there
got
were,
it right. I am only explaining italic,
let
not
us say,
italic.
300
Nothing more
deaths
than
in a
that.
day.
Clear or not
Would you
clear?
bury 300 people? It's not a gory sight.
If you see
But if you
that
have 300
very
cremations in a day,
italic,
and
means
because
you
the
can
cremation
blindly
crematorium cannot
understand
organize that,
this is
you
the
see so
static
many
variable.
funeral pyres burning,
You should be
it looks
blindly
like
understand
there's mayhem in that
That's all.
country.
I have explained
And you
that much
play up
only.
that
That's
visual
nothing
so
more
much
than that.
and
Okay?
say, hey, you know, even though 250 people died, it looked like the whole city is burning. And they kept playing up that visual. And I just thought, you know, why would it not be something as sensible and smart to understand? Why would you want to project
Because
the
there's a
country?
stereotype of this country that has been created out there, and I think the amazing thing about Nambi sir is that he's still fighting.
Yep.
The reason I wanted to really meet you today, when Madhavan said I have to meet you, is where a lot of thoughts came back to me, and I think it's amazing
Now,
that you're still
please see
fighting.
here.
Why are you still fighting?
This is the main
What are you
method.
fighting for?
Through the main method,
And
I want
sorry,
to
I'm
follow-
intervening here one
Yeah,
second.
please go ahead.
It's not just him, Nambi Narayan sir. You must understand that he is a scientist in ISRO.
Create the object.
Lower middle class, not even middle class. They're lower middle class kind of payment. This man has fought a case on his own with no help.
No help.
No help, sir. And he has fought the case right up to the Supreme Court. He has slept on the staircase of the Supreme Court. He has fought when the lawyers have left him. He has argued his own case. So much so that the Indian government, for the very first time, had the I don't even if you know that, but has the Constitution pay him. That's happened for the very first time in history. So it is a pat on the back for our judiciary to be able to.
No, but the struggle is extraordinary.
Extraordinary. So common man to have done
so
that.
That's the point. See, it's different today. Nambi sir, there's a book of yours, there's a movie around you. Wherever you go, people know you. You have been awarded the Padma Bhushan. The Prime Minister meets you. It's different now. But then if I can take you back, because it'll inspire a lot of people to know what it is that kept you going. Even after 98, you kept fighting. You wanted to be compensated. It became a symbolic battle. We need to know about your struggle.
No, actually, it's not as complicated as one thinks. It's very straightforward. 94, the case happened. 96, I was cleared by the CJM court. 98, I was cleared by the Supreme Court. Afterwards, till 2018, I was fighting the case. Primarily an attempt to punish those people who have done this crime. So I was asking the CBI why they could not proceed against the people whom they think as the criminals. But the CBI said that is not in their terms of reference. They found out this case is not there, so I said it is unfair. You should find out. But they didn't cooperate with me.
Why not? Because the CBI can look into the angle of criminal conspiracy.
Sure they can. They didn't do it. That's a fact. But I asked them. They didn't do it. And they justified it saying that it is. See, in this country, a helpless person like me, the only savior you see in the visibility is the
what
court.
I have did. I have created
Judicial.
the object
So
of
I
the
went to judicial.
static exam.
Kept on fighting
where
the
my
doors.
classes are available.
Till I achieved what I wanted.
Where my classes
What I wanted to achieve was to
variable are
punish those
available.
people.
To call this variable,
So
I have
I
created
think we
the
have reached
object
a
of
stage
static
where
example.
so many
Static
people are now
example. And with the
named
help
as
of a static example,
suspected,
I have
accused,
called mine.
and there is
if
going
I
to
will
be a
run, I
trial
will get
between the
output.
CBI and
No problem with that.
those people.
Okay.
I feel I have
As
achieved
usual
my
as it is.
job which I wanted. I am not still fighting.
But
I am
as
only
I
a
already told you, right?
primary witness
static
in that
method
case
should be
between
called-
the two people.
Please understand this. Last class, as I already told you, static word when it will come means object won't. When
Reading
static will come,
allows
means
us to
object won't.
become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The object, the second one I am calling through the object. Now, plus. My answer to you is that when static word will come, that time object will come. The static word given itself to you just because of that. Because it is creating the
94 the case happened. 96 I was cleared by the CJM court. 98 I was cleared by the Supreme Court. Afterwards, till 2018, I was fighting the case. Primarily an attempt to punish those people who have done this crime.
Whenever static will come,
This man has fought a case on his own with no help, and he has fought the case right up to the Supreme Court. He has slept on the staircase of the Supreme Court. He has fought when the lawyers have left him. He has argued his own case, so much so that the Indian government for the very first time has the Constitution pay him.
I'm not getting compilation error. I'm not getting compilation. Yes, okay, they will ask you what is the static. You say that okay, static and or whatever.
You see around you, you have an Elon Musk, you have other people who are conducting space tourism. We would have become a powerful space country. When there is a Los Angeles Times reports that Senators Committee chairman wanted the cryogenic contract to be scrapped, and Russians were afraid. I have seen with my own eyes the letter written by them. I started losing my faith in the entire thing. So many adjournments were there. I go there,
Fly from Trivandrum to Delhi.
like that 19 times. Then I said, this is the end of it, I am not going to go anymore. As I was hoping,
So if you
God
create
came to
object,
my
then
rescue.
we are calling if you are not creating the object within the class only you are calling, means you are good, you are doing only
The center has listed.
clear with now.
Point I am making is, eventually I have won.
What is as
But a process could have been slower. But anybody would have run out of patience. I am not saying no. And more importantly, I consider God to my help. Gave me not only the mental strength, but my life.
Now, please
I
tell
am
me
old.
line number 7.
I could have kicked the bucket any time. The case would have been over. Nobody would have bothered to look at it anymore.
Or not. Everyone is clear or not?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Anything, you don't have to create the object. Okay?
The center has listed 24 bills, including the Cantonment Bill, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Amendment Bill, for introduction in the monsoon session of Parliament. As per the bulletin issued by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, the Cantonment Bill proposes to achieve greater development objectives and facilitate ease of living in cantonments. Similarly, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Bill seeks to introduce provisions on cross-border insolvency. The government has also listed the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Bill, which proposes to rationalize the prohibited areas and bring other amendments. In a move, 2 separate bills for constitution amendment to revise the list of SCS and scheduled tribes (STS) for Chhattisgarh and Tamil Nadu are also listed for introduction. Monsoon session of Parliament for this year is set to commence from July 18. Bureau Report, Republic TV. 2 students were attacked in Madhya Pradesh's Ujjain as they were on their way to the Mahakal temple in the city. The assailants reportedly carried the attack out in order to disturb the communal harmony in the city, with the attack being a conspiracy to bring such intentions to effect.
You are Java student.
मेरे से पीछे से उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा मेरे को पीछे सर पे। हमने पूछा कि भैया मारा क्यों, तो उन्होंने डायरेक्ट आके गालियाँ निकाली। उन्होंने बोला कि इधर कहाँ जा रहे हो, हमने बोला कि हम महाकाल के दर्शन करने जा रहे थे। उन्होंने बोला कि इधर से तुम्हारा इलाका नहीं है, और हम तो उन्होंने मारने लगे और उन्होंने चाकू निकाले तो हम भागने लगे, तो मेरे को पकड़ के उन्होंने चाकू मार दिया।
Activists of a Hindu organization gathered around the police station near the Mahakal temple, demanding immediate action over the incident. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, at a book release of an eminent poet, sounded caution over anti-Indian elements and said that vested interests were conspiring to damage the sovereignty and integrity of India by provoking internal strife.
That's what I was telling you, right?
Bureau Report, Republic
Whenever
TV.
static word will come, you have to have only class name, no object name.
Stories from across
only
the nation.
static. But for other, you should have to create the.
The Prime Minister, along with
you
officials
should
of
have
the
to
Uttar
create the
Pradesh
object.
government as well as the Central
right?
Cabinet, inaugurated the Bundelkhand Expressway.
You got it.
The
These are all-
296-kilometer 4-lane expressway has been completed within 20.
Clear, right? Now what is it? One very interesting.
Again, you're underplaying it.
This is very.
I'm
Why
not
do you underplay?
It is not under.
You seem to diminish what, any difficulties that you've been through, just like you diminish your own vision for what you had. Again, it's your scientific temperament, but I want you to tell people about what you've been through. You make it look like dates. It's not dates. It's not dates. It's not 1994, 1996, 1998. There's a lot that you went through in between. The social ostracization, what your family went through. There are moments in the film where even the priest
very clearly.
would refuse to recognize you in a temple when you were thrown out of the auto rickshaw. I think it's necessary people get to know about this. And if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But I think it's important people see what it has been through, because I think it will inspire a lot of people to fight back. I think the amazing thing about you, I was thinking this morning, is that you're still fighting.
Please,
the moment I met him,
yeah,
and I started talking about his story and the fact that I wanted to make this film, I remember the two things he said I never forgot. One is,
this is the important one.
I told him, I said, if you think I'm going to pay homage to you and show you as a holier than thou guy who was wronged by the nation with no fault, then I'm not the guy to make a movie. Please tell me, did you really have diminished qualities in you? Tell me your negative qualities. Tell me what you are not very proud of.
What do you mean
Any
by
other, as I asked him, did you have an affair with the Maldivian woman? Any other 75-year-old man would have said, mind your language, young man. Know who you're speaking to, but not him. He said, let me tell you all the things that I'm not proud of as a human being. And the things he said, we've actually kept in the film that makes him almost inhuman.
What do you mean
in
by
in the eyes of society, right? But the other thing he told me is, if you're making this film because you're feeling sorry for me, or because you want people to feel sorry for me, please, I don't want your sympathy.
Very clearly,
I will not be able to take, I will take anything, but I don't want
just
sympathy.
I wanted
so please
to
don't show me sympathy. And I think it's that instinct of him that underplays everything.
That's good.
It is true, and let me tell you, I'm not underplaying.
Line number 7, please.
Maybe
everyone,
my style of functioning could be like that.
Please. Line number
When I talk of combustion instability, combustion itself is a complex
Otherwise,
subject,
don't give
and
answers,
when you are talking about instability,
please
you
see
become,
line number 7.
you have 13 variables, but you have only 10 equations. So with that, you have to solve the problem.
Line number
it's
7
difficult.
only. I am not asking.
I
answer,
consider
very simple
anything
line
which is
number
given to
7.
me, consider that it is possible to do.
Are you able to see
Nothing is impossible to me.
out, right?
So
Are
this
you
is
able
the
to see
way
out?
I train my people.
So, for us Indians who have to walk for 2 kilometers to get 3 liters of drinking water and use it between the two of us for 3 days, nothing is quite impossible.
OUT, it is visible.
This is the way I talk to them. This is the way I think about it. And this is the way I have won the case.
Please confirm, no?
In fact, honestly, I'll tell you, it may appear when I said that
very good.
November 30th, if this would not have happened, we would have become in par with any other country. I mean it. It is not that I forgot about technology. It is anything is possible, provided you have the mind and willpower to do it. Otherwise, what do you think we would have done on this Vikas engine? It is an engine which never fails.
It is italic, right?
It is not just a joke.
This is the italic.
It is a complex technology.
So
now the question I am saying, it is my style of functioning means I am not underplaying. I am saying all my people, whomever you meet today, they all will share my. For them, nothing is complex. Yeah, okay. When we fail,
now line number 8, only line number 8.
When everything is solved, the problem is solved. We were going for the firing. Final firing.
This is a static variable in some class. Agree, not agree. Very simple. Agree.
What have you done for the
That is the answer I want. Agree, not agree. Simple.
Guys,
agree,
the water
not
is
agree.
sandy.
Everyone,
The sand is going to get deposited on the filter. As the time progresses, the calibration will keep varying.
5, 4, 3,
Things going to explode.
1.
Now, I am saying that this is the italic variable in some class. Now, if I will ask,
you're talking about the Vikas engine.
Vikas
what
engine.
is?
It failed
What is?
in 45th second or something like that.
Where is?
Everybody was upset.
Where is?
Honestly,
I don't
we
know.
go systematically. We
Where
go.
is?
This is a flight hardware.
Class.
Everything is considered to be.
Where means I am saying that this is the
Believe
static
me,
variable. Agree.
None
And
of
here
the
I am saying
people in my
some
team
class,
were
in
upset
some
over
class.
that.
Then where is in some class?
They were all looking at each other
I can
with
say
a
that.
questioning
I can
attitude.
say- I seriously am
What
not
could have
asking.
gone wrong is the question.
Say that.
And believe me, I am telling you
System.
this for record. We found out the reason, which was not easy to find out. And within 48 hours, we solved the problem and they refired it once again. Here I have to
Where?
insist. When I say in 48
Where?
hours I solved the problem, means I made a tank. This tank, one company took 2.5 years to make it. 2.5 years. Now we found out the problem with the tank.
Line number
So
10.
we took out the
line
tank.
number 10.
We cut it
Line
open.
number 10.
And then we put our
Line
own
number 10.
things
Wait,
there
wait,
and then set it right, all in 48 hours.
Line number 10.
That is where the whole thing comes. You identify the problem, You
line
found
number
out
10,
a solution
only line number
and you
10, agree,
executed
not
a
agree,
solution
line
and you
number
successfully
10, agree,
failed.
not agree, agree,
Did you
not
get
agree,
anxious
agree,
there
agree, agree, not agree.
about whether it will
No,
be successful or not?
anxiety, I
Very
don't know.
simple.
Anxiety was there. Anxiety was there because, it's the end of a program. The Vikas engine in its full form is to be fired successfully with all its paraphernalia.
So system is the class.
One remember in Vikas engine when we fired it in France.
Static variable. Why static? Because
Only one engine was there we have. Or 1.5 engine.
Now,
I should say,
I will say
one full engine and then some
talent.
parts. And Professor Dhawan told, I won't give you anything more than that 1 crore.
With the help
Out of 1 crore, 65 lakhs goes for the fuel and alone. And all climaxes are there. So we went there. And just to make you comfortable, 39 boxes were shipped by us from here to France to test the material. 3 boxes were missing. And the damn 3 boxes went to Scandinavia somewhere. Your question is, I was anxious. What the hell? We have come here and
now line number 11,
I never had
agree,
any.
not agree.
All right. So point I'm making is we got it. Then we reassembled and loaded the whole thing. Every day they will come and load the propellant. Their condition of the wind should be in a particular direction, in a particular velocity. So today they were supposed to fire, wind was not in favor, call off. Like that they went for 21 days, every day. So we became also fed up, what the hell. The 21st day, everything is found suitable, so we are going ahead.
Now since you are agree,
so we went ahead, we were also.
Interviewer will ask,
condition we have told to all the people were
system dot out
140 seconds firing.
What is your answer? Please now you
That is a requirement.
If interviewer will
But
ask
I
what do you
told the
mean
man
by
who is in
system dot out
charge
dot
of the
println,
firing that you
please give me the
look at
answer.
me, I will let you know whether you
What do you
stop
mean by
at
system
140
dot
or
out
not.
dot println?
So it was going to 135.
Please give me the answer.
He looked at me. I simply called him, gave him a signal to proceed. 140, 150, 160,
180,
180, 179 point something.
System is the class, out is the static variable calling the println method. System is the class, out is the static variable defined as the class, is the calling the println. Line number 8.
Everybody was looking
Line
at
number 8.
people were becoming jittered. Then finally we stopped it at 180, 179 point something. Why I went to 1, that is the capacity of the tank. You can't have more than that.
Clear,
Now, question is, you ask, your question I am now answering. If I were shaky, if I were a little bit anxious or a little bit uncertain, do you think I would have gone from
But that's a scientific experiment. What about the legal fight? Did you get shaky or anxious or uncertain
Now,
about your legal fight?
I was in fact.
That was my question.
Yes, I became I should not say anxious, I became fed up.
Someone had given me the answer.
I became, what do you call it? I don't know. I started losing my faith in the entire thing. So many adjournments were there. I go there, they will say today's case, they will call and then they will adjourn. The other side fellow would not have come. Like that, 19
from Trivandrum to Delhi.
My question.
I have to fly from Trivandrum to Delhi, Supreme Court. To and fro travel charges, that's about some 25,000 rupees. Plus stay another 25,000 rupees. Then the lawyer on record 25,000 rupees. Then the real lawyer is 1.25 lakhs. Imagine totally it will come to something close to 2 point something. Like that 19 times.
19 times.
Then I said, this is the end of it, I am not going to go anymore. And luckily, as I was hoping, God came to my rescue. And the same 3-member bench who was listening to this,
I want to create
they didn't want any other conviction. They are looking at a person who is consistently coming for 3 years,
what we can do,
sitting in the front row, listening adjournment and then vacating. There is nobody else coming. Like that.
Inside the
and then afterwards the drama was interesting. Actually God was playing. The 3 judges were answering questions of the opposition lawyers. I didn't ask. Only one thing I was asking was when they were asking for compensation. I kept on telling that I didn't file this case for compensation. Please look at my prayer. I have not asked for compensation. It doesn't mean that I am oozing with money.
I am just returning a string, okay?
I have requested you to punish these people. And that too, such a crime should not take place anymore in this country. Anyway, that worked. They constituted the Jains Committee, and Jains Committee was headed by a retired Supreme Court judge, and that commission came with a recommendation of this. And now the point I am making is, eventually I have won. But a process could have been slower. But anybody would have run out of patience. I am not saying no. And more importantly, I consider God to my help. Gave me not only the mental strength, but my life. See, I am old. I could have kicked the bucket any time. The case would have been over. Nobody would have bothered to look at it anymore. So that way I feel. Then afterwards something dramatically took place. The Kerala Chief Minister came and outside the court he settled the matter.
So there are two things that you need to know before that. One, that in this entire world, there's only you who will care to and can prove that you're innocent.
And two, more importantly,
My system.
God forbid if something happens to you,
Out. Dot.
this family will always be known as a family of traitors forever.
It will run this one.
And I don't think as a family we'll be able to live with that either.
Null pointer exception.
So my point is, yes, we are delayed. I agree with you. And still the punishment has not taken place. I agree with you. But your suspicion of somebody else would have played the role in the conspiracy. Yes, I am not denying that. But my job is what is possible by a human being within the framework of law. I have done it.
Absolutely. I find it interesting that India's topmost space scientist has referred to God so many times. You are deeply religious, quite clearly, and you believe in divine intervention somewhere, having played a role in this. But if I look at your story, the last few years, including the meeting with Madhavan 2016 that has led to this film, perhaps there has been divine intervention to make sure that you are not cleared, that your entire life story is told to a larger audience. I think that's at the core of it, isn't it, Madhavan?
Yes, absolutely.
And for you also.
Yeah, I just
this is more, is this fulfilling, very fulfilling for you, this last 6 or 7 years that you have given into this film?
Arnab, there was no rationale in doing this film. This film was way bigger budget than what my market would allow. It was, we were being shot in 3 languages. We were doing things in this film that has been never done in any film before. No prosthetics, nothing. It was just a free fall. And the entire unit was doing it not because they wanted to prove a point, but they somehow felt overwhelmed to tell Nambi Narayan sir's story. I'm telling you, be it the junior artist who came or the rain man who did the scene where we had that auto rickshaw scene, which is a single shot. Every one of them met Nambi sir and their entire attitude towards the project changed. It is uncanny. Every time they would come to me, talk money about it as a normal profession, but they would meet Nambi sir and their approach would change. And that was, and that's how I'm satisfied that I managed to, change the narrative of how Google looks at Nambi Narayan sir anymore.
Yeah.
That has been the objective, and that's all I wanted. Sorry, you were saying something.
Arnab, I just want to recall here. I wanted to take the story of the spy case, not about my achievements, not about. So here is a person who comes and then tells me that he wants to do that. And he is doing it. And it has its required effect on the people. Now, what do you expect me to do? He is a God-sent person.
Of course.
That's it.
Of course. No, I think it's absolutely right. And I think things have turned around for you. I think we admire you greatly. To end on a positive note, I want you to just tell all people watching this program about where you see India's space program now and where you see it, say, 10 years from now or 20 years from now. You spoke about a realm of possibilities when before we came in, you spoke about it, and Madhavan, who's clearly into it, is speaking of interplanetary travel, and you spoke about it with a simplicity that makes one think, wow, it is actually possible in India. See, this is 2022. Say India 2040.
Whatever I have explained, which is correct only.
Where will we be if we move in the right direction and don't have any such setbacks in the future?
So you see here,
I'll tell you, you don't have to go to 2040.
Out is the static
Even in 2030,
but
that is 8 years from
available
now,
in system class.
you could enhance your payload carrying capability by designing and producing an engine which is much bigger than the Vikas engine. This is number one.
Again one class. So
you are talking about a space station. You can certainly launch a space station with that capability. Now, when you do these two, I told you long back what we were planning, you can catch it up. And in the international scenario, very interesting. America is giving everything to private companies, and Russia is in its own problem, and China nobody bothers, though they are capable. We have a role to play. We have a space. We have to make use of it. What is required is the planning, funding, and the proper mindset. See, we were not having collaborative programs, for example. We are talking about our own companies coming to, they are asking for that we want to make PSLV rockets. I am just smiling. See, PSLV rockets are there, but you should why not you talk about something more, something big about, etc. So we can have collaborative programs, and we can have much bigger programs. 8 years is not a small period. And your resources are good. You are in a very good wicket. Now, only thing is you should have the mind and then willpower to do that, and you will achieve. There is no question about it. That is my prediction for our own space program.
Well, we look forward to that. And when the Jain committee report comes out, then we shall meet again and we shall celebrate together.
Yeah, sure.
Hopefully, by the grace of God.
Yeah.
By the grace of God. It's always inspiring to meet you. And, I must thank you, Madhavan, for doing this. And I haven't really watched a full film, at the time of the release, and I'm most grateful to you that you made me do that. But I think this is a must-watch for everyone. I thank you for the effort and for the technical detail and for the love that you've put into this film. And I think we share a mutual regard for this great man.
Absolutely, I can see it in your eyes, and it's wonderful to meet you and hear all that you have to say, Arnab. I've been in great admiration of your strength and your courage. You do the same thing as Nambi sir does. I think this interest towards getting India greater again is common between us, and I'm tired of corrective programs. I want to be progressive in terms of what we think about, and as a nation, I'm very clear that we can do that.
Arnab, I am one of your followers. Most of your news I watch. And the way in which you conduct the program, I like it. Okay. Can I say that you are aggressive? I am aggressive. But my point here is, we discussed it for more than an hour.
Yes.
But at the end of the program, I find you visibly mellowed down. I am seeing it on you, honestly. And I feel that it is yourself understanding the whole project, whole thing, in a very, very positive manner, like what I have been doing. So I thank you very much for that.
So, thank you very much. I think we all are bound by one common purpose: to take India to the greatness that it deserves.
Yeah, absolutely.
With no impediments. So I thank you very much. And viewers, if you have liked this conversation, and if you'd like to share any messages for Nambi sir, I shall give you an email, and what I'll do is that I'll keep all your messages together and I'll send it across to
How
you.
nice.
Yeah, thank you so
and to Madhavan.
How nice.
Thank you very much for watching The Nation Wants to Know. I'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Three, two, 1, 0.
one thing became very clear, that somebody is after making us to say that we have done this crime. Now that somebody is an Indian. Maybe it is under the instructions or as a favor to somebody else from abroad, which we are yet to understand. Now who is that Indian is the question mark. 94 the case happened, 96 I was cleared by the CJM court, 98 I was cleared by the Supreme Court. Afterwards, till 2018, I was...
Right, that's all. I am not returning anything.
When your website fits like that, works like that, and runs as fast as that, it feels good. With WordPress hosting from Hostinger, you're just one click away from a powerful website building platform. Pick one of our suggested website templates and customize it to look just like you want it to be. Arun uses the WordPress platform for his design portfolio. Trisha is coding a website for one of our commercial clients. They both appreciate seamless development tools, stunning site speed, and safety measures to protect their data. It's not just them. People new to WordPress find our custom H-panel intuitive and easy to use.
The most affordable and reliable hosting option for beginners to getting started. Perfect for blogging with free SSL and any good features. Take this advantage.
They are happy because we are here for them 24/7. Start building your website today. Choose one of our good price WordPress hosting plans now and get an SSL certificate for free.
See, it run now. Oh,
Hey everybody,
what was happening
if you have a
here
goal
is,
you're trying to accomplish, check out Udemy.
I was just
is an
trying to
online
replicate the
platform
exact
with
code, right?
thousands of
I was
courses.
trying to replicate
Any topic
the
you want to
code.
learn. Plus the best
But
part
it
is
didn't
that the
happen.
courses are
Okay,
really
what is
affordable.
because of see,
You know,
that's how
Udemy has
variable was
thousands of
null
courses
here, right?
in
Earlier it was
IT,
null.
programming, business,
That is it
and
was
more.
In
In case you're
since this
curious
is
to
the
find
final
out what I'm
variable,
learning
I
right
need
now,
to initialize
web
this
development,
one, right? This
as
is
well
the
as
use
Python
of final
and digital
variable. And I
marketing.
was not
कितना सही है?
initializing here.
यहाँ पर आप
So I have
कितना कुछ भी सीख
initialized
सकते हो
now
when
with
it's
the new
convenient for you.
object.
And Udemy
Right, I have
offers a
initialized with the
satisfaction
new
guarantee on all their courses.
This is
So
a
you
simple
can
code,
find that
okay? I have
perfect
initialized with the
instructor
new
that
object.
fits
Now
your learning
out
style.
variable,
You know, whether you're
contains
working towards
something.
that big promotion
With the out
or looking for a
variable,
new
now
job,
I am calling the
Udemy
printer.
can help
And
you
if I
get
am
there.
executing this
Start
one,
learning today.
since I am not printing anything, that's the reason it is not coming. But I am not getting output, any output here also. But I think, let me make a one try. If you put here string and
Minister Jaishankar, thank you very much. Day 2 of your trip to the CEE. It's been quite a ride since February for not just the region, not just Europe, not just the West, but it is now trickling in terms of effect of what's happening between Russia and Ukraine into the rest of the world, the East, the global South. Paint us a little bit of a picture of India and how India has been impacted. You've come out of COVID. You've had issues on the border with China. You've come out of the Quad with many, many diverse and divergent opinions and an economy that is looking to make dramatic changes, but in very difficult and turbulent times. So if you can paint us a picture of where India is at right now, and then we will pick up the conversation from there.
You don't need to understand everything.
Okay, let me go with exactly that flow. I think yes, we are largely out of the COVID, though it never quite goes away. But we are out of the COVID also with a strong sense of economic recovery. I think there's a lot of optimism about rebuilding, and not just rebuilding, but actually leapfrogging in many areas, particularly digital. I think we handled it very prudently. I almost am tempted to say smartly in terms of the financial responses, which was we didn't blow the bank in responding. We intervened where we had to, and very effectively. And at the moment, in a sense, the Modi government has just completed 8 years in office. And what we have done in those 8 years is really to, I would say, build almost, I would say, a social welfare society at a speed and a scale which the world hasn't seen. And in some ways, the COVID has actually hastened that. I mean, we are, for example, as an example, we are giving food support to 800 million people, and we've been doing this for more than 2 years. So that's like the population of the US and EU put together. We have a house ownership, publicly supported house ownership program, which covers about 115 million beneficiaries. So almost like building houses for Japan. Or even if you look at terms of, this campaign, this program actually to replace firewood with
so I will
gas
complete
cooking.
this one, then we'll go for break.
It's impacted 80 million people. That's like changing Germany's kitchen in the space of a few years. So there's a lot going on there. And why I mentioned that is
but I have not
many of the global developments today have the potential of actually putting that under stress. Your second reference was to China. Yes, we are going through a particularly difficult patch in our relationship with China. We've had differences in the past, but we've never had a situation where, after 1962, where really agreements on not bringing forces to the border have been disregarded. A very large number of forces have been brought to the border. We've had a clash.
Wherever you see the
people
bracket,
have died.
it means constructor.
And this has
And
not
wherever
happened now.
you
It
don't
happened
see
2 years
bracket,
ago.
which means
And
variable kinds of things.
so,
To
in a
access the
sense,
superclass
it's a
to
bit of a
access the
diversion,
current
but
class
it's also a
variable.
useful reminder
Need
to
to
Europe
define
that there were
explicitly to
other
the
things
superclass
happening in the
instance
rest of the
variable,
world which
by
sometimes
default,
Europe
is
perhaps
implemented.
doesn't pay enough attention
super
to.
and this cannot be called inside
There's also
the
been
static
Afghanistan.
method. Why cannot we
and
call a static method? Because the
what
static
happened
method
there, the
is
circumstances in which
it is not
the Western,
attached with the object.
particularly American
and super
military
and this
forces,
is
left
totally
finally.
attached with the object.
And now we
So
have
it is-
Ukraine,
it
and
becomes problem here. That's
coming
the
into
reason
this
super and this
region,
cannot be called inside the static
it's a region which
And
I
what
know
is
well.
this
I
is
have
this
lived
bracket, super
here in
bracket, and
Budapest
this
and
and
in
super.
Prague, and it's a region which has been very helpful to us
you see,
when we
this
wanted
is
to
to
get
call the super class
20,000 students
from the
out of
same.
Ukraine.
Whatever I have explained in these two
Slovakia,
tables, I have
Hungary,
just, kept it.
Poland,
This
Romania,
is your
even
interview
Moldova.
question. Might be
But
very less people will
I
ask,
think
but
it's also
if you will-
important
if they will
for
ask, you can
people
go to
in the
what
region
is
to realize how this is playing out in the rest of the world.
So you take the
That it is creating a huge fuel crisis, a food crisis, a fertilizer crisis.
Yeah.
Pushing inflation in low-income societies which don't have the margins really to absorb that.
This is the one
And so
I
it
have
can
not
very quickly
told you
become
earlier,
political
but this is the right
in
time
many
for me to
societies.
discuss.
I think that brings up an interesting
This is
question
the
that's come in from
thing
an online audience member, which is
Clear
relevant
with
to
super
this,
and this is
this
the-
point that you
you
make
can
about
clear
the rest
yourself.
of the world versus
Super and this, any problem?
right here,
This is
right
the
now
simple thing
in
you can
Europe
learn
or in the
yourself.
West.
I have
How
documented
interested
everything.
are the Indian people in the war in Ukraine?
So,
Is it a major
any
concern?
question?
Is it a minor
No repeat.
concern?
I mean,
You've
here
kind of
nothing to repeat.
alluded
You
to the
learn
fact that it's
yourself. I mean,
affecting fuel,
I
it's
just
affecting
explained
food.
you, right.
But how
Right.
interested is
Very
the
clearly
populace
I have
itself?
explained. Super class constructor.
I think it's
You
a
know what
major
is the
concern.
superclass,
It's a
you know
major
what is
concern
the
for two reasons. Look, today our existence is
I
very
have just
connected.
documented
I mean,
here.
everybody
Everything
sees
regarding
things
this I
on the
have already
television, on their phones, on the net. So wherever you are, and because bear in mind today India is a very is a very
some
digital
questions
society.
I have. Let me explain, then we'll go
Even
for break,
people at lower levels of income, the one thing they do
but
have
can
is
we
the
access the public class
connectivity.
in
So there is a lot of awareness. I don't think
variable
anybody.
means local or
I mean,
static
everybody
instance
is. I mean, to put it mildly, disturbed.
This one is okay.
At the conflict. I mean, they see the pictures. They see that happening. But the other part of it is begun to impact people's daily lives. That it's impacting the petrol cost at the bunk. It is impacting your wheat cost in your shopping. It will have impact for farmers to get along with sowing. And I think businesses of when it impacts business, because it is impacting business in multiple ways. I mean, there's a container problem, there's an insurance problem. You don't get certain commodities, or if you do, the prices are up. So it's disrupting life. And it's not a unique causal disruption. I mean, at the same time, I think some of the lockdowns in China are also having an economic impact. So, but when you disrupt the economy, it shows up in employment. So I think it does trouble people. I mean, trouble people is a very
well, it's a job of a government. I understand it would trouble people. I think it troubles people in the West as well when cost of living crisis starts hitting. At some point, when you look at global supply chains, this is a very different world in 2022 that we operate in versus, say, in 1991 pre-liberalization, when India could afford to stand by non-alignment as it was defined then. I think a lot of critics would ask you the increase in your oil imports that have happened between 2021 and 2022. It's 9 times higher as of this month. You have been questioned in terms of that increased oil import from Russia, $95 a barrel for Russian oil, 119 approximately for Brent crude. Is that profiteering? Is that looking out for your own interest? What does that really mean for foreign policy in India? And how do you tie non-alignment with 9 times more oil imports out of Russia? How do you make the two meet?
Well, look, first of all, I don't honestly, I don't see a non-alignment oil connection at all. I mean, today Europe is buying oil. Europe is buying gas. I just read the new package of sanctions. Now, the package is designed in a way in which consideration has been given to the welfare of the population. So, pipelines have a certain carve-out. And timelines have been given. It's not like tomorrow morning everything is going to be cut off. So, people need to understand, if you can be considerate of yourself, surely you can be considerate of other people. So, if Europe says, look, we have to manage it in a way in which its impact on my economy is not traumatic. That freedom or that choice should exist for other people as well. Now, in terms of our oil purchases, we don't send people out there saying, go buy Russian oil. We send people out there saying, go buy oil. Now, you buy the best oil you can in the market. So I don't think I would attach a political messaging to that. I would also...
How do you not conflate the two? I mean, I know the Indian-Russian relationship is strong, but you also have issues with China. How do you then sit back and define Indian foreign policy at this point where the West seems to be quite vociferous in trying to curtail funding for the war in Ukraine, whereas by purchasing this oil for national interest, India is being asked, are you funding this war?
So, look, I mean, I don't want to sound argumentative, but then tell me if buying Russian gas is not funding the war? I mean, why is it's only Indian money and oil coming to India which funds, but it's not gas coming to Europe which funds? I mean, look, somewhere, I mean, let's be a little even-handed out here. And even this, look, the whole narrative that it's gone up 9 times. I mean, it's gone up 9 times from a very low base. And it was a very low base because at that time the markets were more open. Why if countries in Europe and the West and the United States are so concerned, why don't they allow Iranian oil to come into the market? Why don't they allow Venezuelan oil to come into the market? I mean, they've squeezed every other source of oil we have, and then say, okay, guys, you must not go into the market and get the best deal for your people. I don't think that's a very fair approach.
So talk to us about the second aspect that Indian foreign policy is being questioned at this point when it comes to wheat bans and food bans of exports. How does that then correlate? Because we're talking about the global south and the east that is being squeezed by Russia's issues with allowing Ukrainian grains to be exported. But by India doing the same, again, aren't those weakest people in the world being subjected to the same kind of issues from India? Do you see that as supporting Russia, or is it a completely different element that we don't understand in the West, that your perspective is different?
I think answer is B. You don't understand in the West. But it isn't just the West, okay? I don't think people understand because they're not actually tracking the trade. We have been exporting wheat, okay? Typically, we export about 2 to 3 million tons. Last financial year was a better year. We exported about 7 million tons. This year, before the heat wave hit us very badly, the expectation was that we would do substantial exports, and we were open. I mean, in fact, Prime Minister himself had said on various occasions, saying, look, we see that there's a food crisis in the world and we'd like to be of help. But what we then saw was a kind of run on our wheat, a large part of it done by international traders based out of Singapore and I think to some degree maybe Dubai. The result was actually the low-income countries, many of whom were our traditional buyers, like our neighbors, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. These are our traditional buyers. Okay. Interestingly, the Gulf buys regularly from us. I heard Dr. Tedros in the earlier session talk about Yemen. Yemen buys from us. Sudan buys from us. Okay. Now, what we saw was the low-income buyers were being squeezed out. The wheat was actually being stocked for being traded. So in a way, our goodwill was being used for speculation. Mm-hmm. So we had to do something to stop that because it was also impacting us at home. Our prices were going up. So I want to be very clear what we have done. We have actually said, look, we're not going to give speculators an open access to the Indian market so that the Indian customer and the LDCs of the world get the short end of that. Yeah. What we are still open to doing is where we see a kind of a deserving country wanting wheat, very glad to supply it within the realm of possibility. And just for the record, I think we've done this year wheat exports to about 23 countries. The rate of export this year, if I were to take the same period as last year, my rough sense is it's about 4x.
Okay.
So actually, it's gone up, and I know in many cases, foreign ministers of some countries have called me up, and we have assured them that they would have access to our market.
So this is all about stopping and curtailing speculation at the end of the day.
And preventing a diversion to high-income countries with a greater possibility to buy, because what we saw happen with the vaccines, we don't want to see happen with the wheat, which was the rich people got vaccinated and the poor were left to
local or static.
Well, that brings up a question again from the audience now, and I would like to ask, I will come to you. I want to just do one question from the online audience, which kind of follows up on your point of diversions. This person's asking, according to the Wall Street Journal, India is becoming a key point for transshipment of Russian oil to bypass sanctions. How does that serve India's foreign policy interests?
Or non-static? If it is static, fine. If it is not static, means
does whoever wrote that knows what transshipment means?
Well,
I mean, transshipment is when you get it. No, when you get it and you sell it to somebody else. I have not even heard of anybody in India thinking along those lines. So, yes, we do buy Russian.
So you're saying the Wall Street Journal report is inaccurate, that they're quoting?
Politely, yes.
But can we access?
So
I can say it less politely, but
not a conduit to any Russian oil transactions.
Not at all. I mean, listen, please understand the oil markets. There's an enormous shortage of oil. There's a physical shortage of oil. Getting access to oil is difficult. I mean,
can we access
a country like India would be crazy to get oil from somebody and sell it to somebody else. I mean, this is nonsense.
So that is your question answered, and the minister's on the record. Yes, please. If you could stand up, give us your name and a brief question.
Variable.
Konstantin Agat, freelance journalist from Vilnius, Lithuania. Dr. Jaishankar, with the Indian government essentially ignoring war crimes in Ukraine, not condemning Russia, not doing sanctions, you then expect. I'm totally sorry. I know what I do. With India counting on global support for in its struggle with China, its issues with China, how do you think you'll be trusted by others after that? Why do you think anyone will help Delhi after you didn't help others over Ukraine? Thank you.
You know, it's an interesting question which you might, I mean, not you, meaning you personally, but people might want to ask themselves, because if I were to take Europe collectively, which has been singularly silent on many things which were happening, for example, in Asia, you could ask why would anybody in Asia trust Europe on anything at all? So here's the take. I don't think
means you can access within a class.
I mean, first of all,
different thing. Private
I
class,
think you're mischaracterizing our position. Where they have, for example, when Bucha happened, we condemned Bucha, and we actually asked for an investigation into Bucha. In terms of what is happening with the Ukraine conflict, our position is very clearly that we favor an immediate cessation of hostilities. It's not that we've ignored it, unless you call phone calls to Putin and Zelensky as ignoring something. So first, I would urge you to get the factual position accurately. Secondly, in terms of the connection you are making, look, you know, we have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. It's if I get global understanding and support, obviously it is of help to me. But this idea that I do a transaction, that I come in one conflict because it will help me in conflict too, that's not how the world works. So a lot of our problems in China have nothing to do with Ukraine, have nothing to do with Russia. They predate it. And there are, I mean, if we are getting into who is silent on what issue at what point of time, I could point to a whole lot of issues on which, as I said, I mean, Europe has sort of held its peace. So, I mean, it's a great polemical point you made. So I take it in that spirit.
I think as a follow-up to that, a lot of the noises I've been hearing, both in the United States and here in Europe, is on a similar train, that you have a problem with China on the border. It's been going on for decades now. It is getting worse. What position does that leave you in when it comes to seeking support if further incursions are done, further skirmishes happen at the border or within the border, to kind of echo what's happening in Ukraine in terms of sovereignty issues that are being raised?
Sorry, do you mind if I interrupt you?
No, please do. But I want to come back to a question, the crux of the question, which I asked a few people in the political circles, in the financial circles. What's your big question? And one of the foremost geopolitical strategists on Wall Street sent me this question for you. And the question is simple. If and when the choice comes down to it, not today, not tomorrow, but in the future, and she strongly believes it will, for India, will it become, in terms of support, the US or China? And that will be kind of a defining moment that comes out of the situation that we face with Russia right now.
Look, number one, you know why I wanted to interrupt you in a way. I mean, I'm partly reacting to the previous observation. You know, somewhere Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems. But the world's problems are not Europe's problems. If it is you, it's yours. If it is me, it's ours. I think that's something, and I see, you know, reflections of that. Again, in terms of, you know, there is a linkage today which is being made. You know, a linkage between China and India and what's happening in Ukraine. So come on, guys. I mean, China and India happened way before anything happened in Ukraine. So the Chinese don't need a precedent somewhere else in the world on how to, engage us or not engage us, or be difficult with us or not be difficult with us. So, as I said, I just see this as frankly a not very clever argument.
Private class can be injected.
A very self-serving one. This idea that, your grand strategy must be about how you will choose.
Don't worry. The problem is if
I will do what,
with you now, PPT,
as all of us do. I will weigh the situation, everybody, after all, how do countries eventually make decisions?
Mr. Jaishankar, there will always be two axes at this point. I think it's an understood, accepted fact that you have the West, US-led, you have China as the next potential axis. Where does India fit into this picture? Are you planning to not?
No, I'm sorry. That is exactly where I disagree with you. This is the construct you are trying to impose on me, and I don't accept it.
I also got
I don't think it's necessary for me to join this axis or not, and if I'm not joining this, I must be with the other one. I don't accept that. I think I'm 1/5 of the world's population. I am today the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. Forget the history, civilization bit, everybody knows that. But I think I'm entitled to have my own side, I'm entitled to weigh my own interests, make my own choices. And my choices will not be cynical and transactional, but they will be a balance of my values and my interests. There is no country in the world which disregards its interests.
This is differ from system to system.
So, as a final question, because I know you have to go, and our time has been cut short a little bit by your staff. The coffee break is less important, but your staff is insisting you have meetings. As a final question, then, to leave us with this perspective, as you say, there is a whole part of the world that we are ignoring, and the perspectives that we're ignoring. What will or what is India's position on the world stage? Because if you want to talk about 1/5 of the world's population, you cannot also sit on the fence when it comes to foreign policy matters. Non-alignment isn't plausible if you want to take your position on the world stage. What does it look like with 3 years of your government left, approximately? And what is
of this term? 2 years, actually.
2 years. Thank you for the correction. Or even in the next decade or so. What is India's position? Sitting on the fence is not an option to be a world leader.
I don't think we're sitting on the fence. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't make me sitting on the fence. It means I'm sitting on my ground. And my ground is actually, what are the big challenges of the world? Okay, big challenges of the world are climate change. I think I'm very critical to the solution. I can be an exemplar. I can be actually an arena for an enormous leapfrogging of green technologies. Look at terrorism. Look at the emergence of a world order. Look at security. Look at sustainable development goals. You take any and all of the big challenges of the world, some part of the answer either comes out of India, can be contributed to India. And again, I hate to say, it's a bit like a broken record, but look, a lot of things are happening outside Europe. We have, partly because of climate change, for a lot of humanitarian, natural disasters, humanitarian responses. In our part of the world today, a lot of people look to us to help out. The days when they expected Europe to come, which Europe did at the 2004 tsunami. The difference today is nobody's even thinking of that anymore. So the world is changing, new players are coming, new capabilities are coming, but a new agenda must come. The world cannot be that Eurocentric as it used to be in the past.
And who will India play with? Will it be Europe and the US, or will it be China and Russia?
Look, they're not exclusionary, but we are a democracy. We are a market economy. We are a pluralistic society. We have laws and contracts. We have positions on international law.
Conflict will happen. You
So
need to create
I
the
think that should
different
give you a
fact.
fair
What
part
you
of the
do, you
answer.
just
After all,
remove
you
all
began the
quotes from
question
your,
with
PC,
reference to the
and
plot.
then create the newly. Don't
I mean,
create
even though
the
we didn't get
conflict
much
means
time
you
to
are
talk
doing
about it,
something
but the
duplicate
fact
somewhere.
that you
So that your
have
JVM is not understanding that where
today
to
a grouping
compile,
like
which
the
code
Quad,
it has to take.
we just had
Somewhere you are
its
making
summit in
duplicate.
Tokyo,
That is
where
the reason.
very important
Conflict
decisions
means
were
that
made on connectivity, on telecommunications, on supply chains, on
Clear?
cyber security,
Narasimha, clear?
in fact, on maritime domain awareness. It should tell you something which direction we're going. So again, I urge you that don't use necessarily a caricature version of one situation as a yardstick to pass a sweeping judgment. Because even on Ukraine, do reflect on this point. Somewhere at some point, surely the conflict has to end. Somebody will have to, a set of people, it cannot be a single country, probably not, will have to engage the players. It is our collective interest to find some kind of resolution, unless you're throwing up your hands and say this is not fixable. So at that point, I think people will need us.
Says a diplomat, a career diplomat turned politician. Then diplomacy and keep going with it. Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us, and thank you all for being part of this conversation.
Someone will obviously interview only. If someone will ask you, what is the private? What if they will simply ask you, what is private? Can you give me the answer on chat, please, everyone? I want everyone. What is the private? What is the private? Please, everyone, respond me back. What is private? Or give me answer, no? Seriously? If I will,
the world is rapidly changing, and customers have more choices than ever. That's why over 20,000 apps use UXCam to understand their users with surgical precision in record time. Step into your user's shoes and see exactly how to use your app. Understand what they love about it and what they don't.
These are all private
just
public
2 lines of
for a
code. Setting up
private
takes
public
5 minutes.
protected
Yes,
default,
it's that
whatever we
easy.
have done is the
Deliver the perfect mobile app experience with UXCam.
Now, if someone will ask you what is the private class, then you need to very strict with the class definition. If someone will ask what is the private variable, you will give the variable answer. If they will ask what is the private method, you will give the method only. But if they will blindly ask what is the private public, you will say it is static, it is access modifier. Same question here, does static and final keywords come under the access modifier? You will say these comes under the access modifier only. Are they just keyword? This question I did not understand even. Are they just
Threats
keywords?
and arm
What do you mean by
twisting
just
on
keyword?
buying oil from Russia.
Whatever the
I suspect
predefined
looking at the figures,
you cannot say just
probably
keyword. No.
our
The
total
meaning of
purchases
private
for the
is
month
very
would be
different.
less than
The
what
meaning
Europe
of
does in
private
an
is very
afternoon.
vast. Meaning of private
And
is
has even
different from
dared
the
to show
variable,
America
different from the
a
class,
mirror.
different from the method. Meaning of the public is public class, public variable, public method. Till here, I am accepting your question, and answer is yes. This question is not acceptable.
When it comes to showing the world the face of a brave new India, there's nobody better than Dr. S. Jaishankar.
Just shouldn't be there. Just
The year
making
was 2015.
This is very,
Dr.
as it is.
Jaishankar
Shouldn't
was
be
just
there.
2
Are
days
they
away
are
from
keywords? Then I
retirement
can say
when he
yes.
received the news of his
Just shouldn't
appointment
be
as
just
India's
means you are
Foreign
just
Secretary.
spoiling my 2 to 3
4 years
classes
later,
that I have
he made
taken for the
history
private public.
Subramaniam Jaishankar.
by being the
Who
first
asked this
Foreign
question?
Secretary
Are you
ever
clear
to
or
become
not
the
what I'm
Minister
trying to
of External Affairs and assume a
Just
political
method shouldn't be there.
assignment
More than
without
just
ever
multiple
being a
things. That's
part of
you have
active
learned, right,
politics.
from last 3 classes. Clear or not clear?
In
Whoever
fact,
asked,
he was
please tell me
elected from
clear or not
Narendra Modi's home state of Gujarat only after he was chosen as the Minister of External Affairs.
3 classes, if you see
Fitting,
what
as
we have
Dr.
learned.
Jaishankar's
Public,
rapid
private,
ascendance has
simple
mirrored that of the Modi government in putting forward the bold and fearless side of a new India. Just like the Prime Minister, the External Affairs Minister too doesn't shy away from calling a spade a spade.
One country would do terrorism, but if the other country responds, then it's called danger of war.
It is this fearlessness of Dr. Jaishankar that makes him the best choice to be the Foreign Minister of a true visionary.
like PM Narendra Modi.
So could I request you to turn your chair a little bit? Ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of hosting the Honorable External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much for being part of the inaugural edition of the CNN News 18 Town Hall. You've been a career diplomat for 40 years, as ambassador, as joint secretary, foreign secretary, and then now, of course, as
Where
External
is the
Affairs
static
Minister.
keyword will come? Please
How
say.
has that journey been from aiding and advising governments on foreign policy matters
Okay,
to
so
now
I
actually
think
being in
everyone
the
has
hot
got
seat?
their answer.
How has the transition been?
Well,
Okay.
look,
you
first
are
of all, I want to say that wasn't me. Because you picked all the moments of the provocative moments, the strong
viral
statements.
videos.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. I speak in low-key tones most of the time and reason with people. And
But now you've become a viral sensation.
So I, want to temper it down a bit. But coming to your question, look, I mean, for me, of course, being selected to be a minister in the Union Cabinet was something which was extraordinary.
We'll have the break.
It was not
We'll
something
meet
I could have even
10:21.
dreamt of. And honestly, it's
After 15
obviously
minutes
as someone who
okay.
didn't have a political background.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, the nearest I did politics was in my student union days, which was a long time ago. It was a journey with a very steep learning curve. But I had very good colleagues around me. You can see one sitting in front, from whom, I learned a lot. You sort of, I mean, part of actually also of my earlier profession was you looked around you in the environment, you saw how it worked, you adjusted to it, and some of it is how it happens. But it is something, to actually not just be a minister, I would say to be a member of parliament, to be in the house, to also where your own ministry is concerned, to be the place where the buck really stops, because even, a secretary, even a very good secretary, at the end of the day is an exceptional COO. So if you were to look at the ministry in an enterprise-like fashion, I mean, the minister is the CEO, and the minister's responsibilities are always much more, and that is a jump, and it is something which you have to sort of adjust to.
So in this journey from COO to CEO that you've made in the last 3 years, obviously, you've dealt with a gamut of issues. You don't need me to enlist them, from the pandemic to a war to, something or the other that keeps happening all the time. Have you at any point in the last 3 years felt that maybe I should have been a retired COO? I don't want to make the transition to CEO.
No, look, I won't sort of deny it that, I mean, you may get a new challenge. It may ask much more of you. But I think if you are fundamentally a competitive person, you actually enjoy the challenge. You shape up to it. You ask more of yourself. As I said, it's like it's frankly like going up in your level of your game, if you don't mind my putting it so colloquially. I mean, which test player said I had a great Ranji trophy? So it's a different level. So again, you see many more things. I mean, I came in, I caught Smritiji's the beginning of her session in my office. Well, I missed a bit when I was driving, obviously, but some of the points she made, which is, how ministers work together, how you exchange views. I mean, I am way more well informed today. Simply sitting in a council of ministers, listening to issues, listening to challenges where all the ministers or a group of ministers need to come to work together. It takes you to a very different level.
There is this very middle class saying that राजनीति गंदी होती है, अच्छे बच्चे राजनीति पे नहीं आते हैं and all that. And you're from a nice South Indian family, you know, the son of a legendary policy maker. When you got that call, what was going through your mind? What did you tell your family? What did your family tell you?
No, I think the family bit will leave out.
Okay. But what went through your mind?
No, look, I mean, honestly, I mean, for me it was a huge surprise, but I mean, when the Prime Minister of India, you know, even thinks that you could be worthy of such a responsibility, I mean, it's something you are really almost shocked by. So and I mean, you're right that, you know, there are a lot of, I mean, as I said, I'm not from a political background at all, but I think there's a, and I say this to people when I today talk to them when I travel around the country. You know, we have this sense that in a certain class, I mean, forgive my being now very blunt about it, that somehow, you know, politics, other people do it. I mean, you put it in your way. I think if we want to really influence politics, we really care about the country, we can't say, okay, somebody else is going to do it, you know, there's a mess, they're going to clean it up, or it's very nice to say, you know, not take responsibility and pass judgments. That has also become almost an industry in itself. So there are difficult challenges, and I think people need to own up to it. I think even people of a middle class or professional background today must take interest, must come forward, must, and I mean, they don't have to necessarily be a minister or an MP or an MLA, but the idea that you want politics to be at an arm's length, but you want all the good things which come out of it. You want all your interests to be fixed in it, but yet you feel, oh, I'm different. I think that kind of hypocrisy, if you don't, you know, really needs to end.
We wouldn't have guessed who you're talking about, but I'll park that thought for a moment. I want to come to a larger, slightly more substantive issue. You've been a career diplomat, and more than that, you've been a foreign policy scholar, in fact, an observer of foreign policy for the last many years. What is your definition of Indian foreign policy as it stands today? Who are we and our place in the world?
I think who we are, to me, is clear. I hope it is clear to everybody else. We are Indians. We are today a 5,000-year-old civilization, which is in the modern era, a nation state which is really reclaiming, in a way, its place in the world. But it is still a process, and it's a very challenging process. It's a process for a variety of reasons. One, you know, it's very hard to really overcome 200 years of colonialism. It's a bit of a paradox. We often think of the psychological or the cultural attributes of colonialism. We don't sometimes think of the enormous, you know, the damage it did to our societal fabric, to our economy. I mean, the levels of poverty, I mean, that kind of almost association with poverty which you saw in the 1950s and 60s was the direct result of colonialism. So to fight your way back and to go up the ladder is something which takes a very long time. And until you make progress in that task, you know, you can make great speeches on foreign policy, but you really don't have the muscles to back it up. And to me, again, I hark back to your earlier question. You know, I find it fascinating what is actually changing in this country in terms of ground level reality. Smriti was talking about how we created, you know, this PPE industry out of nowhere. I want you to think maybe 3, 4, 5 years back, we have actually created a social safety system in this country out of nowhere. If I had told you in 2014 that 8 years later of this government, we would be sitting here going through a COVID, having ensured 800 million people got food, 400 million people got money on the bank accounts, that, again, hundreds of million people today think in terms of health access, who get financial support to start businesses. That if you look and just look at some of these numbers, I mean, they are just staggering, not just the food and the bank account numbers. I mean, if you look even at how many houses got electrified. So there is an enormous actually change happening in front of our eyes. That class which you spoke about, I think is not entirely cognizant of it, because most of us, I mean, and I'm not, it's not a condescending remark. I mean, I would ask myself, how much time did I in my life actually get out of cities and travel around in India? And I think one of the things which politicians do is actually they have a much better feel for the state or the country, because they actually go out there and see what it is for real. So one part of it is the country is changing, the society is changing. I think we are really gearing up to a completely new phase. But in this period, we are, just think next even 5 years, 8 years ahead. I'm not even talking 25 years. We will be the most populous country, #1 in the world. In fact, if partition had not happened, we would have always been #1 in the world. We would be among third or fourth largest economy even by nominal terms. We are a nuclear weapon power. Our capabilities, look at it in maritime, look at it in economic terms, technology terms, are growing by the day. Our businesses are growing. Our media is growing. We have, I mean, if you look at today the big debates, even in foreign policy, it does matter to the world. One of the issues, I've just had 9 ASEAN foreign ministers or their representatives visit me. Where India stands does matter to them. They take the cues from that. So we need to ask ourselves, what am I? What is my weight? What is my worth? Where am I going? What will be my place in the world? And the simplest answer I can say is we must develop, nurture and polish that sense of independence, that sense of self-confidence, and which will mean moments like you showed out there, but we have to stand up for ourselves, we have to stand up for our interests, we must have clarity. And I think one of the, honestly, the attributes, or I would say the personality traits of this Prime Minister, which is why, when you kind of got the call, you would not hesitate, is you look at someone and say, okay, that's the kind of person who will, take us on that trajectory.
So the reason I asked about where does Indian foreign policy, or how would you define Indian foreign policy as it stands today? Through much of the 50s and 60s, it was defined as non-alignment. And then we had this period called strategic autonomy. And then there was multipolarity. Now I think many people in this audience and people who are watching you across the world, what they want to know is, where are we? Are we in the US camp? Are we in the Russian camp? Are we in our own camp?
We are not perhaps at a stage where we can say we have our own camp. But as I said, a lot of countries take their cues. I see this every day. For example, in the UN, we are a member of the Security Council. There are almost daily issues which come up before us. Many of these issues go into the General Assembly. So a lot of countries do ask you, so saying, what are you going to do? What's your vote like? What are you going to say? But I would say our influence is growing, but I would say we are quite far from where you can say we would have our camp in the way in which, say, the US has a camp. Maybe the world will be very different and there will be no need to have a camp, I don't know. But where, other powers are concerned, and many of them in terms of capability and influence are more powerful than us, we must accept that. We will have on many issues, there will be countries with whom we would agree, we would have common interests on many issues. There will be some where it will be deeper, there will be some it will be less, there will be some where we will have virtually no similarity of interest, there will be very sharp contradiction. So you will get a spectrum. But the reason why I said it's very important for us to be independent and self-confident is if we want to get the best out of the world for India, we must have that ability to look at a situation, look at it very clinically, assess our interests, pick our course of action. Now, it will not be constant. There will be issues, where I may agree with country X or a group Y more than I would others. So, it will in some senses appear inconsistent, but inconsistency in that is a subset of independence there. And I think we should not allow that mind game to be played that, somewhere you are an outlier, you are not in sync with the world, etc. That's very hegemonic. That's like saying if you're not with us,
You're against us.
No, you are.
Please confirm my audio.
I don't think people are necessarily saying.
Is there any extra noise you are getting?
The pressure is not for us or against us. The pressure is, you really should be with us because you're missing out on something. It's not, it's not right, or there are very nuanced ways of developing that argument.
So one of those issues which we have confronted recently is the war in Ukraine, and clearly India has taken a slightly nuanced position compared to even, let's say, some of the other members of the Quad.
Concept that we are going to
Is
learn
there
today
better understanding of India's nuanced position on this
is the
war
little
today
theoretical
than there was, let's say, 3 months ago when the war began?
And understand very slowly.
Yes.
Okay.
I think there is.
So the very simple question is that what is the interface? Okay. Very simple question is that what is the interface? I don't ask answer to you. Don't give
it is
me
a
answer,
different
please.
position because let's be clear. India's history with Russia is different from, since you use Quad,
the question
from America's history or Japan's history or Australia's history. So it cannot be if we have different histories and to a great measure different interests.
Regarding the interface,
that we will have identical positions. But we have always been clear.
Okay, just I'm just a very generic example.
All members of the Quad.
Everyone must have been into the ATM, right?
I mean,
to withdraw the money.
If it was indeed identical positions, I could ask the other three, why are your positions on Pakistan not exactly the same as mine?
I am not asking you answer. Please don't give me the answer.
On Pakistan, everybody has a lowest degree of convergence, but on one other issue, we must all agree to.
So, for some time,
the governments get it.
So, once you will move to the ATM, right, what you are doing is that in your ATM, you just insert your
of our
ATM.
relationship with India. I will tell you, I take a very long view of my relationship with the United States and
after inserting the ATM, you are you must be might be having giving the ATM pin.
Could be trade issues, could be developmental
issues. And then one successful authentication, you are providing the amount
we are
you wanted to withdraw,
more flexible,
and then if everything is done, you are pressing the OK button, and then whatever the amount you have entered, that will getting withdrawn.
At a very basic level, your interests match. You have a common
agenda.
That
is getting withdrawn.
Sometimes
that is a simple task. This is the day-to-day work everyone is doing. Very clear.
It doesn't automatically extrapolate into.
Now we have done everything. And then but behind the scene.
So one of the things that you had said recently, and I said this earlier as well, you've become
behind
a viral sensation.
Scene,
and I want to elaborate a little more in substantive terms, because I think it encompasses
you have insert the ATM,
what the world is going through, how the world is viewing India, and more importantly, how India is viewing the world. When you said at the Bratislava Forum recently that Europe must get out of this mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. And you gave the example of what happened in Afghanistan just last year. At that time, nobody was shouting from the rooftop saying, why is Europe not taking a position? So do you feel, I wouldn't call it double standards, but there seems to be a mismatch that some of the problems that are happening far away, Indo-Pacific, they don't take a stance,
getting validated, then you are getting screen to insert the pin, right?
No,
after inserting the pin,
you are being a bit
after inserting the pin,
I'm being harsh.
The pin
no, I'll tell you why. It's not so much double
getting
standards, because at the end of the day, whether
validated.
people
So you have
or
entered
countries admit it,
correct pin
everybody
or not,
looks at the world from their perspective. So
if
there's a
the pin is correct,
inherent
you will move to the
selfishness
next screen. If
in the
pin
way
is
we
not
look at the
correct,
world.
you will getting error that your pin is not correct.
What is important
Very clear
is
from here.
to develop that ability.
Then you are
if you
entering
want
the
to
amount,
carry other
right?
people with you.
Once you enter the amount,
Also
then
have some
behind the
sense
scene
of their perspective
means
and their
amount,
input.
whatever
That's how
you
you
enter
build
on whatever you are
coalitions,
trying to
if
withdraw,
you
you are from your account, right?
Take
Then
the Quad.
once you enter the amount,
Why is it today? I mean,
your
look at the United States. I mean, everybody would
your account
maybe I'm among the older people in the room, but our history with the United States is a very troubled
balance
history. That
will be
a lot of our problems with Pakistan
validated,
are directly
right?
attributable
Suppose
to the
that in your
support
account
that the
you have
United
only
States gave Pakistan. True.
you have only
In the
5k,
United States,
5k, right?
especially
But you are
in the
trying to
1990s,
withdraw
what they called the
10k,
unipolar
which is
moment
obviously not
was
possible,
obviously
right?
very, very dominant.
So
But
whatever
today
amount
you
you will
have a
you will
United
enter
States which
against
is
that amount,
able
your total
to
amount,
actually
means total balance of account
that
is getting
long view which was
validated.
spoken about, which
If
is
you are
actually able to
entering
say,
5k, if you are entering
here is
5k and
India.
in
India
your
has a
account
different
you have
history. They have a
10k,
relationship with
then you will get
with Russia.
5k
We have
withdraw.
to take that into
Success.
account. So you have to
But
cut the other,
if you
give the
are
other party
asking
that
for
much slack of that
50k
understanding.
and in your
And
account you have
part
only
of the reason
10k,
why Quad has worked
asking 50k,
is that the other
in your
three,
account
the
you have
four
only
of us
10k,
have
means you
given
are
each
exceeding,
other
right? Then you will get
degree of
insufficient balance
latitude
in
and
your
understanding.
account. You
My
will not
sense
get
where Europe is
you will
concerned
not
is,
get your money
in many
withdrawal,
ways,
right?
because of
So
NATO, because
sufficient
of
or
the
insufficient balance
circumstances
depends
of the
upon
European
that.
Union,
The force the
they
task
were
is getting
not
performed, that you will,
directly
your money
involved
will
in hard
come
security challenges.
or your
Okay?
money
So,
will not come.
I don't want to call
Right?
it a bubble, but
The
let us say
total
they've had a more comfortable
depends
recent
on
past
third
than many
task,
other geographies.
right?
When they are confronted with such a situation,
if you have the sufficient balance,
their level of
sufficient
emotion and their level of, I would
balance,
say,
then
agitation at this point of time,
getting
it
money.
almost makes them sort
Or
of feel,
if you don't have
there can be
sufficient
one
balance,
point of view and that's our point of view,
not
and therefore that inclination to think, okay,
getting
here's somebody else
money.
who has a different history and different interests, and therefore should I approach him in a different way? Perhaps that is not so well developed.
Okay.
I think this
There are two.
experience
So
in a way,
in background, apart this is the high level that we understood, but apart from that there are many
actually
things is happening.
connect
But
them
for
much
now
more
we are interested to
other
understand that
parts
much only.
of the world. So
So
I
for
think
your
you
all
will
the
see
task,
a very
the background thing is
different
happening
sense
this
of
one.
European
That we are assuming,
diplomacy,
being a user
which
of
will
the any
come
ATM,
out
we are
of it.
assuming that these are the tasks might be happening.
Do remember for a
But
lot of other
even though we
challenges
assume
in
that these
other
are the
parts
tasks
of the
happening,
world,
we are not able
Europe
to see the
actually
code
took
for them.
the more
What the
sanguine
code they
view,
have
took
written,
the more,
in which language, what code they have written,
minimalistic
right?
view. I mean,
The code,
even if you were
the
to
code
look
for all the
at
tasks, we are
Afghanistan,
not able
I
to
mean, a
see.
large part of the concerns was about migration.
Code is not
So
visible.
my sense is there
Because
will
that
be
is
a
secure. That's why it
evolution
is not visible and it
as
is
a result
intentional.
of this
It is
set
very
of
clearly
issues.
that they don't
And
want to
we
share the
engage
code.
Europe very, very
Rather, they are
intensively.
interested
I
to
think if
provide
you
their
look at
services.
Prime Minister Modi, very few Indian Prime
And
Ministers have
being
spent
a
as much
user,
time
everyone
directly
don't understand Java,
engaging
everyone
European
don't
leaders. So
understand
we
any
need to
other
work at it. I
programming
think they
language,
need to work at it.
only software
And
engineer will understand that.
maybe we
So
will
why
get
other people wanted to see
to
their
have a
code?
better
That is not
understanding
even
of each other's
beneficial.
interests.
So being a
All right,
user,
let's talk about
we
one
are
set of
only
other countries
interested to
that,
perform our
again, the Prime
task.
Minister is invested very
Being a
heavily
user,
in, and
we
that
are
is the
only
Gulf countries. And I
interested
want to
to
talk a little bit
perform
about this
our task.
controversy that happened recently
Rather,
with
we are not
one of the former
interested to
spokespersons of your
understand
party
what is
and some of the comments that
going
she made.
in behind the scenes.
There was a blowback. So I want to know,
We are not
first of
really
all, were you
interested to
surprised at the
going
level of
behind the
blowback
scenes.
from some of the countries that we saw?
Whatever
And what will
we
you
are
say
seeing in
to
first
address
go,
some of those
whatever
concerns?
we are seeing in first go,
Look,
that is the interface.
What was
Interface,
said was
technically,
not the
if you
position
just
of the
talk
party.
about this screen,
I
just
think the
talk about
party
this
made it
screen, what
very,
we are
very
seeing.
clear
We have
in
the
very
list,
strong
we have the
terms.
file, we have the
party
edit, we have the navigate, search, project, this, that, right?
And
And if you click there, here something will happen. If you click here, something will
not
happen.
just
If you click here,
in the Gulf,
something will happen. If you
I
click
would
here,
say
something will happen.
even in Southeast
But
Asia,
we are only
some
interested
countries
to perform
who
the
had
task. Means
concerns
if I will click here
do
and if I will
appreciate,
click you, I want to create a
that
Java
this
project.
was
That's
not
all. I
the
really
position of
don't
the
want
government.
to
Look,
understand
they
that
deal
how
with us. They
Eclipse
know what we
is
are about.
coded behind the scene in
I mean,
order
we
to
are
create
their
a
image
Java project for
of
me.
India.
I
I mean,
really
when
don't
you
want
have a
to.
minister
I don't
or
have any interest to
somebody
understand.
who are a head of
Clear,
government,
right?
I mean,
So we are
it's their
only interested to
counterparts
understand the
who, when they think
front
of India,
view.
that's what.
Front
So they
view.
know
Okay.
that these are not our views.
Next thing.
Since
example number 2.
what was
Example
very
number 2.
regrettably said was said.
First
I
example,
think once
everyone
the
is
party
clear. There is
clarified
nothing in
position,
that.
our
Example number 2.
expectation is that people will understand that. Now there will be people who will fish in troubled
Everyone
waters. I mean,
have
that's
submitted
natural in
their
international relations.
project,
It's a very
final year project.
competitive game which is not played by Queensberry rules. So there will be people who will try
Everyone
and get
submitted
the
their
most of
final
it.
year
I
project,
think
right?
we need to engage.
As per the
we
final
need
year
to put
project,
across
the
our point
very
of view. I
first
think we are
ask,
doing it.
very first
I
ask
would
from your
suggest to you
HOD
that,
or from
even
your
in the
faculty,
last few
teacher,
days,
whatever.
you can see
First
that
ask is please
people
provide
do
me the
understand,
SRS.
what is the true picture. Maybe.
One second.
One of the concerns thereof from that controversy was, and some people were asking about this as well, is, why should India, democracy,
What is the full
1
form
billion
SRS?
plus people, we've had elections regularly every 5 years, why should we be told or why should we be lectured by countries whose record on any
Service
issue, whether it's
requirement
democracy, human rights,
specification.
etc., is far worse than India's or not a patch on India's?
Okay,
How,
so
how may you want to address
SRS
that?
is the popular,
I
so we
don't
don't
see
want
it
to
that way.
understand what is
I
the
don't see it that way. And
so anyway,
and,
so anyone,
I mean,
the
don't get
people
me
will
wrong.
ask
I
to
mean,
SRS because your HOD or your
I'm
teacher
also,
or your
a
department
little sensitive
really
to being
not
lectured,
interested
as
to know,
you saw.
really
But
not interested to
I would
know
not take
that
this issue as a lecture.
how you are going to
I
build your
think this was an
project.
issue where
How you are going to build your project, meaning
the
which technology you
sensibilities
are
and the
going to use,
sensitivities
how
of
you
people
are going to design your
were
UI, very
impacted.
initial phase.
So
They are not
they
interested to know.
were
First phase,
articulating
okay?
that. So I
They are
don't,
not interested to know. Only
I
they are
don't
interested to know is
agree
that
with the
on
way
which
this
topic,
has been put to you.
only they are
So
interested to know
my
on
view is
which
again
topic
that
you
we
are
have to
going
be
to
very clear
build
about
your
what we
project.
stand for.
On which topic.
And once
They are not
and
really
the party
interested to
has
know
done
that which technology you are
so
using,
my sense
which
is we should really sort of
laptop you are using, which operating system you are using, which
handle
UI
it
you are
peacefully.
using. No. Very initial
Let me
phase,
come
they
to
are
another
only
issue which has been sort of hanging
and
fire for the
they are
last couple
only
of years.
wanted to
And
understand
you
that
were previously
which topic have
ambassador
you
to China
provided.
as well. You've dealt
Have you
with China
provided the
very,
student
very
management
closely.
system,
What is your
the
best
student
understanding
management
of
system?
the situation
If a
at the line of
student
action
management
control in
system,
Eastern
what are
Ladakh
the tasks
as
you
it
are
stands
going to
today?
perform
And
inside the student
what can you
management
say
system?
to our viewers who are watching this
At
as to why the talks, and we've had, what, 15 rounds of
student.
talks? Why have the talks not
Right.
yielded the expected results?
No, well, it depends on what you call the expected results.
Update.
And I also want to tell you, it's not like the talks have come to an end.
Sure.
And by the way, it's not like this has been the longest talks we've had. If you look at Sundarangchu, those talks went on forever.
Correct.
But here's the common sense.
They are only interested to understand what are the tasks you are going to
what
provide
happened.
and what you are
Look,
trying to achieve.
for whatever
That is only
reason,
called SRS, right?
China,
Rather than they
in
are not
violation of the
really wanted to
1993 and
understand
96
that
agreements, not to
they
mass troops
are
on the LAC,
not
chose to do so. Okay.
really
Their
wanted to
attempt was obviously to unilaterally
understand
change the LAC. Now,
technology,
we are not prepared
operating
to put up
system,
with it. So even
UI,
though we were in the midst of COVID
design,
at that time, through an enormous logistical
design,
effort, which I think sometimes has not been adequately recognized.
So the first
by
step,
people, by
SRS,
analysts,
is
even in our
called
politics in this
interface.
country.
Whereas
By an enormous logistical
this
effort,
step,
we were
ATM
actually able
screen
to
what you are
conquer them,
performing the
at
task is
the
called
LAC.
the interface.
Now,
Means what is the interface? Means we are only
again,
trying to understand that
some people have a
unimplemented
simplistic idea as
thing.
though
We are
there's a
only
line
trying to
and therefore
understand the
you're on
user
either
view.
side of the line. The
We are not
reality
trying
is
to
the troops
understand
are
what is the
in
work
depth areas,
behind is going to
and
done.
they do patrolling.
Same
That's why
example
you
here.
have all these terms which you've become familiar with, PP,
Yeah.
patrolling
Any
point.
SRS
You
is
don't
considered
you
as
don't,
an interface.
typically deploy at the patrolling point.
Why?
It's a patrolling
Because
point. You go
see,
there
when
and
you are
see it.
building the project,
Now, what has happened
you have
as
the
a
two
result
kinds
of
of
this
audience.
is
Only two kinds of
because
audience.
they had forward deployments, which
In
were new
real world,
deployments, and we counter deployed. We also had forward deployments.
Developer, okay.
Now,
In
you
real world,
ended up
developer
with a very
and
sort
another
of intricate mix
client.
of
Okay.
like this.
Whereas in your
And which was very
student
dangerous,
life,
which was very
you have
dangerous
the
because
HOD
they were too
or
proximate. The rules of
teacher
engagement were not being
or
observed. And then
or
exactly what we
HOD or teacher
apprehended happened at Galwan,
which is
2 years ago.
in real world called
which
as
was,
a
it became
client.
violent and there were casualties.
Whereas you
Now,
means a student.
Since then, we've had
A student in
a
real world
situation where
is called as a
we negotiate
software engineer,
the
not
friction
developer.
points.
Software engineer.
And when you said, have you yielded
so there are two-way communication.
results?
Client is interacting
many of
with the
those friction
software
points
engineer.
have been resolved.
Software engineer is interacting with the
There
client.
are areas
Same as
where
HOD or teacher
they pull
interacting
back,
with
we
the
pull back.
student.
So,
whereas
because remember, both of us are
student
very much
is
in
interacting
advance
with
of
the
what were
HOD
our
or teacher.
pre-April positions.
Here,
has it all been
in
done?
communication mode of in this we need between these two is SRS.
Actually, yes.
Between
the most
two
intractable and to my
between
mind the most
HOD,
dangerous
HOD and a
case
student,
of
the communication medium is SRS.
Actually crisscross
Whereas
deployed,
client and software
was,
engineer
in
communication
Pangong Tso
medium is
and around
SRS.
Pangong Tso. So
client will understand that
it is
I
hard
am
work, it is
getting
very patient
client.
but we are very
client
clear
is
on one
getting.
point.
I am getting. These are all functionality in my project,
China
in my
to
software.
change the status quo or to
Client
alter
is
the
getting
LSE.
understanding.
So,
I am getting
I don't
these
care how
many
long it takes, how many rounds we
features
do, how hard
in
we
my
have to
project.
negotiate. But this is something we are
Software
very,
is understanding.
So let me go
I am
from
developing
one neighbor, the northern neighbor,
these many
to western
features
neighbor.
for client.
Obviously,
client is understanding. I am getting these many features for my
their Prime Minister,
application.
your counterpart,
Software engineer is understanding. I am providing these many features to the client.
Of the status of
HOD and teacher is understanding.
Is it working? Is it not working?
HOD and teacher is understanding.
To reach
my
or
student
let's say
is
meet
doing.
Pakistan halfway. If
These
they
are all
a
functionality
conciliatory
in
and
project.
friendship, if you will.
You know,
HOD and teacher
this is
is
not
understanding.
just a matter
My
of
student
words.
is
I mean,
doing
if it's a matter of words,
or developing.
I mean,
These are all
you probably
functionality
very rarely
in
heard me
project.
say anything
Whereas
harsh,
a student is
unless
understanding.
provoked.
I want to develop. These are all functionality in my
The,
project.
finally, what
Whereas
is the test?
a student is understanding.
I mean, where
I
did
want
things
to
go
develop
wrong? Let's
these
go
many
back to it.
features in my project.
This Prime Minister has made
Now,
such an enormous
my question
effort
is,
actually to reach out to Pakistan beginning with day one
have
of his
you
tenure. Okay. Now,
understand the
I mean, if you look,
SRS, not interface. Have
and,
you
and sometimes in
understand the
heated
SRS?
rhetoric, lots of things
Please
are
tell
said.
me yes or no.
I really, in our history, cannot think of any
Please
figure
tell
on
me
either
yes
side
or no.
who has striven more to find some kind of modus vivendi.
Please, everyone.
And it's happened because I think
Please
people
everyone,
in our
yes
country
or
trust him with
no.
that. You know, I mean, the people feel that, you know, Mr. Modi, where national security is concerned, will never compromise on it. And that actually strengthens him in many ways. But where it went wrong
Now, since
was
you understood the SRS, so
actually
SRS is
cross-border
called
terrorism.
interface.
Cross-border terrorism at Uri,
SRS
cross-border
is
terrorism,
itself called
at
interface.
Pathankot,
Very
at
simple.
Uri, at Pulwama. So finally, the proof of the pudding is in the
SRS
eating. I
is
mean,
called
you have to see
interface.
what is
Clear?
actually happening.
If I
on
will
the
ask
ground.
you,
And to
what
say
is
nice things and good intent, and please don't think I'm in any way decrying
interface?
it, minimizing it. I'm not.
So
If there are
interface.
people
Wait.
who would like to reach out
Wait for a
and
second.
improve
So
relations.
interface
I think
is
it's
the
a good
agreement between
I would only
teacher
say
and
that
student.
eventually nice
Interface
words have
is
to
the
be
agreement
matched by
between client and software engineer.
concrete actions on the ground. Then the
Interface
nice words
is the agreement
actually
between
become
teacher
more,
and
more
student,
credible.
HOD
So these
and
are early
student,
days.
client and software engineer.
Let us see where it
Are
goes.
you agree
Have
or
you
not?
seen any commensurate action on the ground in terms of reduction
Agree
of
or not?
cross-border terror or the concerns that India has?
I don't know if today I could make such a definitive judgment.
Okay. Let's talk about the neighbor north of that, Afghanistan. We have an engagement going with Afghanistan.
Agree
We had
or
a
not?
team from the
Everyone.
MEA there a few
If you are
weeks,
agree,
a few
then you
days ago.
understand the
Today
interface.
again, unfortunately, there was an attack
Please everyone,
on a Gurdwara there.
please
So first I
everyone
want your
respond.
thoughts
Only
on
3 and
that.
4 want
And
to
two, what
please
is our
everyone.
position?
This
Are
is
we
a very
going to
important
formally
topic. I
have a
want
mission
everyone
there? Do you have a
attention here.
timeline? What is our position when it comes to engaging with the new government there?
So interface is the
Here's,
agreement between
our
client and
problem.
software engineer. Interface is
We-
the agreement
we
between
have,
HOD and teacher.
it's a cliche,
Interface
but we
is
really
agreement
have a
between
historical
teacher and
relationship with
student.
Afghans.
In order to develop
And,
any project, in
I assume
order
you've been
to
there a few
develop
times
any
to
product,
Afghanistan?
No, I've
in
not.
order to develop any
I've been
project,
there
in
obviously
order to develop
before
any
August 15th
product.
last year. And I can
Clear?
genuinely tell you,
Coming to the
there are
PPT
very
again.
few places I've been to in the world
So
where
from the
popular
client point
sentiment,
of view,
I mean, if you went
interface
to Kabul
defines
or Herat
the
or
set
something,
of
where
service
actually
what he
popular
is
sentiment
expecting,
is so positive.
whereas from the
on
service
India.
provider, means software
And
engineer
they had
point
a
of view,
range of,
interface defines the set
leaders
of
and so
service
on who would
what
quarrel
we are
with each
offering.
other, but on one issue
Hence,
everybody was united.
interface
which was
considered
India.
as a contract
Now,
between client
over
and
these
service
years,
provider.
we have
Very
we have done a huge range of
Advantage of
development
interface.
projects.
We
We've
can
really
achieve.
contributed
Okay, so here
to all the good things
when we are withdrawing our
that happened
money
in
from
this
the
period.
ATM,
And
we are
other
only
countries also did a lot
interested
of
to
good,
insert
but
the
often
data here
because
or
they had
perform the
both
task here.
military
Rather, we are
and
not interested
developmental
to see the code.
responsibilities. Often the goodwill of
If you are
one
not
was
seeing the
negated
code,
by the
which
other.
means
In our
which
case, it
means
is actually unmixed
security
goodwill.
is there.
So if you
Same
talk
thing.
to people, we are the country who
Same thing
brought
here.
a pediatric hospital
We can
to
achieve
Kabul, who brought
security because
electricity
we
to
are not
Kabul,
highlighting
who
our
created
inter
clinics, who
implementation.
built that road which goes around.
We are only giving the
So
SRS to
if you
my
look
HOD,
pretty
but we are
much
not
at
giving
any,
code to them.
sort of
We are
any
only
part of civil society,
giving the SRS.
teachers, doctors,
Enhancement
artists,
will becomes
military
very
people, police
easy
people,
because without
administrators,
affecting
tax
outside
people,
person, we can
everybody
change our
has
internal
been
implementation.
to India, dealt with India,
Means
benefited from
you
India.
have,
So there's
I mean,
there's
if you are using
enormous,
ATM from last 5 or 10 years,
Now,
you have
at
not
this
seen
moment,
that your screen is
because
getting changed
of
very
what happened
frequently.
last year,
Might be
they're
hardly
having
one
a
or
food
two
problem.
times you have observed
They're
that
having a medicine
your bank
problem. They're
screen
having a
is getting
COVID
changed
problem.
while withdrawing
And
the money.
they are going
But
to
it does not
increasingly
mean that
slide
the
into,
software engineer is
really
not working
maintaining
behind
civil
the scene
society
in
properly.
order to make
Now,
the
here's our dilemma.
transaction fast. They are every
do
day
we then
they are
just
committing some code.
throw up our
Every
hands
day
and
they are
say,
writing
well,
some code
things went in
for
the wrong
better
direction and
user
therefore
experience.
we are no longer going to do anything?
But you are not seeing that changes in
or
UI
do you
because your UI
actually say,
remains
okay,
same. You
I
might
will
not
take,
thinking that okay,
sort of
once
the
they
bigger
have developed
picture,
and
there's
it is
a
stable, we are
humanitarian
using.
issue out
Not
there,
like that.
and,
Every day, every
let me
time,
see,
every second, they are developing something and adding
kind
into
of
their
long-term
code. It's just
perspective,
that from
I-
UI
I,
perspective or from user
find ways
perspective, you are
of,
not able to
helping Afghan
recognize
society.
this one.
So
Okay?
we are
So
trying
that
to
is
work
reason
our
enhancement
way
becomes very
through that,
easy. Without
dilemma.
affecting outside
And,
person, we
the
can
reason
change our
why,
internal
we
implementation.
set the team was really to understand, as you know, we've been
Declaration of
sending food.
interface. We
We
can
are
declare
one of
the
the biggest
interface
suppliers
by
of
using
medicines.
interface
Our
keyword.
team
We'll see
actually
this one.
went to the hospital,
Now,
the Indira Gandhi Hospital, which is one of the main hospitals there.
Simple question
We've
again.
been the main provider of
What is the
vaccines.
interface?
So we looked at it, and I think we
What
are
is the
grappling with this
interface?
view
Have
that
you understood or not?
how do we
Very serious
actually
one. What is
find
the
a way
interface?
of
Have you
helping
understood
Afghan
or not?
society through what is obviously a very
everyone say
complicated and very
yes.
difficult time.
Understood,
So
not
beyond that, at this time, I really
Have
don't
you
have any
understood or
answers that I
not?
can share.
What is the interface?
But no timelines on if we
Please,
want
everyone.
to establish a mission there, if we want to have some form of engagement.
I'm not
there.
asking
If I were to do something about it, you will see it on
Everyone?
breaking news.
I was hoping I could get some from you tonight.
No, look, it's not something which you are going to debate in public. I mean, if we reach that point, we will do it, because we will do
Closing
it
this question,
only for
this
this
answer.
reason, that at the end of the day,
Question about line number 22.
It will be a human.
What is the use of interface?
For me,
is there any doubt here? Line number
having
22.
A mission or
clear? Not clear.
I mean, we have a mission. It's the Indians.
Please, everyone.
My concern is more how much. What do we do in concrete ways to help the Afghan people? There are many ways of doing it. I must also add there.
Okay. Let's come to another neighbor and a neighbor that you're very, very fond of, have great affection for, which is also going through a bit of an economic crisis, Sri Lanka. We know the assistance that India has extended to the Sri Lankan side. But what is your best understanding, sir, of how soon the crisis
Only 5 answer. I need everyone to participate.
And what is it that
Please
India
give me
can
the
do
22
more,
response
if at all there
immediately.
is, to address the concerns
This is
in
not
that,
good. Everyone should give me the answer.
Then
I will think that okay, you are
really a good fix
learning
on the timelines and so
line
on.
Number
I
22.
think it's really a very deep problem.
I'm just making you understand very clearly baby steps.
Sort of working the way through it.
Thank you.
My understanding is that they have to engage the IMF.
Give me the answer of 23. What is the advantage of interface? Clear, not clear?
Policy recommendations.
What is the advantage of interface? Clear, not clear?
Often those are not easy recommendations for any country.
Very
Once
simple
upon a
thing.
time
What is
we
the
had
advantage
go
of
through
interface?
something like that. Pakistan is grappling with something similar. So it's very hard sitting outside without a full visibility of their problems to
Please
pass
everyone.
a judgment.
I
But
got only
the
hardly
fact
5
is
to 6
that,
response.
this is our nearest neighbor, or it's among
I
our
want you
nearest
to
neighbors.
participate
A lot
in
of
my
the land neighbors
interactive class.
are there as well. And when you see them in such dire straits, obviously we'll have to step out and do what we can. And in some ways,
Okay.
it's also
So
to
till
my
now
mind,
we have learned only 3 things,
level
nothing
up
more
for
than
us.
that.
In the
Okay,
past,
that's all.
we've responded to to situations.
Now we are going to learn more things.
It could be like a first responder
New
HADR situation. We sent a
package.
peacekeeping force to Sri Lanka, where Bangladesh
Com
was concerned.
dot.
We sent the military in, but we've never really done a big economic support program bilaterally for another country in distress. So it's been something. It's taken up a lot of our time and attention, but Prime Minister was very clear that in many ways this is a very big test of our neighborhood first.
If I'll put
policy.
interface, we'll give every-
If you can
the
see
keyword,
the
so I'm
international
using inter
response,
only.
I would say, we stand out.
Now, how to
as a
create the
country which has
interface?
Really
Just
done
please
what
see
it
my
could.
screen.
But
How to create it.
my worry
Right click,
is that lot of
go
the
to the new. Right click,
big
go to the
concerns
new.
are still
You see
ahead
here
of us.
classes.
One final question from
And
my end, and then
interface.
a couple of
Class
questions from the
interface.
audience.
Class interface.
So, as
Class
you outlined,
interface.
a
Class
lot has
interface.
changed in India's
Class.
foreign policy in
We
the
will
last
click on
8
interface.
years. India's view today
My
is something that many countries, far bigger than us, far more influential than us, are
You see here,
they
everything
want
is
to know
same.
what is India's position on many
Instead of class,
multilateral issues and so on.
if you will
And
create
yet,
the
Minister,
class,
why
it
is
should
there
show
this
something like
perception,
that.
particularly in the Western press, that
But
India
if
has
I am
become
creating the interface,
illiberal,
instead
one
of class,
newspaper called India an
interface keyword
elected
is there.
autocracy, and
Class,
what may you say to
interface.
address
Class,
that perception?
interface. Class, interface. If you want to
see,
create the class,
these are
you
the
write the
kinds
class.
of
If you want to
questions
create the
will lead to
interface,
those
you write
kinds
the
of
interface.
clips.
I saved it for the
That's how
last. You have to
can
give me
create
that
the
much.
interface.
So,
Okay.
I
So
have
far,
my definition
we have
of
learned
electoral
this.
autocracy.
Interface
When there are elections
is
in a
all
country and
about
they give you results you don't like, you call them
unimplementation.
electoral autocracy.
If I will tell you,
So,
if I will
the
make one
point
statement,
is that you have,
interface
a lot of our
is
political arguments today
about
in this world are no longer national. They are global. Other people wade into our
implementation.
conversations, and perforce we
Now,
are drawn into
your
theirs as
answer
well.
should be,
If you look, since you
answer
mentioned the
should be
international press, reflect on the international
agree,
press in the last 8 years.
not
They have taken positions
agree.
on our elections.
Please
They have
say,
actually, some of them, very
agree or not agree?
reputed magazines have actually said that
Line number
they should
24.
people of India should vote in a certain direction. for a certain political party. So
please
it's not
don't
like they are
ask public. These are the
and if you
just
read some
come
of these
along
reports,
with me, no?
Some of these reports are so
Just
riddled
come
with
along with
basic
me, no?
errors that you would sort of wonder, saying, I mean, where do
Okay,
these guys?
very
I
good.
mean, what kind of even interns do they employ? I mean, there are some
I got
I've seen
not
a report
agree.
which suggested because the
Now,
former Chief
please
Justice
tell me
Ranjan Gogoi entered
why.
Parliament, as though in
Some of
some
them
way
said not agree.
it
Can you
was a
please tell me why?
reflection on the
If
independence
I'm
of the
saying
judiciary.
interface is all
Now,
about
anybody would have told
unimplementation,
you that
I said
there were
agree, not
previous Chief
agree.
Justices
Someone
or
is saying
previous
agree.
justices of Supreme Court
Two
have
of
done
them are said not agree.
so.
Now my
Same
question is
thing,
that
I've
why
seen
you are not
comments
agree?
made about our election commission. Now, look, I mean,
Why
we may
you
disagree
are
about
not
everything in
agree?
this room, but let's face it, the one thing, one thing which none of us doubts is when you go
There is
there to
nothing
vote,
called
and
maybe.
when that outcome comes out,
There is
none of us doubts it.
nothing
I
called
mean,
maybe.
the most disenchanted Indian
Maybe we can implement
accepts
something.
that.
There is
Now,
nothing
you have
called
people
maybe.
comment on that. So,
Because it has
do
the
understand
implement
a
keyword.
lot of
Seriously?
this is polemics, these are mind games.
See,
In
my
a sense,
question is that whatever I am
we
teaching
talk
you,
about
that much only you
rebalancing.
have to understand.
Okay?
If
Rebalancing
you
is not
understand
only
more, you will
economic
get
rebalancing,
confused.
my GDP is so much, or it's political rebalancing, I'm in this group and you're not in that group. There is actually a cultural rebalancing.
Because we are
There
developers
is a,
and we have to implement. Seriously?
there is
This
a
Java will
intellectual
restrict you
hegemonism
to
in the world.
implement and you will be
when the world
implement.
changes,
You have not the Java. You have not
the old
developed Java, right?
hegemonic order
Java is
has a
developed by
serious
the Sun
problem with it.
microsystem.
Within the country, by
So
the
what
way,
are the
and also
things
outside
they
the
will
country.
provide you? That will only you develop,
All right.
right?
I'll
You
throw
will
it
not
open to
develop
the
something
audience
out of the
now.
mind,
My
right?
colleague
And
Toya is
out
there.
of the
We'll take a
room.
couple of questions.
Yeah, I'm actually going to start here. So I'm going to come to you. 1 second.
If it is your reason to say not agree, then
Come to you.
you must be laughing yourself. Okay?
Good evening, Mr. Minister.
Not agree.
I am Rajesh Arya, retired from Indian
More
Army
answer,
as a Major General.
Let me
Sir,
try
first
to
of all, I would take 5 seconds to
Oh,
salute
you guys are
you and the MEA on our stand on Russo-Ukraine war.
not agree. User can implement stuff using the interface.
I don't think I have
For
seen in my
example,
65 years of life
for
our government
example,
taking
they
such
enter the
tough stand ever
pin, for example.
in an international forum.
We are reading the
I had a question for you in my
process.
mind, sir. You have already
Okay,
answered to
very good.
Zaka. So I have a little
Okay.
extension
Very
to
good.
that.
I like this
We
one.
are
My question is that
hamstrung
not agree,
between
which
the
is
two
fine.
tough
I like
neighbors
this.
no other country
User
has in
can
the world.
implement
We
stuff
have had
using the
wars with
interface.
both the land neighbors, big neighbors,
Okay,
China
fine.
and Pakistan. My question
My
is for
question is
Indo-Pakistan
that by
relations.
seeing the
75 years of border dispute
ATM
with
screen,
Pakistan,
what
30
you
years
will
of
develop?
terrorism,
Please tell me.
government's ineffective there,
By seeing the
military strong there, nothing is
ATM
finding
screen,
any
will you write
improvement
the
is
ATM code
despite
in your
all our
home
efforts by
to
the various
develop your
governments.
ATM? Don't write, right?
And
It
wars
might
are
be
not
you
the
are
answers.
engineer,
It's
software engineer,
only
you
we
will
have to
write.
sit
But
together
just
and
think
talk
about
and
the
put sense
normal
if
people,
required in
a
somebody's
normal
mind.
guy, very normal
Which is
guy.
not
I will come
obvious.
to your
We
point.
can
I
have number of
understand.
balakos and all that.
I'm
Where
just
do you
on first line
see
only, right? For
Indo-Pak
example,
relations in next
where they
say,
can
5,
enter
10
the
years?
pin.
How do we
Okay,
see? I mean,
they
so
can
many
enter the
generations have
pin
gone
and they
through
are
this.
triggering the authorization.
Where do we see this relations?
They can
Thank you, sir.
trigger the thing. You are
Yeah,
triggering
question.
the pin, but you have
look,
not written the logic to validate your
I'm
pin.
completely with you.
If you
I
will be
don't have
written, then you are becomes
any
hacker, right?
difference about
Then you will
the
hack
need,
everyone
you know,
ATM. You have
for
not
us to
written
get
the
along
code
with
to
neighbors and
validate
for India
your
and
pin.
Pakistan to get along.
Bank has
The
written the
issue is
code
not
to validate your
coming to the
pin,
table.
right? You have not
The
written.
issue is in
Being
what
a
manner are you coming to the table? You know, I can.
user, being
you
a
were
user,
invited to this
you are
meeting.
not supposed
Okay,
to
you
write
came happily in
that
your best
you are
clothes.
the user.
I could have also
Very
gone
simple
to your
cases,
house,
right?
put a gun to your head, and brought you to this table. So
You are
my
just
problem
entering.
is if
You are
a
just
neighbor says
providing
I'm
your
going to do
data.
cross-border terrorism, and
You are
that
not
will bring you to the table, I have
validating
a problem
yourself.
coming to
If
the
you
table.
will start validating yourself,
What I
you
would
will be
hope,
never
and
wrong,
I'm a very,
right?
very
You will be
optimistic
always
person.
right.
You know, if you
Right? So you
anybody
are
in
giving
diplomacy and anybody everybody in
your
politics
detail
has
to
to be
others
optimistic.
so that they
Because we
can
have to believe
validate
there's a
you
better
that
world,
you are
otherwise we
authentic
won't be
or
working
not
towards
authentic.
it. So Look, one day I am convinced
Hence,
that the people
you are
of
not
this region
interested
will
to
say
do that
enough
one,
with
right?
this.
Everyone is not
I know
interested
that
to
in
write
my
their
heart of
code for
hearts.
the validation.
I'm
right?
waiting for that day.
The
I'm
normal
working
user,
towards
just
that day.
think
But I know that it's
apart
not
from the
easy
software
because
engineer.
there are very
Even though
deep
being a
vested
software
interests
engineer, you cannot create
which
your own
have
ATM,
developed,
which is very true.
which
Right?
which has
Because
taken
behind the
them on
scene
the
there are
course
many
on which
APIs
they
running
have gone.
and bank will not
So,
give you all the details
and
to you.
it is
So you
important
will
for
not use.
us
You will mock the
to
data, which
have
is
the
fine.
fortitude and the
So
confidence
interface is all about the
that we
unimplementation.
need to wait
SRS
our
is a
time,
simple thing.
keep
SRS
reasoning
is
with
all
them,
about
keep engaging
unimplementation
them,
or not.
but
SRS,
be
you are
brought to the
providing one
table in a
page, right?
manner in which
Right,
it is
one
not
page
in
to
our
your
interest.
HOD.
And that
One
is
page
the
or two
policy
page,
of
max
this
to max,
government
right?
actually on
SRA,
35. That
what you are
we will
providing
not be
into your
brought to
project,
talks
very
using the
initial phase,
instrument
only
of
one line, which does not talk about any coding, right? Which doesn't talk, which is only talking about the functionality that you are developing.
I
If you are
request the
developing
audience members
student
to keep the
management, you are
questions brief
maintaining the
and
student
pointed.
details.
Good evening, sir.
That's all,
Tushar
right?
Gupta,
So
Swarajya Magazine.
SRS is the
The quad
interface
is
here.
coming together and
Since
rightfully
SRS
so.
is
So my
not
question
talking about the
is if
implementation,
tomorrow
hence
China gets
interface
very
is also
aggressive on
not talking
Taiwan,
about the
what would our
implementation.
stand be within the
Since
quad as an
interface is not
independent
talking about
nation
the
with interest in the
implementation,
Indo-Pacific
then you
and
should have
also on
said
the side of
agree.
supply chains?
You
Perhaps
shouldn't
that's a
have
more
said
economic
not
question,
agree.
but Taiwan
Okay?
is important when it
But
comes to
anyway,
chips
if
and
you ask,
semiconductors.
I
So
will
what
give
would
the
India's
answer.
position be? That's
You
all.
know,
Thank
Asking
you.
the
same question
standard
again, line
answer
number
in my
24,
business is we
line
don't
number
answer
24.
hypothetical questions.
Interface is all about the
So,
unimplementation.
but what I do
SRS
want
is
to
all
say
about the
is that
unimplementation.
Quad,
SRS doesn't
Quad
talk about the
really,
coding. Are you
I
agree
mean,
or
if
not?
you look
Line
at
number
Quad and the
24.
messaging of Quad and the activities of Quad, it is meant
Line
to
number
ensure
24.
stability and security. It is meant to create
Thank
reliable
you.
and
If you
resilient
are
supply
agree,
chains.
thank you.
It is really, in a
So,
way, I think a
I
very
have created the
stabilizing
interface here,
factor
right?
in a evolving world.
I have
So you
created
can
the
draw the
interface here.
conclusions from
Okay.
that.
Last couple of questions.
Yeah,
But
if we could
for
take a
your,
question on this, I have come to you before. All right,
but
we're going to come
for
to you,
your
sir.
knowledge, little bit twist I wanted to do.
Namaskar, Mr. Honorable
In
Minister.
Java 8,
I'm Kim from the Korean Culture Center, South Korean Embassy, media in charge. My question is,
from
we
Java
can
8
say India rising of
onward,
the whole the world in the field, international field. Everybody want to make a relationship with India. Even superpowers, Russia and
from
US
Java
also
onward,
sending
this
continuously their love call to us, this big country.
statement
Then
is
what can be the reason? I can see the clear difference before the Modi's government and after the Modi's
will
government. Clearly, big difference there.
why?
So what can be this region? India become the superpower. Who want to be friends from any other country today?
Just for your understanding.
Well, look.
But anyway, till now you
First of all,
understood
I
this
thank
only,
you for
agree
saying
only.
all those
Okay.
nice things.
Till now
But
you have to understand.
I
agree
want
only.
to temper it
Now,
with a strong sense of reality.
we have understood this
Okay.
one. Now
Because
coming to the here.
let me also tell you, I mean, being in politics is a great reality check because you understand all the problems
So
on the ground.
interface, if
which
you are writing
even
public
if you are
interface,
a
my interface,
COO
right?
of a
Which means
ministry,
that
you may
whatever the
not
things you
necessarily
are going to write here is
I-
all
I'm very convinced of the positive trajectory of my country.
unimplemented.
Okay, that's why at times,
Which means whatever
if
the
only
things
for
you are
that
going
reason,
to
I wish I
learn
were
it
younger,
here or
so that I
write it
could
here,
see
it's
more
all
of
about the
that trajectory.
unimplemented. And
But
how
it's
we
not
can
a
write
trajectory
something
which is-
unimplemented
which
that
is
we already
foregone,
know.
that it will automatically happen. I think we have to work hard.
Public,
We have to make choices. We have
public,
to manage international relations in a way
get
in which the trajectory is the smoothest.
student
So our problem, or I would say
details.
our outlook of foreign policy today, like any country will have problems. How do you manage or mitigate your problems? How do you maximize your opportunities? This in essence is what we are trying to do. And
Public,
in doing this, for us, the more relationships we have,
what,
the greater the opportunities which
get,
come with it, which is why, for example, a relationship with Korea
marks,
is so vital for us, because you know, there are really
public,
in a range of
what,
areas
get,
there are benefits which both countries can gain. So you know,
student,
this how do you actually walk that or
department.
fly that trajectory in the most optimal way?
This is all
That
things
is
I want to
really
develop.
what
This
our
all things
situation
I
is
want to
today.
develop. But
sometimes, yes,
I
there
don't
will
want
be
to develop now
situations
in
like we
later
are going
points
through
of
right
time.
now, where there will be
My
pulls and
very
pressures on
simple
us.
question to you,
People
very
wanting
simple,
us
just forget
to
about the interface
sharply
and everything.
go in one direction or the other direction.
Sometimes
We
back,
have to
we have
decide
learned
which is the
something,
right flight
and where we have
path to
learned
take. I think so far we
unimplementation,
have been
right?
sensible about it, and
Sometimes
I'm
back,
very
sometimes back in the last class
confident
only,
we
we
will
have learned
continue to be
something
so.
where we are talking about the
Right, one final
unimplementation.
question.
Are you able to relate something? Are you able to recall something?
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, sir. I'm
Please
Gayatri.
everyone say.
I'm from Africa. I call you from Africa, though I'm originally from here,
Please
but I'm based in
everyone say.
Africa. The kind of competition that we see in China, with respect to China and India in Africa, is very different. The China takes entire
Yes.
Africa as a market,
Future
and not only as a
development,
market, but
abstract,
also
right?
as a partner.
Yeah, correct, correct,
While we
correct. Very good, very good.
are lacking
We
somewhere.
have learned, right?
So what are the
Abstract,
steps being taken
abstract
to
thing, right?
fulfill that?
Abstract
Actually,
thing means
Which
we are
part
not.
of
I am not
Africa do you live?
interested
I'm from
to
Zambia.
implement now. But when later point of time, if I will open new department, I will
comparisons
implement
are
it.
sometimes
Remember,
useful,
right?
and
Same
comparisons are
thing.
sometimes
At that
misleading.
times we are learning class,
Because
right? But now we are
countries are
learning
like
interface.
people, each one plays
Even
their
we are
own
writing
game
the
to their own
abstract
strengths.
class.
So,
I think day 6 we have
when you
learned, right?
said that somewhere there's something lacking in us, again, I'm not ever unmindful of our shortcomings. It's always useful to know where you fell short.
Anyone remember?
But do look
here.
at actually what has been achieved.
So here,
we are today, if you were to look at the top 5 trade and investment partners of Africa, we are there. We are among the top trade partners. We are definitely among the top investment partners. What are we doing about it? It's very interesting.
So here, if you see that in some classes, we have learned this one.
Decided that we would expand our
where
embassies.
Some of the things, if you are not interested
the Prime
to do,
Minister's decisions was, he said, okay, I'll allow you to expand embassies, but I insist that the first lot of expansions, which were 18 embassies, will all be in Africa. So if you were to ask today, which country
but anyway,
has the maximum number of embassies in Africa? Actually, we will be, if not number one,
you
we'll
remember
be one
which
or
class?
two.
Day 6, okay.
We do a lot of development projects in Africa. Again, that has broadened out. We have out of 54 African countries, I think in 47 African countries, we have development projects. But what is it, since you live there, where is it we can really, in a sense, support Africa? I would say a lot of that is in training, capacity building, education, and in in the growing up there, improving their social indices. So if you see, for example, students, since we had a big commitment which Prime Minister made in 2015 to Africa.
You see that I have created one
COVID,
parent class.
We've actually
here I have
40,000
implemented
African
Gate Parent,
students,
Gate Triple E, Gate Civil, Gate ME.
Educated,
okay.
By
This
Indian
implementation I don't have currently,
today,
so I have
fact,
just ignored this
very
one.
interesting,
But for
very
this one,
novel
how many
schemes of
implementation
distance
I have? I have
education,
implemented
distance
it, right?
health,
Last
because
class we have learned
such a
this
strong
one.
digital
Same way,
ability today to deliver,
yeah.
which we have
same way,
included. We've actually worked on an agreement with 19 African countries there.
Same way,
So
for
there
my
is a lot
interface,
happening in
my
Africa.
interface,
Now, why
I
don't
am
you get
only
to hear
talking
this?
about the
You don't get to hear
unimplementation.
it
I
because
am
in a
only
way
talking
it's
about the
disaggregated.
unimplementation. But in last class, I have talked mixed thing.
Actually,
I have talked
an
on
interesting thing.
implementation
Indians
as well as I
are
have
far more
talked
reticent about
implementation
their
also.
achievements.
I have talked on
Then
implementation,
maybe
I have
they
talked
should be
on
at
implementation also.
So if you
Whereas
go to
today I am
Africa,
talking only about the
I spend a lot of
unimplementation
my
only.
time talking to my
Unimplementation
African
only.
colleagues. In fact, next few
Interface,
days I'm
because
going to
interface
Kigali.
is SRS and SRS is only
My
talking
sense
about the
is that in
unimplementation.
Africa, the perception
So
about
far, are
India
you
has
clear?
undergone a very major change. COVID has helped. There is a clear sense that we were among the countries,
so far are you
few
clear?
countries which stood by them, not just in vaccines, even in medicines, in PPEs, and sending ventilators, etc. COVID has helped. I think even in the food shortages today, we have made sure that African interests are protected. And the food market is
now
not
we understood
cornered
how to
to
declare the
exclusion
interface, and
of Africa. I think African
interface we have only
societies and leaders
unimplemented
understand
method.
that.
That's all.
So there
We
is a
haven't
lot
understood
happening.
much
I
things.
quite take your point.
We understood
Maybe we
that
should
how
be,
to create the interface. and how to
All right, with
declare
that, we
the
come to the end of
interface
this
inside the
session, the
how to
concluding
declare
session
the
of
method
the CNN
inside
News
the
18 Town Hall. A
interface.
round
Because
of applause
interface is
for
an
Dr. Jaishankar.
implemented
Thank
method,
you very
so we
much.
are not
I'd
interested
request
to
you to stay
provide
on
the
stage because we have
Thank
a
you
small
so
token
much,
of
curly
appreciation.
braces,
Honorable
open braces,
Minister, for
because
that
interface
session.
is
We'll just
only
request you
talking
to
about
stay
the
on stage. I
unimplementation,
would request
and
our
curly
coordinator to
braces
stay
and
on
open
stage.
braces is
I would
talking
like to
about the
now invite
implementation, right?
Smriti Mehra,
So
CEO,
we are not
Business Cluster
interested to do the
Broadcast,
implementation.
to come
Interface
pass
is
on the
only
memento
talking about
to
the
the Minister, please.
unimplementation. Now, that's all. Next thing is that, let me close out. Wait.
Once again, we would like to thank the Honorable Minister for his valuable inputs as well as his time. Well, with that, it's curtains down as far as our inaugural.
As always, and I need to move into the to-do. That's all I can do for now. Now, if you have remembered, like today also we have did something. What we did something. You are ahead. You are ahead. You are ahead. I cannot take this one anyway. Okay. So, and today we have used somewhere extend keyword, right? Extend keyword. Where we have used extend keyword. Here we have used, today we have used extend keyword. So, extend keyword is defined for the class, and you don't have to ask why extend keyword is only defined for the class. This is not the question. Extend keyword is only defined for the class. Okay. Extend keyword is only defined for the class, and you really no need to ask why it is defined, because it is defined. That's all. As simple as this is how Java is made. So extend is defined for the class that we have used multiple times.
Your statements.
Similar way, for interface, what is
After
the
that,
defined?
you
That
will
is
be
the proper
questioned
question you're
by
supposed to ask.
Sylvie Kaufmann
Since
from Le
for
Monde
class,
and Françoise Nicolas
class
from IFRI. And in the third part, I will take some questions by the people outside the room who are asked to follow you carefully. And I'm pretty sure they will do so.
Key word is defined
Minister, let
in order
me
to do the
introduce you very
parent-child
briefly.
relationship.
You
Whereas
became External
for
Affairs Minister of India in 2019
for
after a remarkable
interface,
diplomatic career, because as we discussed, you
interface
served, for
we
instance,
have
many years ago in Moscow, but
we have
you were ambassador to China, you were ambassador
implement
to the US, and you were also foreign secretary. And you found time to
defined
write a book, which was published in
make a
2020, The Indian
parent
Way, which is a reflection
child
about the
and
option
child
for India in terms of foreign policy. So as I said, you are visiting Paris in a very particular context.
Okay.
You insisted, and your ambassador as well, on the importance of the relation between France and India, and that's why we decided to title this conference, How Does India See France? And you participated in a ministerial forum for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region.
Interface is all about the SRS.
It is for
okay,
sure
I have submitted my SRS to the
for
HOD.
the EU French
I have
presidency.
submitted my SRS to the
And
client. Now I want to develop it, right?
Certainly a topic on
in
which
order to develop,
there are many
I will do
expectations in Europe regarding
implement
the
the
initiative
SRS.
taken
Implement
by
the
India.
SRS. Implement
So for
the
all these
interface.
reasons, we are very happy
As
to
soon as
have
you
you
write
this
the
afternoon
implement
at IFRI.
and the interface what
And
we are going
as
to
I said,
implement,
I would
it
let
will ask
the
you,
floor for
you have implement interface,
20,
but you are not implementing
25,
anything.
30 minutes,
You
as
have
you want.
implement interface, but
So
you are
therefore,
not
it's yours. Thank
implementing
you again
anything.
for coming
How
to
to
IFRI. If you
implement
want
this one?
to go there,
Move
you
your
will be more
cursor and click
comfortable.
enter. You see, all of your method got implemented. What do you mean by implemented? All of your method got attached with the open curly braces, close curly braces, open curly braces, close curly braces, open curly braces, close curly braces. If you are not, this is auto-generated code. If you are not writing it anything here, if you are not writing anything here, doesn't mean that it is not implemented. As soon as curly braces open and curly braces close, which means that you have implemented. As soon as curly braces are not there, which means that you are not unimplemented. So once you implement interface from Java, you are forced to
Director Tamash Kamat,
to write the code
it's a
here.
great pleasure
You
to
are
be
forced
at
to implement the method here. You
the
are
work that
forced
you
to
and other
implement the
institutions in
method
France
here.
do provides
It is very required
valuable insights
condition.
into French and European perspectives of our changing world.
Now,
especially important because of the role that Europe
wait for a
and
second.
France are expected to play in the
Question
world.
what I'm trying to ask.
As India and France seek to deepen the partnership and set
What
higher
do you
ambitions for their relationship,
mean while
including in the Indo-Pacific region,
what do you
there is a clear need to intensify the
mean by
conversation between and with these strategic communities in both countries. I'm glad that IFRI is developing institutional partnerships in India.
interface
I'm also pleased to share my thoughts on how India sees
implementation?
France.
Line number 30.
It is particularly
Did you
appropriate
got or
that
not?
I am doing so following a bilateral meeting with
Line number
Foreign
30.
Minister
Did you got or
Ledria,
not? Very important.
Defense Minister Pale, and the Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum for which I came here. These occasions capture the strategic priorities that provide a compelling framework of what I believe is
so
a
interface, how can
unique
you implement? Interface, how can
India
you
and
implement?
France.
In order to do the interface,
So,
first you have to create the
this
interface
question,
which has
how
all the
does India see
unimplemented
France?
method.
Well,
You have to create the interface
succinctly
which
put,
has all the
I would say as a
unimplemented
major
method.
power with a global
But
outlook
when we want to
and an
implement,
independent
we will
mindset,
just create the class
one
and
that is
implement the
central to
interface.
multipolarity and
Implements
rebalancing.
the interface. Once
Equally
you
important,
implement the interface,
one
then
that is
Java is
extremely
understanding,
responsive
okay, you
to
want to
India's
implement.
concerns and
Then you
priorities,
have forced to implement. And
that
what do
has
you
a
mean by
long
implement?
history as a
Opening the
trusted
curly
partner,
braces and closing the
and one
curly
which is
braces.
becoming
That's
even
all.
more relevant
Clear
as
or
we
not clear,
jointly
please, everyone
address
repeating again.
contemporary and emerging
Please,
challenges.
who are say no clear, please confirm.
That we have now
Clear or
entered
not
an
clear?
era of
Who have said not
turbulence
clear? Have you
gives
cleared
this
or not?
partnership a still greater salience in international
If you are
relations.
clear. Now, so far what we have learned
The
is
world is today in the midst of multiple crises, including one in Europe. It is taking place against the backdrop of profound geopolitical, geoeconomic, and
What do you mean
technological
variable?
changes. The
Variable we have
widespread
left long
disruption
back.
of the pandemic
We have
has
learned method, we have
sharpened,
learned class, we
perhaps
have learned
even
variable. Now we are
accelerated these
learning
trends.
interface.
Taken
How can
together,
you relate
these
variable to
developments have
interface?
generated new challenges to the international order. We no longer have the comfort
Please say,
of the
how can you
familiar.
relate variable to interface?
In response, all nations are reappraising
In variable
priorities,
we activate.
strategies, relationships, and
I
even
don't know what you
strategic
are taking.
geography.
Let me repeat
We
it again. This
scramble
is the
every
important
day to adapt to
concept.
the rapid
Okay?
changes in the
If you
environment.
misunderstood, entire
Often,
concept will go away.
long-standing
Please
assumptions
understand.
have
Don't
to be revisited.
relate yourself. What I'm
In this
explaining,
era
relate
of
with
growing
my words.
uncertainty,
Okay?
polities are
Once you will
searching
get
for
matured,
reliable and
you
resilient
can
partners.
understand, you can
Those with
have your
shared
own
values and common
example.
vision
But now you are learning
obviously fit the
with
bill
me.
more perfectly.
Okay?
That is certainly the case with
Okay,
France and
so
India.
as we already know, interface
Especially in
is
the
SRS,
last
and
2
SRS
decades,
is talking about the
India has transformed many of its
unimplementation.
relationships
So all the methods
in
are
its
here.
extended
It's
neighborhood
only talking
as
about the
much as at the global
unimplementation.
level.
How
Our
this method
relationship
we
with
got to
France,
know is
though,
an
is one
unimplemented
that
method?
bridges multiple
Because we don't have
generations.
open curly braces and
History
closed
is
curly
certainly
braces.
an
And
asset
that we
for this
already learned
particular
in
account.
abstract class. How
What
to
is now
write the
happening is a
unimplemented
shared
method. This is the
endeavor
way to write the
to take it
unimplemented
to a
method
still higher
without
level.
having open
I can
braces,
assert
open and
with
closed
genuine
curly braces.
confidence that
So
it is
this
the
is the interface I
strongest
have
now
defined.
since our journey as an
I got to
independent
know
nation
that,
began
okay, now I want to
75
develop.
years ago.
Means I got enough requirement or
Through the
enough
tumult
data
of our
to develop
times,
my interface.
India's relations with France
Right? So
have
in order to
continued
develop, I
to
will
move
create one
forward
class.
on a
In this
steady
class, I will
upward
write
course.
implements. And
It is
then
a
I will write
relationship
the interface
that has
name
been
where
free
my all
from sudden
unimplemented
shifts
methods are
and
there.
surprises
As soon as
that
I
we
will write this line,
sometimes
Java will understand,
see in
okay,
other
this guy
cases.
wanted to
Indeed,
implement my interface.
these ties have
Then Java will force you,
continuously
if I am
adapted to
deleting this
change
one,
and come out
Java is
stronger for
force
that.
you, just
In
hover
India,
the mouse here.
there is a
Java is
great
forcing
sense
you
of trust
add
and confidence in the
add
relationship.
unimplemented
It is
method,
deeply
add
institutionalized
unimplemented method. As
and
soon as you
benefits
click,
from a
all the
strong
method
political
is
consensus
getting
on its importance.
surrounded with open
I
and
believe
curly
that
braces,
we
open
have
and curly
seen the
braces,
same
open and
here
curly
in
braces,
France.
which means that is it
There is, of course,
necessary,
the
is
shared
100%
belief in
necessary.
democracy and
When you are
universal human
implementing
values.
interface, you
We
need to
both have an
provide the
abiding
logic
faith
for all the
in
method.
independent
When
thinking
you are
and a
implementing
deep
the
conviction
interface, you
that
need
our
to provide the
interests are best
logic
served
for all
in
the
a
methods.
multipolar order.
This is what
Our
interface is
shared
all
faith
about.
in
Coming
national
to the here,
capabilities has its roots
do
in
you
our respective
what do you mean by
conception of
interface
ourselves.
implementation?
It
Interface
speaks of a
implementation
belief
is you
in
need
our
to create the
civilization
class.
heritage
Inside the
and
class, you
worldview
need to implement the
that has run
interface.
through the changing
Once
course
you
of our
implement the
histories.
interface, you need to write the implementation
It
for that.
produces what
Okay.
I would call a
Repeating again,
distinctly unique way
interface is
of
all
looking
about
at
the
global developments.
unimplemented method.
When it comes to our relationship,
Unimplemented method
it
means
has instilled
unimplemented
confidence
method means we don't
that
have
we
the
will
implementation.
intuitively relate
But
to
in
each other without
2025,
letting
I
other
got to know that I
influences
want to
shape our
open
choices.
other branches also.
As India
Like
sees
I
France,
want to
there is a
open
lot in
the
history
EC, I
that
want to open
positively
the
shapes its
CS, I want to
perceptions.
open the mechanical.
There are current
So now
developments
it's
too
time to
that
implement.
add to the
Now, since
nature
it's
and
time to
quality of our
implement, how to
convergence.
implement? In order to
As we look
implement,
ahead,
I will create one
shared
class.
interests
I
and
will
common
create one
beliefs
class.
are creating
Once I
an
will create the
ambitious
class,
agenda
I will
for our expanded
implement
partnership.
the interface which
Allow
I
me
want to implement.
to
I
explain
will
that
implement
with
the
some
interface.
examples.
Once I will implement,
Let's
the
start with the
Java will
basics.
override this method.
An
Java will
independent
force you
India,
to
too,
implement. If you
had the
delete this one,
ideals of
Java is
liberty,
force you to,
equality,
hey,
and
you told me
fraternity
that
as
you are
its
implementing,
foundational
but you are not
principles of
writing
the
anything.
Republic.
Why? You told me that you
These
are
have
going to
guided our
implement
respective
interface,
approaches
but
to
you are not
governance
writing any
and to
logic here.
society.
Why? I am not
Whether it is
accepting
the
your
objective
why
of
I am giving you
creating
error. That
a
is
more
agent is
just
giving you
and
error,
empowered
saying that
society,
you told me
or
that
meeting
you are
challenges like
implementing
terrorism,
interface, but you are not
there
writing
is
anything.
a
You should
natural
have to write.
empathy
So
between
you
us.
should have to write.
In our own
You
ways,
should have to write.
after
This
India's
is what you
independence
should have to write.
and in
What do you mean by you
French
should have to write?
post-war
You need to
revival,
give the open,
we put
close,
great
curly
premium
braces. You need
on
to
achieving
give the open, close,
self-reliance.
curly braces. You need to
This was
close,
driven by
give
a
the
faith in
open,
ourselves,
close, curly
as well as an
braces.
assessment of the global order. Our
Moving
efforts were
again,
also aimed
line
at
number
making greater
31.
contribution to global
I
good.
want
The
100%
exercise of sovereignty
clear.
and building
Clear,
of
not clear.
strategic autonomy
Line number
went hand in
31.
hand.
Line
That
number
approach
31.
has a
Clear,
new
not
relevance
clear.
today, given the
Line number
dangers posed by
31. Clear, not
centralized
clear.
globalization and vulnerable supply chains. Indeed, those with a similar outlook
Implementation
can
loop.
collaborate to enhance trust and
Please everyone
transparency
respond me back.
in the
Please
global
everyone.
economy,
This is
thereby
important concept. Please
de-risking
everyone.
it significantly.
An
India has
implementation
regarded France as a global power for a variety of reasons.
Provisioning for penning
Obviously,
were
one of
list.
them is a
Correct,
permanent
right.
seat in the UN Security Council. But in addition,
Correct.
France had a
Please
footprint
everyone,
and an
I want at
influence
least
in far
only
corners
4
of
on
the
5
world
people have given the answer.
and weighed
How,
in
why?
on key global issues. What was
Don't go
noteworthy
ahead.
was that
Don't go
despite
ahead.
being a member of an alliance,
Don't go ahead. If you
France
go ahead,
has never hesitated
don't go
to
ahead.
voice its own positions. And it has done so with an ideal mix of understanding and realism.
No,
This
this will.
lack
Can we
of
implement
dogmatism
any some method?
has
No, you. If
contributed
you are writing
to
implement,
building a
see, if
strong
out of actually if you delete
with a
this
rising power
one, right?
like India.
If you delete this one,
We saw that,
you will
for
get error.
example,
You will
when
get
it
error.
came to a
You will get
complex
error, right?
issue
You
like
need to
accommodating
implement all the
India
methods.
in the global
You need to
nuclear order.
implement all the methods. You need to implement
The
all the
third
methods.
way that France long
So you got this
symbolized
answer.
has naturally been of interest to an India that was devising its
You
own
means
path
all
in global
method in that.
affairs.
All method in that
During the
class.
Cold
No, all
War
the
era
method in
of a
that
divided world,
interface.
this
All the method in that
flexibility
interface.
expanded the
You means
basis
all the
for our
method in class.
cooperation.
No. all the method in
Bluntly
interface,
put,
because this
came
interface
without
I can implement
ideological
it here.
baggage.
But extra to that,
That tradition has
public,
now
public,
taken on a
void,
more modern incarnation.
get my
Indeed,
name.
the independent strands that we each
I can write
represented
my own method
have
also,
become
right?
building blocks
I
of the
can write my
multipolar
own
world.
method. This get my name is
The
not
trust
available
that we
in
have
my
built over the
interface.
years is an outcome of a
So
similar
you just
outlook,
very
national
clear on
beliefs, and
you
an
all means all
appreciation of the
method in that
importance of
class.
our
No, all
relationship.
method in that interface.
From a strategic
We are
point
not
of view,
even class.
that
In
is
class,
expressed in
we are
cooperation in
implementing.
defense,
In
space,
class is
and
the
civil
place
nuclear
where we
coalition.
are implementing.
These
But
domains have
what we are
witnessed shared
implementing
endeavors
is
for many
available
decades,
inside the
but have
interface.
now
Very
increased
clear.
in depth and in
Very
complexity.
clear.
In the area of defense,
Right,
our first acquisition of French
Any
fighter
questions
aircraft
so far?
was in the early 1950s. Since then, succeeding generations of French aircraft and other platforms and
Question
equipment
number next.
have been an integral part
If
of
only
the Indian
one
military
method is
force.
implemented instead all
India,
will
therefore,
still getting error.
has a
Yes,
strong reason
interface
to
rule
see
itself is
France
that
as a
you
critical
have to
partner
implement
for its
all the
national
methods.
security.
See, I am just deleting this method. Please
France
see
was
my
also an
screen. Please see
important
my screen.
influence in the
Syed Soeb.
development of
I am
India's
deleting this
strategic
method.
thinking,
Please see my
especially
screen.
its
I am getting
nuclear
error.
force posture.
You see my error.
Indeed,
It is
the
asking me
very
to
concept
implement.
of
It is
credible
asking me to
minimum
implement.
deterrence was
So
derived
interface
from the
will
learnings of
force
French
you to
experience.
implement all the
Not just
method.
that,
Interface will
after the
force you to
1998
implement all
nuclear
the method.
tests,
Clear, not clear?
France was the
Syed?
first nuclear power to show an
Clear, not
understanding
clear?
of our strategic compulsions.
Thank
So
you.
it was no
Any more
surprise
questions here? Please
that
tell
Prime
me.
Minister Atal
Till
Bihari
now, whatever I have
Vajpayee
explained, don't go
made
beyond me.
Paris his first
Whatever I
bilateral
have
stop
explained,
after
clear,
the
not clear.
nuclear tests.
If you don't
Along
want to
with
implement
President
few
Chirac,
methods, then we
he
have to
launched
be in
the
inter.
strategic partnership
Wait,
between
let
our
me
two
copy this
countries
question.
that still
This
serves us
question,
well today.
I will think
French
whether I need to
support
give you
played
answer
an
or not.
important role in getting
Okay, if you don't want to
India
implement few
getting an
methods,
exemption
then
from
have
the nuclear
to
suppliers
be in
group in
another
2008
interface.
to
Is it
resume
correct?
international cooperation in civil
Partially
nuclear
correct,
energy.
partially wrong, but we'll wait for some time. I am
In the
keeping
UN
an
Security
answer into
Council
the to-do.
and other international
Partially
forums,
correct, but
where competing
I will
and
give you better
complex
answer.
sets of interests affect
Okay,
choices
right?
of members, France has been reliable,
Oh
strong,
my God.
and a consistent partner of India. For
You
our
seriously don't
synergies have
have to
enabled
tell
us,
me
for
that.
example, to be more
Please
effective
don't
in mobilizing
point out abstract
UN
words. Please
action
don't have to
against
tell me this
terrorism
one. If
and
I will
terrorist
complete my
groups.
interface and if I will complete my
In the
abstract
past
class,
10 years,
if
in
you
the
feel
past
that
few
I have not
years,
covered any
the
topic, that time you have to
uncertainties
tell me.
and disequilibrium of a world in
Don't worry.
transition
If
have
I'm teaching you
encouraged
something, I'm
a
making sure
stronger
that I'm
sense of
teaching you
common
everything.
strategic purpose.
Okay?
Let me
So your
highlight now
question is not
some
even
of
in
the
to-do.
contemporary drivers of this partnership.
Okay, good.
One
Very
is the
good. Thank
future
you
of the
everyone for
Indo-Pacific region,
understanding.
where the center of gravity
Now, we got
global
to know interface
opportunities and
anyway.
challenges
Things
increasingly
is
lie.
that few things you need to understand here very
Developments there
clearly.
and
Few things you
ensuing
need to
regional order
understand very clearly.
will have a
Okay?
direct impact across the world, including here in Europe. What
Few
is at
things you
stake
need
is the
to
credibility
understand
of a rules-based
here
order and the
very
efficacy
clearly.
of the international
Very
system.
clearly. What you
India
need
is
to
at the
understand.
strategic center of this region.
So,
France
coming to the
represents its
interface,
two bookends
your
with a
interface
vast
will be
EEZ.
always public. Your
India sees
interface
France as a
will be
resident power
always
in the
public.
Indo-Pacific
Your
region,
interface
vital
will
for
be
its peace and
public,
stability,
never
and a premier partner for
private.
India. We both seek a free, open,
PRIVAT.
and inclusive region,
Never
and we
private.
both have
Your
multiple
interface will
interlinked
be always
partnerships
public.
with a positive agenda
Your
to address
interface
the
will be
challenges and
always public,
advance
never
stability
anything,
and
neither
security in the
private,
region.
neither default,
Our
neither
partnership has
whatever you have
multiple
learned,
objectives.
never. Your
It aims
interface
to
will
ensure
be always
that we can
public.
safeguard
But
our
might be you
interests,
are asking that
including the
your question
security
should
of the
be,
sea lanes,
your
freedom of
question should be,
navigation, and the protection
why?
of the marine commons.
Why?
We also work together and with others
Interface
with stakes in the region to uphold international law and support the organic
be
evolution of a rules-based regional
only
architecture. Our
public,
cooperation
which is correct.
also
You should be
intends to
asking.
create better options
Now,
to
answer
countries in
for
the
that
region
is
and enable them to make sovereign
INTER.
and free choices.
Now,
They should
question
neither
answer
be
for that is,
subjected to domination
please again we
nor
will little,
caught in a
okay, your
binary
answers
power
over here,
rivalry.
right?
For that, Our partnership in trade, investment and connectivity, health and sustainability will matter
Your answer.
as much
The
as our
question is
cooperation
why
in
interface should
defense
be
and
public.
security.
Now answer is here only.
For these reasons, we also
Now
welcome
very
the EU
clearly please
strategy for
understand.
cooperation
Very
in the
clearly
Indo-Pacific
understand.
region and
If you have went to the
appreciate
ATM,
deeply
if you have
French
went to the
leadership in
ATM,
encouraging
that
and shaping
ATM is
a
not
deep,
designed only for you.
comprehensive EU
Right?
engagement with
That
the Indo-Pacific.
ATM is designed for all
India
the
and
users
France
who
pursue their
hold the
Indo-Pacific
ATM
partnership
card.
through multiple
Right?
channels.
The ATM
We
screen
work
is
together
designed for
bilaterally
all the
on
users who
regional
hold the
security,
ATM card.
economic and
It is not
sustainability
designed
issues.
for
We
users, for
appreciate
you
that
only.
France
Like
will chair
if you are
one
inserting
of the
your
pillars of
ATM,
India's
that ATM
Indo-Pacific
screen is not
Oceans
only for
Initiative.
you, right? That ATM
We are
screen
evolving
is static and this
plurilateral
is for
interlinked
everyone.
arrangements with strategic
Same
partners. This
as
is visible in regional
same as
forums, including the Indian Ocean
the
Naval
SRS,
Symposium, the
what you
Indian
are
Ocean
implementing,
Regional Association,
SRS, what
the
you are
Indian Ocean
what you are
Commission,
implementing
and in
is not only
a
for
regional
you.
information
It's
fusion
for
centers.
all the
It
teachers
also
available in
extends
that
to
department. If you remember right,
ASEAN-based
once you
institutions.
implement that your project, that you will submit one
Another
what
important
say
strategic
a
objective
book kinds
in
of
our
thing.
relationship
You will
is to
submit one
work
book,
for a
and that book
reformed
will go into
and
your
effective multilateralism.
university library.
This is
Right?
critical for India and France
Thesis
to
or something
achieve
is called.
our
The
ambitions
SRS will
and
get
fulfill our
submitted into your
aspirations.
library.
French
So if
support
your
for the
junior will
reform
come,
of
they
the
will
UN
read your
Security
SRS.
Council,
They will try to
including
understand that
India's
what you
permanent
have
membership,
developed. Right?
has been
So
strong.
SRS is public.
We
Clearly, right? So
recognize
SRS
that
is
to
never
strengthen
private. Means
multilateralism,
that this SRS,
faith
you are not
and
only
confidence in
developing,
it
you are
must
not
be
only
restored.
developing for the
That is
particular
why
teacher.
India
If
and
any
France
other teacher
attach high
wanted to see
importance
all
to
that
multilateral
department
efforts
teacher wanted to see
for
your
a quick
SRS, they can
and
see it.
equitable delivery of
Right?
COVID
The
vaccines,
SRS is not only for this
addressing
teacher.
inequality, poverty,
That is the reason
unemployment, and
SRS you are
indebtedness,
after
and
completing your
meeting the
project, you are
challenges of climate
submitting
change and
SRS one
biodiversity
copy
conservation.
into your library, which is
The world
mandatory.
we
Right?
want to see
Same way, if you are
reflects the
developing the
society
project for
we
your
wish to build.
client, the client will
Multilateralism
make this
is more
project
than just
public. Client
institutions.
will make this project public.
It is a way of
If
dealing with
simply learn
emerging
have this
challenges
designed
both
this
within and
website,
outside
if simply learn
multilateral
has designed this
institutions.
website,
Both
it
India
does
and
not mean
France
that this
prefer
website is only
collective,
for you. Only for you.
consultative,
No,
and
this
inclusive approaches over
website
unilateral
is for all the
initiatives.
users who
The
came to this page,
India-France-led
right? But
International
if you
Solar
log in this
Alliance,
page,
which
might be
now
the
has
respective
nearly 100
login is
members,
for you,
is an example.
right? Respective login for you.
Whether it is
But this
climate
website
change,
is not for the you only,
disaster-resilient
right?
infrastructure,
It is for all the
conservation
public
of
users.
forests, illegal
That is the
fishing,
reason
or ban on
interface
single-use
is
plastic.
public. It's
Our two
never be
countries
any other
have
thing.
always reached out to each other to
Okay.
create a participative
Please, line
global
number
movement.
36. Are you
Coming from two different
understanding
parts
or
of the
not?
world
Line number 36.
with our own development journeys and with the capacity to mobilize
Have you understood
participation around initiatives, India and France can do much together. By working with third parties and focused groupings, they promote plurilateralism that is so
There
reflective
is
of
nothing
our
called
times.
gated interface.
Along with that, they strengthen multilateralism and together
Yeah,
help
so
create
only
a
one
stable
access, yeah, correct.
multipolar
Only
order.
public, which
The
is
third
public,
priority is in the digital domain. Digital technology will be an
there is
important
no other
determinant of our sovereignty.
Now,
Leadership,
till now you understand that
and
to
international
implement the
relations in this
interface,
century.
you
Our two countries
must
have
need
advanced
a class.
skills and technology,
To implement the
a high
interface,
level
you
of
must need a
complementarity,
class, right?
similar thinking on creating a
Now,
sovereign ecosystem, and convergent views on data standards and security. Above all, we have the vital ingredients of trust and democratic values.
Implement
India
an
is already the third largest startup ecosystem in the world and a leader in creating public digital infrastructure. It offers scale and sophistication that can create productive partnerships for the next generation digital and telecommunication capabilities and standards.
But we have to log
Our
in
mutual
to the
trust
access
also
our
opens
details.
vast opportunities for cooperation in cybersecurity.
But we have to log in.
And together,
correct. I told you,
we
right?
can
If
also
you log in
extend
here,
India's transformative
that
use
is
of the
specific
digital
to you.
infrastructure.
If you are logging here,
to
in specific, because your
change
email address
the
is not public,
lives
your
of our
password
people
is not public,
and
right?
support inclusive
This is very
development
specific to you. But when you will come
A
here,
fourth
this is
area
generic.
is the
This is for
economy.
everyone.
A multipolar world order requires a
Correct or not?
multipolar economic order. The pandemic has laid bare the concentration risk in international trade. Supply chains have become tools of political coercion. The prospect of technology
interface is only for
decoupling
public.
look
Yes,
real, even
interface
if
is
they are
only
in
for
limited
public.
sectors. Therefore,
There is only one
building
access modifier
resilient and safe
applicable only
supply
public.
chains have become a national priority
Thank you.
around the world and a key
Whatever.
area of focus in international relations.
Oh,
France
again you ask.
has been an important bridge for us to the European Union. A key expectation today is French support for the launch of negotiations between India
So
and the
we
EU
must have a
on
class
trade
with
and
all the
investments.
methods being
A
implemented.
trusted
Correct.
corridor between EU and
Correct.
India will enhance economic opportunities for both
Any
and
question?
serve
Then
a
I will
shared
go for the
interest
37.
in a
Till
resilient
now,
and
any
assured
question?
supply chain. There are two areas of national interest for India where we look forward
Come
to
to the line number
France as a
37.
key
Are you
partner.
clear or not? To
One
implement
is
an
in the realm
interface,
of
you
defense
must
and
need
security.
one class.
We see France
Clear
as
or
a
not?
trusted collaborator in countering
Line number
security
37, please
challenges from
everyone
seabed to
respond me
space,
back. There is a very
from
important
cyber to
question on top
oceans.
of this one.
France is
Very
also
one of
among
the
the
great
foremost
question you will
countries
see.
as
And
India seeks to
90%
build industrial
student will fail
self-reliance
in
in
this
the defense sector with a sense of urgency and priority. In this, we draw inspiration from the national self-sufficiency France has itself built. Naturally, given the history of our defense partnership, we are exploring ambitious ideas for collaborative ventures in India. This will support our common interests in the
One twist I
Indo-Pacific
wanted
region
to make
as
it
well.
here.
The other area is the transformation of our
One
industrial
twist I
sector.
wanted to make it here.
Like France,
Just
India
ignore
too
the
saw
third
the
line.
erosion of its
Just
industrial base. And like France, we are determined
focus
to restore it,
from
especially with
here.
emphasis on the industries of the future.
I am
The Indian
writing
economy is experiencing a strong rebound
public.
with a growth
I am
of
writing public.
9.2%.
White.
Rapid expansion of infrastructure is being accompanied
Get
by sustained reforms
all
in the business environment and attractive production-linked incentives in
unimplemented
13
method.
sectors. The political
No
comfort
problem
and
with this
trust
one.
in our relationship
Now I
adds
am
to the
writing.
attractiveness of India for French businesses.
No problem with this one, right?
To sum
Now
up,
I am just copying this one.
therefore, the agenda of our partnership
And I am
is
commenting
truly
this
extensive.
line.
So
And
whether
I'm
it is
writing this
India's own national transformation agenda
You see that? No
or the
error.
future of the Indo-Pacific region
Means
and
that
its maritime
line number
commerce,
12 and 13.
the
Please see very
advancement of
clearly. Line number 12
plurilateralism
and 30.
or the reform of
If you are writing
multilateralism,
public
or indeed
or if you
addressing
are not
global
writing public.
challenges,
If you are
we
writing
count
public,
on
if you are
France
not writing public.
as
I'm talking about the method,
amongst
not
our
the
most
interface.
important
Not this public.
partners.
I'm talking on here.
Over the past
Okay?
2 years,
I'm talking here
despite
only.
the
Please
constraints of
understand,
the
not on
pandemic,
interface.
we have maintained
Interface we
an
got to know
intense and
it's always
wide-ranging
public.
bilateral
Okay?
engagement. It
Question
is
number
not
2.
difficult for either
If
of
I
us
am
to
writing
enter
public,
new
void
territories
get
of
implied,
cooperation
right? If
because
I am writing
of
public,
trust and
if I am not
transparency,
writing
the
public,
comfort
by
of
default,
consistency in our
JVM
relations,
will
and the
understand that
belief in
get
independent
imply is
thinking and
public
action.
only.
I'm confident that as we
So,
both go forward, this partnership will be a strong asset for
is
our countries and the global order that we both wish to see.
how
Thank
to
you
give
for
the
your attention.
equivalent
I
sign.
look forward to the
Otherwise,
discussion.
EQUIVALENT. Equivalent to. Okay? Please understand.
Yeah, you deserve water.
Okay.
Thank you very
If
much,
I am writing
Minister, for
public
this
or if I am
very
writing not public.
comprehensive
If I am writing public, please see my
speech.
screen. If
I
I am
have
writing
noted 6
public or if I am
points
not writing public,
to sum up.
both are
First of all,
equivalent
the
because
trust
if
and
I will not
confidence
write
between
public,
France
compiler is
and India,
automatically trying to
which is
understand this
deeply
is
rooted
public
in
only.
history.
If you write or if
You
you
have
don't write,
insisted
default
on
it
the
is
strategic
public only.
partnership,
Line number
especially
12,
discussion,
only
the
line number
dialogue
12.
on
If you are writing
nuclear
public, if you are
issues
not writing public, it's by default public.
since
Hence, developer
many
don't
decades
need to
now.
write the public
You
explicitly.
were in
Are you
Paris
clear
for
with the
this
line number 12 or not?
Indo-Pacific Forum, and there is a huge expectation on both sides to develop
Clear or not?
cooperation. There is this importance you underlined for the reform of multilateralism. There is a very important, interesting point about also your expectation in terms
if you
of
not write public,
technologies
it should
and
be
the fact that we
default.
entered
No. That's what I'm
the
telling.
digital
That is in
age
class.
with
That is in class.
huge
That is in
opportunities
class.
certainly to
Not in
cooperate between
interface. That
both
is in
countries.
class, not in interface.
And
Please understand clearly.
you have finished
If
by
you are not writing public, by
presenting
default
also
it is
France as
public
a
only.
bridge
That's all. You are in
for India
interface, not
towards
in class.
the EU, and
Clear?
it's a point certainly on which we will be back on the discussion. Let me start with two questions, if I may, before giving the floor to Sylvie. And I see also in the discussion, in the line of the discussion, that there are some questions on this issue. You are in
One
Paris.
more thing I wanted to tell.
And in Paris, in last September, there was very strong reaction to a decision taken between Washington, between the US, Australia, and the UK to create the so-called AUKUS. There are some consequences for France, as anyone knows. But given the importance you have underlined for the strategic relations between France and India, I would be curious to know what was your reaction regarding AUKUS, and to what extent, in your views, AUKUS contributes to
if you are
stability
writing abstract
in the
wide gate
Indo-Pacific
imply,
region.
and if you are writing only wide gate imply, both are equivalent only. So you need not to write abstract.
That's certainly a tricky start.
You need not to write
but,
First question is that you need not to write the public clear.
I remember
Second question is that you need not to write abstract also. If you not write abstract, by default your method is
I just had a
abstract only.
visit
By default
from the
your method
Australian
is
Foreign
abstract
Minister,
only.
and then I
Very
went
clear,
to the UN General Assembly,
very
and
clear.
my
If
first
you
meeting
are
was
not
with Mr.
writing
Le Drian.
public,
So
by default
in a
method is
sense,
public.
I
If
sort
you are
of
not writing abstract, by
accidentally
default
walked
this is
into
abstract only.
this,
Clear or not clear?
this
Line
matter.
number 14.
And it's look honestly,
Line number 14 clear or
it's
not?
a very difficult issue for non-participants to have a
Please
view.
say this line 14.
Because,
I am not getting. Please everyone respond me 14. Only 14.
I've
Clear
read,
or not
like
clear?
anybody interested
Only
in the matter,
respond me
what
14.
the
Clear
Australians
or
said,
not
what
clear?
was said
This is
by
very
the
important.
French
I will make one very
leadership as
important
well.
question here. That's
So,
why I am very explicitly here. asking.
for us,
Please everyone
what is
respond me back.
important is
I need
that
your attention here. Please everyone
democratic
respond me back.
countries which
Only
have
5 answer I got.
share the
4 or 5.
values
Please
and
everyone
interests that
respond.
we,
If you put abstract or if you don't
we
put
do
abstract,
ourselves,
there is no matter. Compiler will understand.
we would
you are
like
putting
obviously
abstract
to
only.
see a sort of a cooperative spirit and an ability to work together among them.
Important one. Here you
it's
try to
for
understand
completely
very
understandable reasons, and
As
it's in diplomacy. One of the first things you learn or you should learn is to be very careful about articulating opinions on matters on which you don't necessarily have a inside view. So AUKUS, I think, would fall very much in that category. What I can certainly say is from an Indian perspective, we do value our relationship. I mean, with France, it goes without saying. That is the subject of my lecture. But equally with the US and with Australia, because they are Quad partners for us today.
So my second question is partly in line with the first one, but only partly. You started your presentation by explaining that all of us face multiple crises and that there is an ongoing crisis right now in Europe. Obviously, I think you were thinking about Ukraine.
As every interface,
the French diplomacy was very active
by default public
between Russia and Ukraine,
abstract.
And also the French diplomacy
then
was active
we do not have
to defend the principle of freedom of navigation in China Sea.
We don't have to write explicitly.
And follow very carefully
public abstract wide gate imply is equivalent to
China
wide gate
Taiwan
imply
at the time
only. You
being,
don't
for
have to write the
instance.
public
So my
and
question
abstract
is,
explicitly.
would you connect
If you write this one,
these
or
two theaters,
if you write
these two crises, I mean the one
this
around Taiwan and the one
Both
in
are
Europe right now
same
between Russia and Ukraine.
So
do you
your
think that
interview
is
question will be
something in terms of
interview
analysis
question will be
which should
interviewer
be
will ask
connected,
what
or
is
do
the
you think
default
it's
type
completely
of
disconnected?
interface method? What is the
I
default
mean,
type
look,
of interface
you
method?
can
You
take
say
the view
public and
everything in the
abstract.
world is connected.
What is the default type
But
of
when you either
interface
do
method? What is the
international
default
relations
type of
analysis or you
what is
practice
the
diplomacy,
default
you come very
type
quickly
of
to
what
appreciate
is the
that
default
different
type of
problems have different histories, different contexts, different players, and
interface and
transposing
method?
issues
Answer
of
is
one
A,
theater
I
to
say
another
public and
is often,
A, B,
honestly,
C,
can be
C, D.
misleading.
Clear or not
As
clear line
someone,
numbers
say,
from
at the
here to
moment,
here?
as a
Clear or
country in
not
the
clear?
Indo-Pacific,
Wait, don't give answer
for
now.
us, the
Give me answer now.
problems
From
in the
here to here, are you
Indo-Pacific are
clear or
quite
not?
unique.
This is the important one.
And
For
in
that
fact,
only I have explained you that many.
you know, today we had this
Have you cleared or
Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum, and
this is the important question. What is the default
I was
type
among the
of
speakers who
interface
spoke at the
method?
plenary, but then we had a
You have to say
discussion.
public and abstract.
And a point which I
Clear?
made,
Please everyone respond me now.
particularly to the European
On this one
ministers
only
who are
we have
present,
one more
I
interview
said, you
question.
know, you must be
But
very
anyway, I need to
conscious of the
code
fact the Indo-Pacific is not Europe.
Without code you will not.
No, it
Please
sounds very
respond me
obvious, but when
Please
you hear
respond me
people's
back.
remarks,
This is the important one.
I'll give you some examples. I
Respond me
mean,
back.
Europe, you know, for example, has settled boundaries. There are very serious territorial disputes still there in Asia.
One more question.
Europe
Sam,
has
I'm
an
copying here
regional
So
architecture, however imperfect.
So we do not
it may
have
be.
to explicitly
That is
mention
not the
public
case
in front of
with
seriously.
Asia.
Please understand
Europe,
very clearly.
the global commons
I am
around
not
Europe
talking about line number
is
3.
really not
Okay. In line
a
number
subject
3
for stress
is the you
in the
are
manner in
declaring
which
the interface.
it is in Asia.
Okay.
So
And
I
inside these are
think,
all
you know,
you are talking about the
completely
interface
get
method.
it. The world is
Okay.
globalized. There are
Hence,
you
your
know,
question what you are asking
common
is
patterns.
so
But
we do
once
not
you get
have
into
to
serious
explicitly
analysis,
mention
you're
public
making judgments,
in
you're
front
drawing,
of
you're
interface.
formulating
This
policy
is the
conclusions. I think it's very important
WRONG.
to be quite
Wrong
specific about it,
answer?
because
Or
there are interests at play
under
in every region.
understanding.
And at the end of the
Because
day, you know,
in front
policies
of
are
interface, you
some
must
kind
have
of
to write
balance
the public,
between
which is the first rule.
beliefs and interests. So
Here,
that's
whatever
why
we
the
have learned so far,
transposition,
we are only
quite honestly,
discussing
leaves
about
me
the
uncomfortable.
interface method.
Before
In
moving
interface
to
method,
Syria,
you don't
I
have to
would be
write the
interested
public and abstract. By
to
default,
know if we try
compiler
to be
will take
specific,
care for you.
or would you
So
analyze the
now, please,
situation
you need to
around
respond me
Taiwan,
back.
and
Have
how
you
would you
got or
analyze the
not?
situation around Ukraine?
Well, you know, as I said, both are products
Any more
of
questions
very
so that I
complex
will go for the
histories of that,
one more things. Please here
you know,
everyone ask
particular
questions.
region.
This is important.
In the case
I'm
of
telling you, this is important.
Ukraine,
Everyone
a
ask
lot of it
question.
derives
Next
from
is the very important
the
interview program.
post-Soviet politics,
This is your offer
the
letter program.
expansion of NATO, the
Please
dynamics
everyone
between
ask
Russia
me
and Europe, and Russia
any
and the West
questions.
broadly. So those would all be
Wait.
the variables in that.
Are you clear
In
so
the case
far or
of
not?
Taiwan, I think it's
Say
a
clear,
product
not
of
clear.
what
Please
happened in
everyone say.
Chinese
Then I
history,
will move.
and
Then
what
only I
happened
will
in the
move.
way
I will need at least
you
20
know,
answers.
the Cold
Please everyone
War
say,
and
are you
other
clear or
developments
not
played
clear?
out in Asia.
Everyone
And
say.
you
Then
know,
only I will
if
move.
you look at the
Otherwise
history
I
of
will
the
not
last
move. Please everyone
75
say
years,
clear because
I
next
think
thing
history
is
has
very
taken a
important.
very
If you will
different turn
give answer correctly, you
in
will get
Europe, and a
offers.
very
If you will
different
not give
turn
answer, you will get
in
rejected.
Asia.
That's why I'm
And
telling. Next question is very important.
particularly
Please,
after
more
92,
answers.
for
Please,
example,
more answers.
a
I
lot
am
of
only
issues,
concerned about your
you know,
interview and your
you
understanding.
had the expansion of the
Please
European Union.
respond
You
me
had,
back.
of course, the unification
Please
of Germany.
respond
You
me
had the
back.
expansion of the European Union. And
Clear,
then
not clear,
Europe went
everyone.
on a certain course.
Next
Now,
one
you
is
haven't
very
seen,
important. I'm
it
telling you,
wasn't that
one
the
of the
Cold
great
War,
question I'm going
end of the
to
Cold War
tell
automatically
you here now.
translated into similar outcomes in Asia. What has
so
really shaped
you're good.
Asia has been
Thank you.
much more the autonomous
Now,
economic growth of Asia.
What is this?
Initially of Korea and Taiwan, then of the ASEAN, then of China, and then followed by India. So, again, as I said,
there is one concept
in
called
international relations, one has to
conflict
be
of name
very
conflict.
careful.
Interface, there
if
is a
there is one
concept
thing,
of
the world is
conflict
not flat.
Okay.
I know it's a
First
great
case
book
is
title
that.
and a wonderful
First case is that.
one-liner, but
Let
if
me
you are actually going to
create
be
one.
into serious policy making, that's a very
interface
facile
I'm creating,
assumption.
okay?
Sylvie.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take you to Myanmar, where we have a very tragic situation more than 1 year after the coup.
I'm creating one interface
enormous
called
number of people in jail, among them Aung San Suu Kyi. Where does India stand on this problem? How can you help to find a solution? How do you judge the role of ASEAN, which took this rare initiative of keeping the junta out of their summit, but then had the Cambodian leader Hun Sen visiting Myanmar? What prospects for improvement do you see, and what role do you think you can play?
Well, I think the starting point for the answer would be to remind you of the obvious, which is that in our region, India is not just the biggest democracy, in a way, it's the most well-established democracy. And it's
I
a
have
democracy
created one
which has
interface
always
called
been
left. I have created one interface called left. Okay, I have
not
created one
today,
interface
over
called
a
left
period
in
of
conflict
time. I
package.
mean, you look at each
Same
one
package,
of our neighbors.
I am creating one more
Whenever
interface
there have been political forces who
right.
have tried to assert their
I have
democratic
created two
rights and interests,
interfaces, left and right. I have created
there's a
two
natural
interfaces, left
sympathy
and right.
for that in India.
In left,
Now,
in left,
sometimes,
I am saying
the most, I would say, extreme example
public
would be
optional. If you write, if you don't write, doesn't make
where
any sense. But I'm
there
writing
were people
because I want to
struggling
explain something.
to
Public
in
wide.
fact express their democratic rights. They had won an election. They were not allowed to form a party. They wanted a separate nation. They had a different cultural identity, and we played a big part in helping to secure that. And I take you back to history because at that time, actually, we found most democratic countries of Europe and North America ranged against that for reasons of Cold War politics.
Same method I will paste into the
So,
right.
the fact is, point number one, we have been
class
consistently pro-democracy. Point number two, in reality, people have not always, all democratic countries have not always supported all democracies.
What is the left? Left. What is the right? Right.
Point number three.
No.
In the case of Myanmar, we have a particular involvement because Aung San Suu Kyi, she grew up in India. Her mother was the ambassador. She has a lot of friends. There's a strong support base. I have myself met her a number of times, and it's very
in this mouse
easy to relate.
There are two interfaces. One is the left, which will,
after
and one is the right interface.
Last time the military rule
I have created the class because I want to do the implementation of interface.
We've actually
to do the implementation of interface, I must need to write the class, and I have wrote it. Simple.
Strengthen the democratic
now I will
transition.
implement.
Now, a year ago, of course, events went a different direction. So, like the rest of the world, we also are very clear that the democratic transition should not be derailed, and
I have implemented both the interface,
like to
and right.
urge and encourage that democratic processes be
I have
restored.
implemented both the interface,
Now,
left and right.
Here's the
now I'm
challenge
here.
that we face as a neighboring country.
Unimplemented. Now,
one, we share a land border. It's a very complex land border. There are insurgents operating on that land border.
Please see very clearly.
And
get override.
We have to work per force with the security forces of Myanmar to ensure that their borders and our borders are kept under control. Now, we have seen that in the last year, as they have been otherwise preoccupied, there's been a degradation in that, and we've had some serious issues on our border, including actually an ambush which killed a very senior commanding officer of our security forces and his family. So I have a security problem on that border. Secondly, I have a COVID problem on that border, because Myanmar is not a well-vaccinated country to the extent they are vaccinated. And by the way, we were one of the countries which gave them vaccines very early on.
has
It
the
didn't
left
travel
get
to the
example.
remote area. So we actually have
Same. Here
a
also get
concern
example.
that the border
Here
areas are
also
not
get
vaccinated,
example.
and
Now
the
I have
COVID
implemented
there
left
can
and
spread
right.
to India.
Now I'm
The
thinking
third,
that
we've
okay,
had
I will
refugees
implement it
coming
here,
over.
but for
You know,
whom?
at one point
But
of
for
time, we
whom?
could sort of say some
Either
of
for
them came
left
over for
or
political
right.
reasons, but
for
we have
whom?
increasingly
Either for
said
left
that
or
people
right.
are coming over
Because
because there seem to
in
be
left
food
also we
shortages
have
there.
the
There is
get
a
example.
humanitarian
In
problem
right also
which is
we have the get example.
building out there.
Now
So
you need to give me the
for
answer.
us, deeply wedded as we
From
are
which
to democratic
interface this
principles,
method came to
consistent
me?
though we have been
Give me the answer.
on support for democratic forces, and I would say our record quite candidly compares favorably with most other countries in the world. We still
This is the important
believe
one.
that it is
They will ask you.
unavoidable to engage the regime currently on matters which are necessary for our interests and our well-being.
They
and
will ask you,
in a
give me the
sense, I would
answer.
say to their
Right,
well-being as
wrong,
well,
I
their
didn't care. You just
humanitarian
give me the
demands
answer.
are concerned.
You
So we've
just give
had
me the answer.
contacts with
Simple.
them, not at
I
a
didn't
political
care that
level,
you are giving right
at a
answer or
sort of,
wrong answer.
we
I
can
want
say,
answer. That's
I
all.
mean,
My
somebody
intention is to get
bureaucratic
answer.
from my
That's all.
side went there. In fact,